Hello and welcome to Brands Hatch and welcome along to Alpha Live's coverage on 750 Motor Club TV of the first of 2 days of 750 Motor Club racing on the Indy circuit of the Brands Hatch layout here, the home of Motorsport Vision, but this weekend home to a huge grid of 750 Motor Club entrants. My name is Joshua Barrett and Marcus Pye will be up in the Alpha Live commentary box as well over the course of the 2 days that we have here on the 1.21 mile layout of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. It's the shortest circuit in the UK. It's great for spectating. You can see the whole circuit. It's always action packed, and with some big grids it's going to be an entertaining day of racing, I suspect. The weather, well, it was wet earlier on this morning. It's been drying out now to dry lap times. We've got a dry circuit, bit damp offline, but there maybe is rain coming before the end of the day. So the weather is something we'll be watching over the course of the weekend for the third batch of season openers for the 750 Motor Club. And you can see there in the assembly area the cars for the first race of the weekend, the Armed Forces Racing Challenge, and they're making their way out onto the circuit for our first race of the weekend. And the cars have made their way out of the assembly area for the first race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, the first round of their season. It's a full capacity grid of 34 cars that will be making their way out, and it's a great variety, as you can see there on the starting grid, a Lotus Elise and a Honda Civic on the front row, and we've got manufacturers from Peugeot, Renault, BMW, Mini, Mazda, Porsche, Subaru, Daewoo and Holden as well. It's a remarkable grid that's been put together by the Armed Forces Racing Challenge, which caters for either current members or former members of the Armed Forces, and there's a good rivalry between the different sections of the forces, including the Army, the RAF and the Navy too. They're always regulars at the end of season, Burkitt Relay, with the 750 Motor Club. But you can see that Alex Rivette having his first outing in his Lotus Elise on pole position, the Army officer going from pole then, with alongside him Mark White, who is the operations manager for Mission Motorsport, a charity that helps injured service men or women back into civilian life. Let's have a look at the grid then for our first race of the weekend. On pole position in the wet qualifying session, number 3, Alex Rivette and his Lotus Elise in a 1 minute 4.001 alongside 65 Mark White, who drives a Honda Civic Type R. Row 2 is number 1, Jonathan Candler's Peugeot 306 GTI, who's on pole in Class C, and alongside 113 Paul Chapman in his Renault Cleo. The third row, 84 Alex Smith in his Honda Integra, and regular winner in his class, a bit further down the order, 6th on the grid for Dave Russell's BMW 3 Series. Row 4, 815 is Keith Atwood's Mini Cooper S, and Adam Jewis in a new to him BMW 125 alongside in 13, so 815 and 13 on row 4. Row 5, 444, Richard Phillips did a great job in his BMW 116 this morning, but now with a dry track he may go backwards. 96 alongside Ben McLaughlin's Renault Cleo. On row 6, number 6, Dougie Inglis in his Mazda MX-5 is alongside 5, Anthony Seddon in his BMW 120. Row 7 is 48, which is Mike Nash's BMW 330, and 280, the Porsche Boxster alongside is Mike Reynolds. Row 8, 28, is Luke Arpino's Mazda MX-5 alongside Paul Waterhouse in 230 in his Peugeot 306. And on row 9, number 8, Phil England in his Subaru Impreza is alongside 51, Ian Cooper in the rare Daewoo Nexia. On row 10, 62, Paul Martin Jones drives a Holden Commodore, and 64 alongside Harry Townsend's Peugeot 306. Row 11 is 14, Peter McNichol's Mazda MX-5, and number 7, Kieran Lambourne's BMW 330. Row 12, 128 is Mel Bexley in her BMW 116 alongside 19, David Wallace George in a Volvo S60. on row 12. And then row 13, 22 is Paul Meller in a Caterham 7 alongside 35 Richard Brown's Toyota MR2. Row 14, 57 is Simon Vernon's Mazda MX-5, and 300 alongside is Ewan Evans in a number of BMW 116s that come up now. On row 15, 88 is Adam Stanbury, and 44 Gemma Barnsdale, both in those BMWs. Final couple of rows, car number 4 is Mel Highlands BMW alongside 34 Sean Graham in a low cost. And then row 17, 72 is Andrew Holmes in an MGB Roadster, and 43 Matthew Beach in the BMW 3 Series. Completes this impressive grid that we have lining up ready for our first race of the weekend. Marcus Pye alongside me. Marcus, what a great sight this makes to start the weekend off.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And it's just so good to see the variety of cars on the grid, from the low-slung sports cars, the Lotus and the Porsche in the middle of it, to that mighty Holden Commodore. It really is great, but it's the feels a bit topsy-turvy probably after difficult qualifying session, but I think the Lotus would have probably ended up on the front anyway. But beyond that, it's anyone's game.
With Richard Phillips on row 5 in a 116 trophy spec car, that is not going to be as quick as the others around him in the dry conditions we have now. So he's surely going to be one to fall back. And then you've got the Porsche, the Holden you mentioned a bit further back on the grid. I see the Volvos in the pit lane. I think that's an ex-Swedish touring car, Volvo S60, which is cool to see in the old Volvo factory livery that we remember here in the UK from Rickard Rydell winning the British Touring Car Championship. That qualified in qualifying 24th, David Wallace-George. So he's elected to go from the pit lane, I think, in a new car to him.
You don't want to start sometimes in the middle of a pack, do you, when you're not familiar with the clutch and how much grip's there, etc. You could easily end up sort of cannoned around in the middle, but it's a great grid.
Yeah, although the lap times around dry lap time, it's quite damp offline still, and there's going to be a lot of lap traffic over the course of this 20-minute race, Marcus, so you're not going to be able to be on that optimal line throughout.
No, that's right, and of course it's not for the people who are getting lapped, as they inevitably will, to get out of the way. They can't evaporate. They just have to stay where they are and do the best they can. And it's the onus is very much on the drivers of the quicker cars to find their way safely past and keep everybody secure on track.
We've got a big variety of either new drivers into racing or some pretty experienced drivers. Last year's champion, Jonathan Candler, he starts out on the second row of the grid in his Peugeot. But the Armed Forces Race Challenge, not a championship, doesn't have your natural results where you finish in the race. That's not where you score points. You score points on the performance index, how close you got to your fastest lap on average, basically.
It's like a sort of regularity rally, isn't it, in a way? But there's still a winner overall on track.
That's what we're concentrating on for now.
Exactly, and good to see the Subaru in the middle there. I thought that might have gone a bit better in the damp this morning, but probably in full wet it would be absolutely in its element with four-wheel drive.
Yeah, that's Phil England, who's from Lincolnshire. That's a 1997 Subaru Impreza with a 2-litre turbocharged engine, which started off as his road car 20 years ago. He then used it for track days, then sprints as he started his competition, then time attack, and now into circuit racing, sort of going up those levels of the motorsport ladder.
And those Subarus with the flat 4 horizontally opposed engine, rather like a sort of an updated VW Beetle, if you like, but with water cooling.
See the RAF livery on those BMW 116s, novice crosses on both, the new drivers, so I hope they have a good time. That's Adam Stanbury and Gemma Barnsdale, I believe, a bit further down the grid. But here they line up then, ready for this first 20-minute race on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit with Alex Rivette and Mark Chalky White on the front row. They're both Class B cars. The four classes split by power to weight ratio. Class A, the most powerful cars, which are actually started much further down the order. There's only a couple of those. Alex Rivette's been, we think, reclassified into Class B. And the green flag is waved at the back, so we're about to get racing underway in this first of 21 races from the 750 Motor Club here at Brands Hatch. The lights go out and away they go. A good start from pole then from Alex Rivette. Everybody's got away, and Rivette with the lightweight Lotus has stormed into the lead. Dave Russell from the third row of the grid is up to third at least by the time they get to Paddock Hill Bend. Yes, he's up to third behind Mike White on a break. Paul Waterhouse has had an incident. He's had crashed into the inside of Paddock Hill Bend barriers. There was damage to the rear, and the car came back across the track markers, which meant a few cars had to scatter.
Yeah, there was a black BMW there was off, and the push.
That 444 Richard Phillips, who he said started so far up, he got caught up, and then the Porsche is 280 Mike Reynolds. And yes, we got a red flag immediately. So I'm not quite sure how that begun. So Paul Waterhouse must have ended up on the inside of Paddock Hill Bend before he got there, because there was a lot of damage to the back of his car. So obviously went into the barriers on the inside of Paddock, then came across the circuit. Not sure if he got hit again or if those other cars just took avoiding action onto the grass, but that's an unfortunate way to start the day, because it was looking so good. Their qualifying session, unlike most others, went faultlessly.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, I saw the black Peugeot then spearing across to the left. I think everyone at that side probably missed him.
So everyone will have to come back to the start. The one good thing having a red flag so early is the marshals already have a grid sheet, so we don't need to have a new grid.
Yeah,
that always takes time.
They'll regroup in the same order with the cars that are up there. There's one or two car stationing up there.
Let's see if we can have a look at replay then of what happened and try and gather what happened to Paul Waterhouse, who can arrive hard into the barriers on driver's right. So there must have been contact there, Marcus, before he came into our shot.
And the silver and orange BMW on the inside, I think, had a very, very narrow escape. But you saw the Porsche getting itself back on, and the BMW of Phillips as well.
I think remarkably nobody's actually got caught up in the incident as he came across the circuit, so it's just that initial instant into the arm car on the right hand side of the circuit.
It was a big impact, wasn't it? But a glancing blow that sort of flew, ricocheted off across the track.
I wonder if that might mean that circuit maintenance might have to have a look at the Armco barrier, because it's not a barrier that gets hit very often, so whether that will have caused any damage that needs to be assessed by Brands Hatch team. I think I can see on Paul Waterhouse is out of the car. He's walking away from the car unaided, so that's good news, because as Marcus suggested, that was a very big impact into the barriers, which probably all happened all of a sudden as well, because he would have been accelerating up towards Paddock, and then presumably a knock from the side has spat him out of where he was expecting to go.
I feel for him, because suddenly you kind of get taken out, if you like, and you don't know what angle you're going to hit the barrier. You've got a mirror full of another sort of 20-odd cars behind you, and yeah, really quite worrying. But it's a good thing he's out of the car and just going to be checked over, which is the norm.
Yeah, and we on our 750 Motor Club live stream on YouTube, on the comments as well, there was Joel was tuning in to see Paul Waterhouse. I'm afraid his races and his weekend, I don't think they'll go any further. The Porsches had come to a stop. This is Mike Reynolds, who's an RAF helicopter pilot from Salisbury in Wiltshire, having his first ever race with the 750 Motor Club today. I think he might have done a Classic Sports Car Club race, or would have been at Donington a few weeks ago, in this 2004 Porsche Boxster S, 3.2 litre car, as most Boxsters are, which he purchased from Ashgood Porsche, now prepared by Cops Automotive, and he's got back going. So perhaps
just unfamiliar with the etiquette for getting back onto a grid place, I think.
Yeah, there's a scrutineer there as well. I wonder if they just checked the car over that it had been through the gravel. And obviously all is okay. And just behind him is Richard Phillips, who started right near the front.
Yeah, they've got kind of dirty tyre walls, but I think they're okay.
There's the Volvo, which is a good-looking car. We did see it out in Armed Forces a few years ago, but new to Dave Wallace George, it's a 2001 S60 T5, which has got a 2.3 litre engine, and it was built by Volvo Motorsport for, I think, the Scandinavian Championship. So a cool car to have. There's Paul Waterhouse's Peugeot 306, and the rescue unit on hand, led by Simon Chapman.
They're just prizing the wheel arch, I think, off the wheel there and the tyre.
It doesn't look too bad from that angle.
Yeah,
look not so good from the other side.
That's not the side we're worried about.
But yeah, Simon Chapman and his team have been long time rescue unit on the rescue unit with the 750 Motor Club. And the 750 Motor Club have got a good core of officials, either down in race admin or in race control, and marshalling team as well. A good marshalling core team that follows the 750 Motor Club around. So
good to see a number of novice drivers in the field, isn't it? And there's quite a group of them down there on the grid, which is an encouraging sign for not only the Armed Forces Challenge, but also for the 750 Motor Club.
Absolutely right. There's a lot of people over the course of the weekend. We're seeing the 116 Sprint Championship, which will follow this. Again, lots of novice drivers. See if we can pick some of them out on this grid. Car number 4, Mel Hyland, who's 35 years of age, from Dublin, having his racing debut today in an Army Motorsport BMW 116. So he's one of those novice drivers today on this grid. Then you've got, on the other end of the spectrum, Peter McNichol. He started racing back in 1981. He's an RAF veteran. Did karting back in the 80s, but now racing a Mazda MX-5. Another driver who's new to racing in 22 is Paul Meller. He's an aircraft engineer from East Sussex. Done auto tests previously. He's in the Caterham.
Yes, that's kind of distinctive, isn't it, in this field?
And it's a car that he's used on the road for the last 8 years. It's done 80,000 miles, and now he's decided to go racing in it, which is sort of the old-fashioned way of how motorsport always used to be, Marcus.
Very much so, and even in the internationals, I mean, back in the day, in the 1950s, you had a Healy 100 or 100S or something like that, and these competitors drove to any number of courses, Reims in France or whatever, competed, drove back, and then had the red carpet rolled out, and they got a membership of the British Racing Drivers Club, etc., because they were pucker international racers by that stage.
So there's Richard Phillips clawing his way back.
He's got a kind of a reprieve here, hasn't he?
Whether he wants to be there again is another thing.
That's a very good point. The Lotus on pole is a sleek device, Lotus Motorsport Elise, with a Honda engine, transverse across the rear. You've got the black and green car, top left of screen, that's Jonathan Candler, he's the reigning champion. And then the yellow and black Honda on the outside, which is that of Mark White, the Honda Civic Typar and EP3. Some good variety of marks within the field. Lotus, Honda, Peugeot, Renault, BMW, Mini, and we've got Mazda, Porsche, Subaru. There's even a Daewoo Nexia in there, the Holden, of course, Volvo Caterham, and there's a Sultan low cost and an MG down towards the back of the pack as well. So it truly is a multi-mark grid.
Talking about some of those novice drivers, Chris Slater, who's behind the championships, just popped up and told us about some of them. Adam Stanbury and Gemma Barnsdale, who started near the back in their second ever race today, but they did the race of remembrance at Anglesey last year, in the dark, in the wet. So today at Brands Hatch is probably a nice reprieve from that. Although it is still tricky conditions today, it's somewhat better than driving in the rain and in the dark, Marcus.
Yeah, very much so. I remember races here have virtually been in the dark. I remember doing one in Ford 2000 back in about 1982, and it was horrendously wet, horrendously dark, and everyone was relieved to go home at the end of it.
So we're going to take a short break and we'll be back in a few moments. thanks to our partners at the 750 Motor Club for making the live streams this year possible, led by aimshop.com, who are also giving a prize out at the end of the year to the live stream moment of this season. So we'll have to look out for exciting moments over the course of this weekend, which will add to that. Unfortunately, not a very exciting moment for Paul Waterhouse, whose Peugeot 306, which he's raced for so many years, Marcus, is seen very better days than it is today.
Well, yeah, that could be a shell job. That big hit in the rear corner, it's got taken a massive whack to the left rear.
Yeah, so the recovery team, I think, being pretty cautious to try and not do any more damage to it as well. So we've got the MSV trackside recovery team, we've got the rescue team, and then we've got the trackside marshals too.
And you've got the crew just out of shot on our right who are attending the barrier there.
Yeah, that's right. So hopefully all this won't take too much longer. If you're here at Brands Hatch and we're hoping to have a nice long lunch break, it may be a little bit shorter now. We have, after this race, once it resumes, we have the 116 Sprint Championship, like the Armed Forces Race Challenge. They will race twice today, new championship for this year. Then after lunch will be the first of 2 races again today for the Typar Trophy, and then we have single races for the K-Tech Racing Cleo Sport Championship, the Mighty Minis Championship, PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, and the F1000 Championship, which will all return tomorrow as well. Some interesting stories in their qualifying session. F1000, I think we had 5 cars within a tenth of a second, something ridiculous. And then in the hot hatches, the returning Steve Polly got pole, which was great for him.
First race since 2003, he said, I think.
So it's 2 decades.
Yeah, it's 21 years and 25 years since he won the championship. and first time in a front-wheel drive car.
So I don't think he was expecting pole, but yes. And he was only a second off of Ryan's lap times from last year, so that's a good effort. But we'll come to Hot Hatch later. They've got 3 races over the course of this weekend. But the Armed Forces Race Challenge begin here at Brands Hatch. Go to Oulton Park, which, have the Armed Forces been to Oulton before? Or not recently. So not for 6 years, so a good return to Oulton Park in a few weeks. And Anglesey, Snetterton and Croft will conclude the season. And then it'll be all eyes after that towards the Burkitt Relay, with lots of teams to be entered, I suspect.
When's the Croft race?
That'll be September, end of September.
Cool.
2 trips to Croft for 750 Motor Club this year, 1 last weekend, and then that one later on in the season. Because after a long time of sort of no Croft events for 750 Motor Club, it's become a regular feature now with those 2 events.
It's a cracking place to be.
So when we get a restart, we're being told it's going to be over 15 minutes. So a slightly reduced race. And we'll get another green flag lap as well. These cars do run on treaded tyres, as most 750 Motor Club Championships do. But Alex Rivette, who's on pole, he's 25. He's an army officer from Berkshire. He started racing back in 2017 in the Castle Combe Formula 4 Championship, before moving on to MX-5s and then more recently in this Armed Forces Racing Challenge. But a new car for this season is a 2001 Lotus Motorsport Elise. If you remember the One Make Elise Championship from the Toka package a couple of decades ago. But now it's got a Honda Civic K20 engine in it. And I think he's planning to do the Club Enduro round here on the Grand Prix circuit next month. But he'll have to run an invitational class because you're not allowed manufacturer engine swaps in that championship.
Make a good car for the Dave Allen Trophy.
That's right.
At Castle Combe on Bank Holiday Monday.
But that Club Enduro event here is going to be a great opportunity for lots of drivers who haven't raced on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit before.
Yeah, fantastic.
And I think we're hoping for a full grid. It's going to be a slightly shorter race, 75 minutes, but that's plenty of time to get your teeth into that circuit, which I presume you've raced on the Grand Prix circuit in the past.
Oh,
Marcus.
many times, yeah, love it. Absolutely love it.
So it looks like circuit maintenance have moved on, haven't they?
It looks like it. I can just see the other commotion at the back. They're just loading the Peugeot onto the flatbed.
It's a shorter 306 than what it once was. like you say, it may need to be reshelled. So I'm not sure when we'll see Paul out again, because as most people are racing this weekend on a tight budget, and in a car that he puts all his pride into, really. He's raced this car for as long as I can remember, this 306, and it's with something like this, it's a car you can just keep bringing out and out, and this type of incident is very rare for this championship to have.
Yeah, that's right, and it's difficult to know, what caused it. 'Cause whatever the trigger point was out of our sight, but it was quite a big impact. But thankfully, he's out of the car and okay, which is all the important part of that message. There's the Mark White Honda, also Rara on the side of it.
Yeah, Mark White is 46. He's the operation manager for Mission Motorsport. He's from Oxfordshire. Started racing back in 2016. He finished second in the championship last year. He's in a 2002 Honda Civic EP3 with the K24 2.4 litre engine, in a car that he built and he prepares as well. See lots of you watching on 750 Motor Club TV, which is good to see. Lots of comments on the chat. And as one person has made reference to, big thank you to the volunteer marshals here at Brands Hatch this weekend. It's not particularly warm. It's not, well, earlier on anyway, it wasn't great conditions to be out in. So we thank you very much for giving up your weekend and becoming a vital part of the running of this 750 Motor Club weekend. And it just wouldn't be possible to go racing without them, Marcus.
No, it's it can be sometimes a bit of a thankless task, but of course they're dyed-in-the-wool enthusiasts, the marshals, a Jerry of marshals, as we tend to call them. After the great Jerry Marshall. It's 19 years since Jerry Marshall passed away. But no, great to see a really strong and loyal band of marshals who follow the club around, and also marshals who specialise in their Brands Hatch work as well.
Yeah, unlike sort of in the Midlands, you haven't got. If you're local to Brands Hatch, you have to travel to many other places. So and there's something happening here every weekend. And most days in the week as well. It's probably the most used circuit over the course of the year, Brands Hatch, but we haven't got to wait too much longer because the recovery is complete over there at Paddock Hill Bend. The countdown to the new green flag lap has now the countdown's been completed, and now the green flag lap is getting underway. There's one or two cars slightly slower than others, but I think they are all underway now. Just going through shot there. Luke Arpino, the RAF workshop fabricator, who's from London but based up in Scotland. So it's a long old trip for Luke to come down to his these meetings. And he's in a Magnum X5 Mark 2.5, which is another car that was a road car, has been converted into a race car. And Luke, the cousin of pickup racing champion Nick Grindrod, who's won many races here at Brands Hatch over the years. The low cost is not well, I'm afraid. That's Sean Graham.
The Sultan low cost.
That's right. And he's not going to start the race, I don't think. Hopefully he'll be able to clear the circuit before the green flag lap.
The track is better than it was sort of half an hour ago by the looks of things, Josh. Still a bit damp up the hill, halfway up the hill, but through Druids it looks like it's pretty consistent.
Yes, the tradition, isn't it, really, up the hill towards Druids. It stays damp because of the trees. I think there's a few less trees than what there were. I think a few have been cut down over the winter due to the health of them. I think there were a few diseased trees that they found, so MSP got rid of them to keep the others healthy. So what it does mean is there's a few less trees, but it's not obviously enough to make the track completely dry where it is elsewhere. And that would be the other problem with the Grand Prix circuit. The Grand Prix track always keeps damp because lots of woodland area.
I'm looking around to actually see some flags, and there's fairly brisk wind blowing, but that will help dry it. But it's the cars themselves in these full packs that will be doing most of that work. The MG's a nice looking car, isn't it?
That's right, yeah. I think it's 70s B, which would be the oldest car on the grid for Andrew Holmes. I think it's a V8. That MGB Roadster.
Yeah.
There's the Caterham we spoke about earlier for new driver to racing Paul Meller. in his Rover engined car. Lots of these 116s, we'll see even more of them after this. There's the Volvo at the back we spoke about a little bit earlier in that that factory livery. There it is. I think we have a good close look at it. Thanks
Sort
to
of hunkered down, isn't it? You've got some camber on the wheels.
It's a bit different to the Super Touring ones that we would have seen in that livery in the late 90s. This sort of post that. But I think it is in the British Touring Car livery, which Rickard Rydell won the championship in. And 2 weeks ago, we had a Swedish driver winning a touring car race again here at Brands Hatch in the TCR UK Championship, which I think would have been the first person from Sweden to win here at Brands Hatch in a touring car race since then. Anyway, today here for 750 Motor Club, we'll try again to get this race underway.
I've got any Swedes today. We've got an Icelandic racer in F1000 though.
That's right, and some other internationals too that we'll come to. So the red lights are on, the lights go out now, and it was a good start before for Alex Rivette. It's again a good start. There's one car that hasn't got away very well at all. That was number 7, but that car has got away now for Kieran Lambourne, and they head into Paddock Hill End. There's the Holden of Paul Martin Jones, but it is Alex Rivette leading, but not by very much this time. Mark White chasing him on that damper line up in towards Druids. Dave Russell is 3rd, so he's made a good start just like before.
Candler's 4th in the Peugeot. There's the Porsche running on the outside. Holden taking up quite a lot of road.
There's Candler, then the champion from last year, but he's lost his Class C pole position lead over Dave Russell, who's in the same class in that BMW. Well, there's one across the grass. That's Anthony Seddon's 120. He's just about got the brakes on before the car rolled across the circuit, so he's a late entry into this race. Anthony Seddon, that he's thankfully not rolled across the circuit. Alex Smith has got himself up to 4th now and ahead of Jonathan Candler in the Honda Integra. So that's Class B car going up a spot from 5th on the grid. So then Candler has dropped to 5th. Kieran Atwood is 6th. Adam Jewis is 7th. Then McLaughlin, Inglis, and Chapman's lost a lot of position from row 2. Paul Chapman has dropped to 10th place.
Russell made a fabulous start, didn't he, from row 3 to be 3rd into paddock in the BMW. This is the pack down in the middle.
Mike Nash gaining us. What good to see he's back out, because he had an incident in the BMW car club around at Donington 4 weeks ago. That car's repaired in 48, and Mike Nash up to 11th, gained a couple of spots since the start.
Doug Inglis there in that very distinctive sort of fastback Mazda.
Leads Class C for the Leeds powerful cars. He's got himself ahead of Richard Phillips. Dougie Inglis, a 38-year-old Army logistics man from Glasgow, another driver travelling down from Scotland today. Won this championship in 2022. It's a 1999 MX-5 Mark II. Mark II isn't a car you see particularly often, but there's a couple of them in this grid. Mike Nash has gained another spot. He's trying to on the outside into Paddock Hill Bend, round the outside of Ben McLaughlin, and round the outside at Paddock. Means we should say a high, wide and handsome move for Mike Nash as he passes Ben McLaughlin.
Yeah, indeed.
So up to 8 for Mike. He started much further down the order in that BMW. So he's got good pace. He's sub-minute, as are 9 of the top 10. A 55.3 for Rivette is the first flying lap. The lap record in this in Class A is a 52.2 for Wayne Lewis. We haven't got too many A cars here today. Mark Inman's Class B lap record of 55.0, so we're only 3 tenths away from that on the first flying lap. And Rivette's now got the new Class B record as he goes across the line of 54.586. The aimshop.com fastest lap of the race then for Alex Rivette. He's pulling clear of Mark White. He's 3 seconds ahead. Some more side-by-side action here into paddock. Adam Jewis in 6th is hanging on ahead. He's in a new car this season, this BMW 1 Series. He was due to be in a Vauxhall Astra, so a change of car actually very late in the day for Adam Jewis. He's keeping Keith Atwood behind him, splitting them in towards Druids is Mike Nash. So Mike Nash goes 7th into Druids in his BMW. He's
come from 13th on the grid in that black and orange Potion Racing car. And he's homing in now.
On Jewis. He's got past Atwood already. Phil England coming up the order 2 in the Subaru. He's up to 9th. Just behind them.
Yeah, from 17th on the grid, that yellow Subaru Impreza.
It's another aimshop.com fastest lap of the race for Alex Rivette, 54.274. So he's almost a second underneath the Class B lap record. One of the 116s has been lapped, so we're 4 laps into the race and lap traffic has already started. That's Gemma Barnsdale in her first race with the Armed Forces Race Challenge, who's gone a lap down. And to the pit lane has gone number 43, potentially into retirement for Matthew Beach. Side by side for 6th place, and up the inside goes Mike Nash. So he's now cleared the Adam Jewis BMW. The Royal Navy car then loses a spot. Adam Jewis, who's 32 years of age, in the Royal Marines. He's from Dorset. This Royal Navy and Royal Marines motorsport team car. There's a Cleo in this group. That is Ben McLaughlin in 10th spot. Lead gap now for Alex Rivette, 5 seconds. It's car number 3, leading 65 Mark White, who's embroiled in the traffic at Paddock Hill Bend in 2nd position. 3rd is number 12, Dave Russell, leading Class C in 12. 4th is number 84, Alex Smith. 5th is number 1, Jonathan Candler. 6th is 48, Mike Nash. 7th, 13, Adam Jewis. 8th, 815, Keith Atwood. 9th with number 8, Phil England. 10th, 96, Ben McLaughlin. And there we see Dave Russell, who's in 3rd position, the 35-year-old from West Sussex. He's been racing since 2019, twice a Burkitt Relay winner. Not many people do that once, Marcus. To do that twice is quite the effort.
That's right. Did it on sustainable fuel, didn't they, last year?
Last year, yeah. I believe the car's gone back onto normal station petrol, showing actually how easy it is to go from one to the other without having to adapt your car, which is something that hopefully is important for the future.
Mike Nash coming up the inside of a couple of lap BMWs now, chasing down the car of Jonathan Candler, champion number 1, and his Peugeot black and green car, distinctive machine. And Nash now homed right in. They've got 2 more lap cars, and that's interesting because Candler had to go kind of off the circuit there, and Nash just had a better run up the inside. That's brought them together. They went either side of those 2 lap cars, a Mazda and a BMW, coming up the hill to the hairpin.
Jonathan Candler is a 31-year-old HGV mechanic and Army reservist from Cheshire. He started racing back in 2015, twice a champion, including last year in this car he built himself. 64 is off the road. That is Harry Townsend in a Peugeot 306. He raced one of the 116s last year. Built this Peugeot for this season, but I'm afraid he's had an off. Not sure if he's pulled off or if it's a moment he's had. The Volvo goes a lap down, which is in 26th position. David Wallace George has been lapped by this battle for 5th place, and Jonathan Candler still ahead, Marcus.
Yes, he seems to have a better lap there, and because he was under pressure at the hairpin, and a bit more grunt up the hill for Nash. Same move again, comes around the outside of a lapped Mazda, but Candler, good escape speed off the apex there. He's got the MGB ahead of him from the back of the grid, which is Andrew Holmes in the 72 car, purplish car with the green flashes up it.
He's up to 23rd.
Oh, and the MGB had the line through Surtees there, and Candler's ducked out of it, got through on the inside. But look how much Mike Nash has lost out behind the MG.
They still can't quite find a way through. The MG quick in a straight line, of course, Marcus.
It is. It's got plenty of grunt in a straight line, and they're still neck and neck, coming up over the brow into paddock, but they've made it through, as has the number 13 car behind, which is Adam Jewis.
Yeah, so he's caught them, where Jewis particularly got caught up in the traffic. Nash, sorry, got caught up in the traffic, so Jewis is caught there in the Royal Navy Motorsport BMW 1 Series. First time we've seen this car, I think. It's going well up in 7th spot. I see Luke Arpino's Mazda has parked on the runoff out of Graham Hill Bend, but into a safe position, where the battle for 5th position slots its way past Mel Bexley's BMW, the 31-year-old vehicle technician from Sunderland, in her 3rd season of racing, then goes a lap down. But she's going well. She's 3rd in Class D and 21st overall.
Been a regular in the BMW, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's, I think, the 2nd of the 116s in this race. Richard Phillips, who started high up the grid, he's dropped to 18th. He's the best of them.
Yeah, and Mr. Bexley is in 21st place.
Yeah, That's right. So again, Nash is really late on the brakes up into the hairpin. He's alongside Jonathan Candler. And we'll try and catch up with that in a moment. That was a really late braking move from Mike Nash to get alongside Candler, but he didn't make it work. I just see them out the window here. They're going to come into our shot. Candler and the Peugeot still ahead. So Nash seems to be strong uphill, and then he's late on the brakes into the hairpin, but couldn't make the move work. And again, Nash a bit more cautious in the traffic as they go through 30s. Now, a slow lap for the leader, Rivette, in the 1 minute. Means the lead gap has come down to 7.5 seconds to Mark White. Yes,
he got the new fastest lap into the 53s the lap before, but has found a chunk of traffic, I'd suggest.
We'll try and keep an eye on that, because this is, of course, a newly built car for this year, or rebuilt car. So we'll see if we can pick up Alex Rivette. We've got a third of the race to go, 5 minutes on the clock. There's Candler into the hairpin. He's still in 5th spot, ahead of Mike Nash. He's a long way behind Dave Russell now, though, the Class C leader, who's best part of 20 seconds ahead. So
yeah, 101 last time for Rivette. So
quicker lap this time, though, Marcus. Across the line, back into the 54. So you're absolutely spot on.
Back into clear air.
It's quite easy to get a whole bunch of cars that are all on different laps now in this race.
Great handling car, the Motorsport Elise. Fabulous brakes. I mean, kind of beyond most people, unless they've tested a car really regularly.
Change for 5th across the line. Mike Nash uses
Finally
the power
made it
to get past Jonathan Candler. Can he get away, or can Candler fight back, I wonder, through Paddock Hill Bend? This is where Nash generally has been quick, up into Druids anyway. They've pulled 3 seconds clear of Adam Jewis's BMW, who's there in 7th spot. Phil England leads Class A. He's up to 8th now in the Subaru. Lots of personal best laps still coming in as drivers acquaint themselves with this dry circuit now. Fastest lap 53.753 for Alex Rivette. Originally was entered in Class A, but he's showing as Class B on our screens. And for second place, there's been a change. Dave Russell has got past Mark White, perhaps in that traffic that Rivette struggled with. But they're just 0.2 of a second apart. Up at the hairpin, I think. So perhaps we'll catch up with that in a moment. Yeah, coming down towards Graham Hill Bend. The battle for second position is nose to tail between Dave Russell and Mark White, with Alex Smith only 2.5 seconds behind them. Black and orange mechanical warning flag going out there to car number 3, which is the leader, Alex Rivette. So Alex Rivette has got a black and orange mechanical flag, which I think, Marcus, means he should be coming into the pit lane.
Well, it's to indicate that something's amiss with the car that he may not be aware of, and the meatball flag, as it's called in the States. And that's a worry, because 2.5 minutes to go, probably just about 3 minutes to go when that flag was shown. And that's the problem. It's the
fiberglass roof.
The roof panel has disappeared. And he'll be aware of that, because he'll get buffeting now in the top of that. But that's part of the screen there, isn't it? That's come out as well.
Yeah. And the cars that may well then inherit the lead are 28 thousandths of a second apart with Dave Russell and Mark White. So is Rivette going to pit? No, he stays out with probably 3 laps of the race to go. So he really should be coming into the pit lane. He will cross the line now. Yeah, that's another part of the car, isn't it, that's come off, and right next to the marshals who are giving him the flag. So really, Alex Rivette should be pitting now. If he doesn't, he may well be excluded from the race. We've seen that happen before. For second place, it's side by side in towards Paddock Hill Bend, Dave Russell and Mark White. So we'll try and pick up on that
It's actually taken the whole of the sort of engine cover and rear panel off.
So he's slowing, I think, now. And Dave Russell is still ahead of Mark White. So White got it through across the line, into Paddock Hill Bend, Russell ahead. So this, Marcus, will become the battle for the lead, I think. Car number 12, Dave Russell, the BMW. 65, Mark White, the Honda. And again, White looks up the inside into Graham Hill Bend. Can't go through.
That was really tight, wasn't it? And there's a lot of traffic ahead of them. Russell in the blue BMW, White in the yellow and black. Auto Rara Honda comes up the inside, but isn't quite close enough. But he might be able to read the situation better than Russell here, because Russell's on those back markers, and sometimes when you're several lengths back, you can plot a better route through the traffic.
Rivette didn't come in the pits. It was a slower lap, but he stayed out. So we'll see what happens there. Kieran, who's new to 750 Motor Club, might have an awkward first interview of the season, I suspect. But we won't have to worry about that. Dave Russell still ahead of Mark White, then through the traffic they have gone, but the Honda, more powerful car, is looking up the inside of Russell, who again hangs on.
Yeah, the Honda will be considerably lighter than the BMW, I suspect, and so it's 2.4 litre, isn't it? K24 in that, so in the Honda.
Yeah, it's a 2.8, but probably a more standard engine really in the BMW.
Yeah, rear-wheel drive BMW versus front-wheel drive Honda. And it's a great tussle.
Alex Rivette continues, and he will go on to one further lap with the flag still being shown to him. So the battle for second place is going to get another lap. Dave Russell and Mark White as they come out of Clearways and Clark Curve. The Honda catching in a straight line. They've got some traffic to the right of them. White now comes up the inside into Paddock Hill. We've seen this before, and Russell's been brave on the brakes, Marcus.
Yeah, it's a clever move, that, because, of course, Russell's watching the Volvo, which is on the outside of Wallace George, and up to the hairpin they go with a new Army leader. It's Army versus Air Force, is it not?
This is what we've had over the Circuit Relay over so many years. We've got a car off at Paddock, I can see. Yellow flags being shown at the first corner. That's not a problem for the others, because the checkered flag will go out to the damaged Lotus. We'll probably hear about this with Kieran after the race. What may have caused the problem for Alex Rivette, who's going to come up across the line then to take the checkered flag and take the victory. So Alex Rivette is the race winner, with a question mark over his race, I suspect. Then for second position on that last lap pass, Mark White takes P2, and Dave Russell, who dropped away in the end, takes third. Winning margin 10.3 seconds at the end.
Several trips past the meatball haven't helped.
Yeah, it came. Part of the car is left there in our shot down the Bradman Straight, and then part of the car is sort of hanging off, isn't it? So. Kieran Mogg, who's making his debut on 750 Motor Club TV today, will be in our post-race interviews, and Alex Rivette may have a few questions to answer, but more importantly for him is if race control want to have a word. Car still coming across the line, so that race went fairly smoothly for most after the initial problems. The Holden retired, I could see there near the end, but 29 cars took the finish. Let's have a look in the order they finished. So car number 3, the winner, Alex Rivette's Lotus Elise, was 10.3 seconds ahead of 65 Mark White. The Class C winner, Dave Russell, took 3rd. 4th was Alex Smith. 5th, Mike Nash. Jonathan Candler was 6th. Adam Jewis 7th. Phil England winning Class A. He was 8th, ahead of Keith Atwood and Mike Reynolds. Paul Chapman, Paul Miller, Ben McLaughlin, and Dougie English. Doug English, the Class D winner in his Mazda MX-5, completes the first page of results. Anthony Seddon, who did have a spin. Ian Cooper in the Daewoo went well to 16th. Richard Phillips was the best of the 116s in 17th. Then Kieran Lambourne, Richard Brown and Dave Wallace George completed the top 20. Mel Bexley, Andrew Holmes, Ewan Evans, Peter McNichol, Harry Townsend, Simon Vernon, Adam Stanbury. They were all finishers, some of them 3 laps down. And then Mel Highland and Gemma Barnsdale completed the finish. There's actually one person that didn't finish, and that group was Peter McNichol. Here's the car in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. So that completes the first of 2 races today for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, with race winner then on the road, Alex Rivette's Lotus Elise. The cars funneling their way into the pit lane, and Kieran Mogg is down there in the pit lane to catch up with our winners.
Thank you very much, and what an amazing race. A little bit of an interesting one for car number 3, Alex Rivette there, as the roof came flying into the pit lane as we were standing at the pit wall. And we've got car number 22 behind us. So as you see, Alex Rivette there just in the scrutineering bay, having this car just double checked over. And I'm going to try and see if we can get an interview. This is car number 5 here, which is Shedham. But we need to try and get the winners of that last race. Now, we've got one of the winners here. This is the Class A winner, which is England, number 8 here in the Subaru. So we'll see if we can grab an interview with him. Hiya! Fantastic race there. Obviously, winner of the Class A race. How was it for your point of view?
Yeah, well, so we had the crash on, unfortunately, for Paul Waterhouse. I was right behind that, so I was lucky to miss it. I hope he's okay. And then, yeah, after the second start, just got away okay. A lot more grip than this morning. Didn't do very well in quali. And then, yeah, it seemed to go okay.
Definitely, and obviously you were, I don't know if you could see it in your rear mirror, but you and second place in the Holden Commodore were having a bit of cat and chase there. You were gaining, then he was gaining, and we're being told to move out of the way. Do apologise. Sorry. Get out of the way of the route scrutiny there in a second. And this is a Holden Commodore here, so at one point it's actually 4 seconds a lap quicker on some of the laps, obviously as they were going through traffic. And we're finding out that something is happening with car number 3. Not 100% sure what is happening just yet. So it was a provisional winner. It might be number 65. We'll obviously have to let you know what's happening with that. And we'll see if we can... no, jump in. He's going again. He's going again.
Sorry about that.
Anyway, so unfortunately we can't get the drivers for this one. We'll throw to the ad break, and then we've got the BMW 116 Trophy Sprint Race coming up next.
So it's time for the first ever championship race for the Gadshocks 116 Sprint Championship. A series last year turned into a championship for the first time this year, and this is how they line up after an interrupted qualifying session. 555 Matthew Highcock on pole with 151. Peter Keane alongside. On row 2, 173 Matt Priestwood and 25 Ethan Hall. And on row 3, 10 Paul Whiten and 209 Will Abraham. Moving on to row 4, we have number 48 Daniel Scott and 228 James Waring. Row 5, 50 is Liam Brazitz and 47 Connor Anderson. Row 6, 31 Sam Holman, who's alongside 320 Simon Hopcroft Lopez. Row 7, 232 Jonathan Baker and 83 James Cannon. On row 8, 41 Tristan Rogers is alongside 86 Pete Brand. And on row 9, 888 is David 30. Number 30 is Harry Miles and 333 is Ben Snee. Row 10, 103 Steve Lloyd and 233 Ayrton Redfern. Then we get to 888 David Hudson and 220 Neil Fox. On row 12, 55 Jacob Nowak and 34 Toby O'Reilly. Row 13, number 1 is Paul Offord and 104 Ben Dobbs. Row 14, 105 is Michael Lavery and 325 Callum Davis. On row 15, 102 is Sean Frey and 78 James Paul. And then finally on row 60, number 8 is John Turner and 186 Cole Petters, makes up a 32 car grid for the Gadshocks 116 Sprint Championship here at Brands Hatch.
21 David Hudson smoked the barrier early on and basically creamed one side of the South African flag car out, but the Jeff Steele guys have laid into it. It's nearly all cosmetic. There was a steering arm replaced and some work done on the exhaust, but the rest of it, just a lot of gaffer tape out there. But that car with the distinctive South African flag livery is back in the race.
And it's, as we say, a very healthy grid for the first round of a brand new championship for this year. Same ethos as the 116 trophy, which is for 90-minute endurance races, so the same cars. However, the sprint idea, which was fought up last year, was a series, and such was its popularity, it's been turned into a championship. You score points really with your car, because you have the opportunity to share the car, as about half of the grid are.
Yeah, that's right. I've spoken to Ben Snee earlier on, and Ben won the Autosport 3 Hours at Snetterton last year with Nigel Greensall in Ben's Lotus Elan, and he's here. He's 50 now, and he's here with his two younger brothers, Damien and Dan. Damien's driving in this afternoon's race, and Dan will share with them in tomorrow. They're making their debuts in this meeting.
Yeah, that's there's so many people that are doing it. There's so many novice drivers on this grid, and even more, I think, in the 116 Trophy Endurance race tomorrow. But this formula that was fought up by Mark Bate a few years ago, which took a couple of seasons to gain traction, and then it's just taken off. I think there's 70 BMW 116s registered for the season. We've got about 40 of them here.
And what's
today.
odd is when you see them on the racetrack, and you go home and you'll see nothing but BMW 116s on the way back.
That's right, an affordable way into motorsport with a great brand to race for, BMW.
Until you come to insure one as a 20-year-old, as my daughter's done recently. She doesn't have the car, then she looked at the insurance and said, "Oh, not for me."
Not sure what happened to 320, Simon Hopkoff Lopez. He was overtaking people on the green flag lap and now overtaking people to the grid. So whether he had a moment on the green flag lap, I'm not sure. He's taken up his spot.
It's one of the Ryan scaffolding cars, isn't it? I think it is.
Green flag at the back. So this is a 15-minute race for round one of the 116 Sprint Championship for 2024, and it gets underway. And it's a very even start from the front row, which is Matthew Highcock and Peter Keane. That car that was having problems on the green flag lap has made a good start, coming around the outside. Hopkoff Lopez and the rest of the 30-odd BMWs plunge into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, with the pole position driver Matthew Highcock leading the way, but Matt Priestwood is up to second, so he's got ahead of Peter Keane in through Paddock Hill Bend. There's a car that's arriving with two wheels on the grass, which is 83, I think, or maybe 80.
Yeah, it was 83, I think it was, up the inside.
So 83 with James Cannon.
Yes.
Who was right in the mid-pack. They're three abreast coming out of Graham Hill Bend again for something like 10th position on the inside in that group. 86, I think, Pete Brand. So this is pretty lively in the middle. Some of the team DTO Motorsport cars haven't got themselves together.
And there are four of those with the same liveries, aren't they? Here's a change up the inside. The car on the inside got very squirrely for a moment. Got the power down though. A challenge for the lead.
Yeah, Matt Priestwood, who started third, going for the lead into Paddock Hill Bend on the inside of poleman Matthew Highcock, and he might get hung out to dry here because he's got Peter Keane in the wheel tracks of Priestwood as they go through Paddock Hill Bend, but Highcock is hanging it out on the outside line, but I don't think it's going to be good enough to keep the teenager Priestwood. Well, he's going to have another go, isn't he, Highcock, round the outside, but he's brake too late for the hairpin markers. And he's lost the lead.
He has, and but Priestwood came on really well last year, didn't he? And he's looking very strong. There's a change potentially at the inside, not quite close enough to Keane. That'll be Abraham, I think, in fourth place. But here they come then, with Mac Priestwood ahead of Matthew Highcock, the poleman, and then there's a three-way scrap. A change for fourth place there, and that's Ethan Hall. Lost his bonnet in practice, went up over the screen, obscured it, and that's the bright car with the day glow flashes on it of Ethan Hall in fifth place.
And he coming with him is Simon Hopkoff Lopez. Remember, had that problem on the green flag lap. He started 12th, he's up to something like 6th. 105 is off the road, which is Michael Lavery up at Druids. He's going to get back going. But Hopkoff Lopez, I think, has also got a transponder issue because he's not being registered at the moment on our screen. The 320 is up in this lead group, which has been led by Matt Priestwood. He and Matthew Highcock have got away now from Peter Keane, who's third. Ethan Hall up to fourth. Will Abraham is the driver who dropped down the order. He's fifth, but back ahead of Simon Hopkoff Lopez, not currently showing on our timing screen. And also in this battle is James Waring, the youngest driver on the grid, just 16 years of age, who raced at the Wilton Mill kart club last season and going well there in something like 7th position, battling with the now car that's not featuring on our screen, Simon Hopcroft-Lopez, but is featuring on the circuit.
Yeah, that's indicative of some talent, isn't it? Coming out of karting and then stepping into one of these as a teenager and running very strongly in the top 8.
Yeah, he's in the car that Sandro Ballesteros raced last season, and he says he wants to be a GT racer. There's a car in the pit lane, and at this point, I'm obliged to say, from Great Dunmow, Paul Offord in the pit lane. New fastest lap of the race, Matt Priestwood, the lead, has done a 1:0.214, which is just outside the lap record for these cars, and he's 3/4 of a second now, ahead of Matthew Highcott. The two of them are Paul Cleo or Peter Keane in 3rd. 4th is Ethan Hall, 5th is Will Abraham. A gap back to Paul Whiten, who's in 6th there, 2:32. Getting very close to the back car ahead. That was Jonathan Baker right on the bumper of Daniel Scott. That's for 10th position. Scott ahead at the moment as they go through Graham Hill Bend. Further up the road, side by side for 4th position. Well, Abraham was on the inside of Ethan Hall. So that's a good scrap that's going on. Both for Will Abraham, pretty young driver who's getting more and more experience, was a winner here last year in this same race, and he may well have just picked up a spot to go ahead of Ethan Hall. He has, and Hall's lost another spot because Simon Hopcroft-Lopez is up to 6th. Another, though, aimshop.com fastest lap for Matt Priestwood, who's got a second ahead of the rest.
And that's Waring, isn't it, coming up? Is it Waring or is it... get the number.
Might be Whiten
in the red car.
That's right.
Yes, that's Whiten, the Drury Lane car.
And just behind them on the novice cross is James Waring.
Is Waring.
So 1:0.153 for Priestwood, which I think is a new lap record for BMW 116s here at Brands Hatch. And he's got a 1.1 second advantage over Matthew Highcott. We're only on lap 5. It feels like a lot has happened during the course of those 5 laps.
Yeah, certainly has. It's never a dull moment in this type of one-make racing, particularly at a tight circuit like the Brands Indy circuit, where the whole pack can be compressed so easily by traffic.
And it suits these cars, this circuit, I think. They're low-powered cars with sort of short straights on this circuit. It really suits these cars well. Up to 4th, there is Will Abraham, who's the latest driver, I think, with a transponder issue that is struggling on our screens. But he's caught Peter Keane for 3rd. He's trying to go around the outside. He's set the fastest lap of the race. It's gone under a minute. I don't think we've ever seen one of these cars go under a minute around here before. 59.974. Will Abraham sets the aimshop.com fastest lap of the race, and he's caught Peter Keane for 3rd position. So this is a great effort for Abraham, who did drop back, I think, in the early stages, but he's fighting back really well, Marcus.
Yeah, he is, and he looks really racy right now. He's found a sweet spot in that car, and he's getting more and more confident. But that sub-minute lap for the car that we can see at the back of our screen there. Will Abraham, he's in the slipstream now of the 151, which is Peter Keane. Sweeps to the outside, up over that compression, and dives down past the lap runner, skittering through the apex of paddock corner. You can hear the tyres chirruping.
But Peter Keane stayed ahead at this stage. Keane, who formerly raced Citroen C1, just switched to BMW 116s. And he's on the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. A better run out of the hairpin for Abraham, but he can't make anything of it. As they start to scrap, the top two have 2.3 seconds ahead now. Highcock ahead of Keane, and in the background Simon Hopcroft-Lopez not that far back in P5, another 1.2 seconds at the start of the lap. Abraham all over the back of Keane. He goes a wide line into Cleoways to try and get the momentum through the corner and accelerate off the bend better than the car ahead.
Yeah, he took some good apex speed there, and suddenly he's up on the back bumper, so he's close enough, but is he pulled out too early in the straight to make this happen? He's got his nose ahead, got a bumper ahead, but he hasn't got that territory to get back into the apex. And they're side by side through the apex, but round the outside, nosing ahead. That was very tight under braking there, as 151 kind of decided to cede. That was Peter Keane. And a new third place man then is Will Abraham.
Yeah, it was a move that took a long way to get there, and so often you see here at Brands Hatch you have to start the move sort of half a lap earlier, and that's what he did, taking that wide line through clearways. That's where it all begun, and he had the momentum to get alongside through paddock. Peter Keane gave him racing room through paddock, which helped him on that outside line, had the momentum up towards Druid, and as you say, Peter Keane elected to perhaps break the step a little bit earlier.
Cost them some ground, hasn't it? It's a long chase now of the first two, Mac Priestwood and Matthew Highcock.
And the two of them are 2.2 seconds apart now, because Priestwood has pulled clear of Highcock. Then it's Abraham in third after making that move on Keane. Behind them, a change forwards that sixth position. Paul Whiten goes up the inside of Ethan Hall, runs out wide up over the curbs. His car 10, Paul Whiten. Has he got sixth position secured? Well, no, because Ethan Hall is on the inside in the mint liveried 116, and back ahead he goes then. So Ethan Hall briefly lost sixth position, but back ahead by the time they got to the hairpin.
Yep, the classic FX car of Ethan Hall. None the worse for that bonnet shooting up this morning. He drove it very gingerly back to the pits, had it all secured, and was back on track a few minutes later.
It's got a different logo on each side of the car. Classic FX on the right hand side, you're saying it says Mint on the other side. So one of those cars that you can sort of be confused what you're looking at from one angle to another. But still in sixth position is Ethan Hall ahead of Paul Whiten. But Whiten again has got a good run up across the start and finish line with just over 5 minutes of the race to go. Whiten on the outside line, going to try and get to the apex. It completely misses the apex, so he isn't as quick through the corner as he hoped to be. So Ethan Hall stays in sixth and ahead of Paul Whiten. We're behind them now, James Waring closing in, the 16-year-old student from Lancashire who only started karting 2 years ago. He's up there in eighth. Behind them, Battles trying to be inside the top 10. In 10th currently is Peter Brand, but rubbing him the 232 car involved in this is Jonathan Baker, and Baker goes through into Graham Hill Bend, but runs wide and will probably lose that position by the time they get to 30s.
Yeah, it's all about momentum, and that next one behind them is trying to follow through.
Daniel Scott's the third car involved in this, and they're going to be free abreast as they go down towards clearways, which isn't something you see very often, particularly in sort of tin top style racing. And Baker has got 10th back then from Brand, and Brand might lose his position to Scott. Daniel Scott on the inside line through Clark Curve, and up towards paddock they come. They're all chasing 47 and catching Connor Anderson, so this is going to be a four-way battle shortly for 9th spot. So Brand has dropped to the back of it, just getting out of line. And then two cars come through, Jonathan Baker and Daniel Scott. Peter Brand's car could almost be one of those 116s you see on the motorway. It's almost got no branding on it other than the championship sponsors. They've got Laser Tools number plates this year as well. Battle up at clearways. This is for sixth position again. Ethan Hall versus Paul Whiten, with James Waring not far back. A wide line there from Hall. Is that going to give Whiten the opportunity to come up the inside through Clark Curve? I think it has done. And the Drury Lane BMW looks like he's going to be slotting in to sixth position by the time they get to paddock. Meanwhile, Will Abraham's done another better lap, 59.96. He is catching Matthew Highcock. He's 1.5 seconds behind him. I think that was double that earlier, Marcus.
Yeah, he's certainly making some good ground now. So 11 laps in.
Yeah, we've still got the 15 lap race probably this.
Yeah, 3¼ minutes to go.
Someone's had a huge spin out of Graham Hill Bend. I just caught out to the corner of my eye. There it is, 106 was that? Something like that. No, well, it's 186. Pete Brand, who was in that battle we were watching earlier. Oh no, 186 is the Pettis car, apologies, rather than 86, similar livery. So I think it's the Pettis car that had the spin. But this is the battle we saw Paul Whiten get past Ethan Hall a few moments ago. James Waring trying to join in on this battle. Meanwhile, the leaders have gone across the line, 3.1 seconds apart. Matt Priestwood's got into the 59s now. There's Peter Keane in fourth. He's under pressure from Simon Hopcroft Lopez, just gone through our shot. Ahead of this battle for sixth. Let's have a look at this battle for fourth position. Peter Keane, who started on the front row of the grid, I think he's got pole for round two later. We've just dropped down the order a little bit. He's down to 4th, 9 seconds behind the leader. And with Simon Hopcroft-Lopez, who has been the driver who's moved forwards in this race from 12th on the grid. And yeah, Keane, who was quickest in the wet second session, not going as well in the dry conditions. Continues to come under pressure.
I think Waring is from that that dynasty of racers from the northwest. Andrew Waring, the famous historic Formula One racer and historic Can-Am racer. He's raced for, oh crikey, 50 years plus, and they come from that area of Lancashire.
Yeah, from Garston, James Waring. There's Will Abraham. Is he going to catch Matthew Highcock before the end? A big slide through Paddock Hill Bend. An impressive drive this from Abraham.
Yeah, Priestwood has joined him under a minute now in terms of laps. They're the only two who've got beneath 60 seconds round here.
I think he's going to run out of laps, isn't he? This is the penultimate lap of the race, we think.
Yeah, he's running out of laps and running out of rear grip by the look of things. There's Ethan Hall.
Yes, he's dropped away from Paul Whiten after Whiten passed him, and now he's coming under threat from James Waring. Here is Abraham, though, in the CSC racing car, son of Paul Abraham, who races this car on occasions too, the ex-Fun Cup racer. And just ahead of them, going on to the last lap of the race, is Matt Priestwood. Last lap board goes out. We haven't seen much of Matt of this race since he got past in the early stages. Remember, he only qualified 3rd. He's now 3.4 seconds ahead of Matthew Highcock, with Will Abraham 3rd. And they've got a bit of traffic potentially on this last lap of the race too. But there's Priestwood, the race leader in the Spray Tech liveried car. Mac, who joined the 116 I think a couple of years ago from off-road racing, unusual way into circuits. Highcock, he's sliding around 2 now, and he has been caught by Will Abraham, but it's going to have to be a last corner attack if Abraham's going to be able to pull this off.
It's going to have to be engineered from now so that he can get a quicker exit, Will Abraham, off clearways here. What he's done, he's got the power on early, and here he comes. But was that a slight stutter of the car in front? I wonder if we missed a gear there, or just didn't quite get the acceleration you expected. There's Mac Priestwood, who has won, but it is a very, very close finish for 3rd. Matthew Highcock 2nd. Will Abraham is there in 3rd place, just a quarter of a second behind, and then Peter Keane 4th. Hopcroft-Lopez 5th. Whiten 6th. Hall, Waring, Baker and Scott completing the top 10.
4-second winning margin then for Matt Priestwood. A pretty faultless drive there from young Mac to beat Matthew Highcock, who just held on that last lap at 0.26 of a second ahead of Will Abraham. The cars are still flowing across the line. Such is the size of this entry, and with everyone still running, that one car that had pitted has got back going. So I think all 32 cars that started are going to take the checkered flag. So that's a fantastic effort from everybody. Very high standard quality of driving in that race, considering the inexperience on the grid. So congratulations to everybody there, really, because that race won very smoothly. Indeed, there was some great racing throughout the pack.
Yeah, David Hudson, who had that moment in qualifying, damaged the side of his car. He's managed to bring it home in 20th place, a couple of places behind Sneed. There's the result then. 173, Mac Priestwood wins it from 555 Matthew Highcock, 209 Will Abraham, 151 Peter Keane was 4th, 5th 320 Simon Hopcroft-Lopez, 6th was number 10 Paul Whiten, 7th 25 Ethan Hall, 8th 228 James Waring, 9th 23 Jonathan Baker, 10th 48 Daniel Scott, 11th 47 Connor Anderson, 12th 86 Pete Brand, 13th 34 Toby O'Reilly, and in 14th place 31 Sam Holman. 15th was Liam Brezett, 16th Ayrton Redfern, drive through the field, 17th was Neil Fox, 18th where he started was Ben Snee in 333, 19th in fact David Hudson's come off on that last lap, got a place back, 20th Harry Miles, saw it a moment earlier on, Sean Frey, Ben Dobbs, James Poole, Steve Lloyd, Jacob Novak, James Cannon, Tristan Rogers. Our next one's through then, John Turner, Michael Lavery, Carl Patters, Callum Davis and Paul Offord. All 32 got to the end. Last runner 2 laps down.
Yeah, it's a great stuff that from the 116 Sprint Championship. We'll see them out later on today. If you're here at the circuit, we'll be going into a lunch break next. You're due to resume racing in about 40 minutes time with the Typar Trophy. If you're watching on 750 Motor Club TV, I think we're going to try and catch up with some people throughout the pit lane as well during the course of the next half an hour or so. But for now, we'll head down to Kieran, who's in the pit lane, and hopefully we'll be able to catch up with our race winners this time.
Thank you very much, and of course 116 is to never fail to deliver. And our winner, Mac, fantastic race. How was it for you?
It was great. We got moves done early in the race, and we just built on the gap from there. I mean, it's a really good start. Last year, we're now official sprint championship from last year. It's a good start.
Obviously, quite a dominant performance as well. You really managed to build that gap. Does that give you confidence going into the remainder of the weekend?
It certainly does. I mean, the remainder of the weekend, we think we'll see some rain, so it's going to be a mix again, but definitely good confidence going into the next one.
How's your confidence with the rain? Obviously, 'cause the track this morning was a little bit damper. How's the track today now and during that race? And then how are you confident? How's your confidence going into the wet weather sessions?
I mean, the dry, which was pretty much is great. It's a 4-second gap, so but the rain, we used to race on dirt, so it's kind of second nature, so it's good to be all right, I think. So hoping for the best.
So well, congratulations and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you. Now, if we move on to second place, Mr. Matthew Hitchcock, fantastic race for you. You, for a while there, you looked quite solid in second. Then towards the end there, you had William really closing up to you.
Yeah.
So how was it for you?
It was good. Car wasn't quite right. I had it set up for the wet this morning, and then changed it for this race because it was drying out. But the back end was loose, especially coming into paddock, so I just couldn't hold on to it.
How confidence going in for the remainder of the races? Do you think you can catch Mac?
Maybe. I'm going to have to do some changes to the car, but he's going very well today, so I don't know. I mean, we're on some old scrub tyres as well, so maybe change the tyres, change the alignment, go from there, see how it goes.
Excellent. Congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the weekend then. Thank you. Right, if we go and find Mr. William Abraham now, who's just over here. And William had quite an interesting race. He was battling for third for quite a while, and just saying you had quite a big battle for third for a while, and then you just absolutely got the hammer down, fast lap after fastest lap. That must give you some really good confidence for the rest of the weekend.
Yes and no. I mean, it's supposed to rain, so we'll see. If it's dry, then I'll be confident because I'm starting a bit further ahead in the next one. But it was a good race, lots of battling. Very close over the line with Matt, and yeah, I just really enjoyed it, to be honest. Yeah, it's great fun.
How is the track conditions now? Obviously earlier it was a wet session. How are you finding it now?
I think it's actually grippier than it was when I was testing yesterday. I think it's just because there's less rubber down. These tyres don't do well with rubber, especially for single seaters. So yeah, I thought there was a bit more grip and the balance of the car was different. I think everyone had the same thing. Me and Matt were both had quite big subway moments throughout the race. So yeah, it was cool.
Do you reckon you can take it to the leaders for the race tomorrow?
Don't know, we'll see. Hopefully.
Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend then. And then we'll be going to the lunch break actually for that, so we'll see you in just a few minutes. Hello and welcome back. And at this time it's a bit more chill. We haven't got any cars that are driving around. We haven't got to try and chase any drivers down. Well, in a minute we do. But things are a bit more chill. It's a lunch break, so everyone has swanned off to go and get some food. So as we can see here, the garages are slightly empty at the moment. And this is because this is where the BMW 116s are supposed to be. Some of them are back, not all of them, because some of them have been in scrutineering, making sure they're legal and everything. But for the time being, what we'll do is we'll take a little walk down here, try and see if we can chat to some drivers, some teams, and let's have a general chat about the day and the weekend we've got coming ahead as well. Obviously, we're at Brands Hatch. It was originally opened in 1950. It's the FIA Grade 2 circuit. There are two different configurations that we can race on. We need to get out of the way of this a second so we don't get run down by a race car. That is not a good idea at all. But yeah, there are two different circuit variations that you can choose from. You have the Grand Prix layout and you have the Indy layout. We're using the Indy layout today and for the weekend in general. So the Indy layout is 1.9 miles. It has 6 corners. And the current lap record is actually held by Scott Mansell. If any of you have watched YouTube in the past couple of years, you might know of a driver called Driver 61. And he was driving the 1997 Benetton F1 car that was originally driven by Jean Lacey and Gerhard Berger. Some of the tracks, so some of the races, I should say, that this track has hosted and continues to host includes GT World Challenge Europe, British Superbikes, BTCC, British GT Championship, TCR UK, and one of my personal favourites, the Formula Ford Festival, towards the end of the year in usually October. But we have, obviously, this weekend, we have 750 MC. We have a lot of different series, and there's a driver here, Mr. Phil Keane. Let's see if I can get a word with Phil. Could I just jump in a second? That was oh, sorry, do apologise. Oh, right, so do apologise. So obviously that was a pretty interesting race. Obviously you were fighting in for third position. Eventually, obviously managed to get fourth. But how was it for you?
Yeah, it was good. We're just really struggling with the front end of the car, really, and that's for some reason. The first few laps were okay, and then all of a sudden it went off massively. So maybe tyre pressure's too high, possibly from before. So, but it was pretty good. But yeah, like I said, just really struggling with the front end. So once I sort of lost the lead pack there, it was very difficult to keep up, and obviously trying to keep 320 behind me as well, which was quite an effort, but managed to get there in the end. So yeah, it was okay. It was all right.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the track has changed quite a lot from this morning when you guys were initially out. Has that affected your style or the car at all? Has the car been set up initially for wet and that's why you were struggling, or how have you coped with the change in conditions?
No, it's pretty much the same. I think we just set the tyre pressure a bit too high at the front. I think that's probably what it was. Thinking it because it's a bit colder. But I think next race we'll go back. If it's dry, we'll go obviously a bit lower. But it looks like it might rain later on today, so yeah, who knows? Could go either way. So it's just sort of a bit of a guessing game, really. But yeah, hopefully we'll get the car sorted, and starting from P1 for the next race. So yeah, hopefully get the car sorted and hopefully can stay in front with a bit of that.
Would you prefer a wet or a dry race?
Probably wet, going on the performance in the wet. But I think once we get the car sorted and get those tires sorted out, I think we can compete at the front. So hopefully yeah, either way, I don't mind either one.
Excellent. Good luck then for the next race. Thank you very much. All right, so going to carry on a little bit further down the pit lane again. So yeah, obviously there's still quite a lot of empty space in the garage. There's supposed to be a car here, but there isn't. So we're going to have to walk a little bit further down before we can try and find anybody else to have a chat with. And obviously a lot of these, well, they're all pretty much run by individuals. So there's some that have no liveries on the side of them, and there's some that have extremely interesting liveries. This is one of my personal favourites, absolutely fantastic looking car, matte black, which you can never go wrong with a bit of matte black, can you? It absolutely looks fantastic. Number 78 with the, so we'll have a quick look into it, because I mean, just the trouble is, right, when I'm talking about colours, I'm technically colourblind, so I can talk about colours, but it's not going to make absolutely no sense to you, going to make no sense to me at all. But from my point of view, it looks fantastic. If we have a look in as well, you can see that even the interior, if you want to come over here, Vive, come over here, come on, that's it, come on. Have a look inside as well. Even the interior is colour-coded to the car as well. And we have one of the drivers here. Can I just have a quick word with you? Who do we have here?
James Paul.
James, so were you out in that last session?
I was, yes.
Excellent. And how'd you get on?
I started 30th, not sure how we finished. Had a good start, got through 4 or 5 at the start, but preserving the car for tomorrow, because my other driver will have the ump if he turns up tomorrow. There's not a car left. So it's preservation and a bit more testing.
And how have you found the changing conditions today?
I'm glad that it's now dry. It was a nightmare this morning, and I was poodling around like an old lady at the back. Quite happy with that. don't like the wet, but yeah, it was good. Enjoyed it.
There are a lot of drivers that are saying that they actually prefer the wet as well, so you were definitely a fair weather driver.
Definitely fair weather driver, yeah. So.
Excellent. And can you talk us around the livery as well? Because I was just saying that I absolutely love the look of this car. Could you talk us around the choices?
Hoodpin is like a lifestyle automotive website. They sponsor us, and then we're also sponsored by Frank Warren, Hall of Fame promoter for Queensbury Promotions. So yeah, we like to keep it simple, nice and bright, and yeah, it's all good.
Makes it definitely stand out, I think.
Good. Yeah, that's what we want to do.
Absolutely. Well, good luck then for the rest of the weekend.
Love it. Thank
Cheers.
you.
Thank you very much. And obviously we've got some more cars over here as well, but we'll head back out this way. I'll just squeeze past you, Aviv. And yes, obviously Matt Black looks absolutely fantastic, and we've found out now why it's Matt Black. We'll have a quick wander down. Let's see if we can find out somebody else. Now, I have been speaking to a couple of drivers this morning. There is a team down here I do want to go and speak to, and I can't remember what garage number they're on. I probably should have remembered that, but I can't quite remember. And they built the car themselves in the last couple of months, and one of the drivers actually passed their ARDS test 3 months ago. So he's quite new to all of this. And see if we can pop in here and chat with anybody. I don't think that anybody's free down there. No, the trouble is, at the lunch break, everyone is, well, eating lunch, and so when we've got to try and fill something to have a chat with them, it makes it a bit more difficult. But this is the car that I wanted to have a chat with, these two drivers. They built this car in the last couple of months. It's taken 300 hours to put together. And oh, here are the two drivers actually. I'll we'll let them push the car back in, and then I'll steal them for just a couple of minutes. It's still running apparently. But yeah, so this has taken 300 hours to put together, and when they've parked back in the garage, have a look inside as well, because the dad is a painter and he's painted the full inside of the car, and it looks absolutely stunning. But if I can just grab you two gents a second. So how was your race? Who was in the car firstly? Me. You were in the car. How was your first race? Obviously you've not long passed your test. Yeah. How was it?
It's fantastic. It's as I imagined it. Speechless really.
Is adrenaline still 100 mile an hour?
Yeah. Well, no, it was really good. Really loved it. Can't wait for the rest of the season and tomorrow as well.
It was great for me to watch him because you supported me last year. It was great for me on the sideline, kind of cheering him on. Yeah, 3 abreast through Surtees. There was a bit, ooh, but no, you've done great. Yeah, really good. Really proud of him.
Absolutely. And obviously, we were talking earlier about the fact that you've built this car in the last couple of months, and it's taken 300 hours to put together. And you've only just passed your license as well. So could you talk about obviously your first experience, obviously at a first race event, and the experience of building this car together, and obviously racing it for the first time?
Well, building the car, I had a phone call off Lewis going, yep, we're building this car, I'm coming back with it now. And then from there, it was countless hours after work, a few weekends, side weekends, many late nights on a work night up to like 3 a.m. But yeah, built it to the best of our abilities.
Labour of love. Labour of love.
Yeah. And then seeing it all stickered up, ready for this race has been absolutely phenomenal. It's the best feeling ever. And having the privilege to race it as well. It's absolutely fantastic. So yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Absolutely. Now, obviously you've been racing for a little bit longer as well, and obviously you weren't in that race just. But how are you finding this car so far?
Well, obviously front wheel drive last year, totally different kettle of fish sort of thing. It's really good. You can have a lot more faith in the rear wheel drive. Certainly with these 116 cars, you can really sort of hang it all out and really drive the car to its ability. It's a lot more numbers. Obviously last year I was in track attack. I was sort of racing with like a grid of 15. We've come here now and there's 40 plus, so it's kind of a bit mind-blowing, and just the capacity. That's why we built the car. We sort of just all for it. Yeah, it's one hell of an experience. Yeah, and I can't wait to just get out now amongst it. Yeah.
Absolutely. So that's one of the reasons you said that you chose this series, because of just the sheer numbers. And obviously there is a lot of people out on track, and Brands is not the widest circuit in the world. No. So how are you finding trying to navigate the traffic?
Well, watching him go 3 abreast there, it's sort of like, obviously when you come on a track day, you've got the etiquette, overtaking on the left side only, but obviously racing, anything goes. And obviously the Indy circuit's just over a mile long, like you say. So it is very close, yeah. It's mirror to mirror action, quite literally.
Absolutely, absolutely. And obviously on a drying track as well, for your first time race, drying track, Brands Hatch, corners like Paddock Hill. Are you finding it tricky to like learn those track conditions, or you've kind of taken to it quite naturally?
Paddock Hill, not so much. Paddock Hill just flows. The Graham's Corner is still a bit sketchy there. Got a lot of improvement yet, but other than that, yeah, it's perfect. A lot better than the wet laps, that's for sure.
It's hard to gauge tyre pressures as well, because with a sort of a drying track, it's always like, where do you start them off at? Because obviously you start the race and it dries throughout. So we just noticed there the tyre pressures have obviously ballooned, so we're getting a lot of understeer, he's saying. So we're still learning. Obviously this is our first proper race with these guys. Obviously front wheel drive, totally different to rear wheel drive. We're just absorbing as much information as we can and having fun along the way. Yeah, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
It's absolutely what it's all about. But you can tell that it is your first race out because of how clean the car is still. Because so should we have a look inside? Oh, there's a bump here. There's a bump here. What happens?
Going down Paddock Hill, someone come on the inside. And yeah, I wasn't letting them go past easy. But luckily, that's the only damage so far.
Yeah. I can see Aviv's trying to find the damage. It's here. This is the damage. That's the only bump you've had so far. You can tell it's a brand new immaculate.
We're sort of like when you turn up to your gym session with your white trainers on, kind of thing. It needs a few war wounds, and sure we'll get many more. But no, it's a good job we can fix it ourselves.
Absolutely. I did hear the phrase earlier came from, I think it was you, all the gear, no idea.
Yeah, that weigh's on. Yeah, that's one of our mottos. Yeah. Yeah. We may sort of look like we know what we're doing, but we don't. we're sort of winging it, yeah. But no, yeah, it's nice as well to get companies backing us through this season, because we're both sort of early 20s, we're both mechanics, and this is our dream to go racing. And when local companies that are close to us back us through it, it sort of means so much to us. Yeah, woo, big up Barlow's, JCL, Euros, Signs of the Times, Stickering Girls, yeah, BTJ, yeah. Jason Insurance, great. Yeah, we love it. Really good.
Absolutely. And obviously one of the other things is your dad is a painter, and he has painted the inside of this car. Come on, Dad, let's get in. Come on, team manager, Mr. Painter. So obviously you're not out on track, but how is it watching these guys out there?
Well, Lewis has raced motocross from a young age, so I've still got a little bit of grey hair. It's getting greyer, and no, it's okay. Jakob done well in his first ever race today. Considering he's only had probably a year doing track days. Yeah. Not many of them either, so yeah, really good.
If we can talk about the interior a second, because obviously you are a painter by trade, you mentioned earlier.
Many years ago, yeah, many years ago.
So could you talk about, obviously you have painted the full interior of the car. Could you talk about some of the decisions that you took when painting that, and why you decided to do it in that scheme, and why it's obviously come out like it is?
Well, we came to watch the 116 last year at Alton Park, and we were blown away by the detail and the effort the teams put into the cars, which is all part of motor racing, isn't it? Believe it or not, we only painted it about a week or so ago, so don't lean on it too hard.
How you feel well?
Yeah. And
stay away. Stay away.
And luckily, I've got another 2 litres in the paint cabinet just in case we need it. Hopefully not too much. So yeah, it's great.
You might need a little bit from down there.
Well,
just a little bit.
Yeah.
Not put a bit of tea-cut work sort out there.
Compound, I'll get that off. Get the buffer out later on. Something for them to do later on anyway, that is. So yeah, the detail on the car, it's just, I think it just helps the series. If you turn up with a nice looking car, be enthusiastic about the sport, and yeah, it's great.
Now, obviously, a lot of cars and a lot of teams will use stickers and vinyl wrap to sticker up the car and everything. Is this all painted?
The green and the black's sprayed paint, yeah. Obviously, the stickers were done by Signs of the Times over at Whitchurch. I think we've got a couple of spare sets.
Yeah, we've got 3 sets of bumpers in side skirts. Yeah, plenty of panels.
Yeah,
waiting.
So it's 90% painted, and the rest, as you see, are stickers transfer. So it's we were going to go down and do a wrap, complete wrap, but it's a bit out of our budget. First year we are doing it on a budget, as you can see. Camper van, trailer.
One thing I will say is my toolbox has got a lot of green overspray on it now, because we don't have a painting booth. We sort of just sprayed it in the workshop. Well, you wouldn't tell by the finish of it, to be fair.
Isn't that what all club levels and motorsport's about, though?
Isn't it? Yeah, sort of like going back to your grassroots stuff.
Yeah. And this is it's keeping it to that. I know there's a lot of great teams out here. We're really impressed and really run really well, which is good on the media side.
Sort of blown away by the outfits, aren't we? Like we sort of last year we'd turn up, you know, your vans, your trailers, and you know your number plates on the cars and stuff. Then I turned up in range yesterday and I felt a bit small. Yeah, playing with the big dogs.
Our teams obviously can spend a lot of money, so you do see like the massive vans and everything. But the thing is, people with the small camper vans, they can do just as well. It's not about the gear. No idea. Sometimes it is about putting in the effort, and you can be competitive without it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, doesn't sort of matter how big your truck is. It's all out there that's the proof in the pudding, isn't it?
Yeah, well, to be fair, Jakob and Lewis, most nights after work, there's distractions for young lads and girls this day and age just to do other things, but they nail down over the winter. I think we bought the car end of the summer, did we, Lewis?
Yeah.
We have got 2 spare ones on the yard.
In stock.
So it is affordable if you like motorsport, and it's the same as anything, you know, you work within your budget and race within your budget, and that's what we're trying to do.
Absolutely.
Tell me, Jakob.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. One thing this series focuses on, isn't it, really? Yeah.
Yeah, we've got one golden rule. We don't work on a car until 5:30 onwards at night. And
otherwise, hobby can take over work priorities sometimes, can't it? Yeah.
Keeping their feet on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, obviously, I'll leave you to it. I'll stop buggering you up a little bit now. But obviously, good luck for the rest of the weekend, and hopefully see you towards the front. Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers. Right. Anyway, you headed out a little bit. Always nice to see some families out racing, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. It's not just the big teams spending thousands and thousands and thousands on the cars and on the entry fees and everything. It's dad and son there. Literally, it is absolutely fantastic. So, the next person I want to speak to is. If anybody was watching the race earlier, you'll notice the Lotus from the I can't remember what it's called. The Forces, that's the one. The Armed Forces, that's the race. The Armed Forces category. The roof came flying off, and actually we were stood on the pit wall at the time, and it came flying over us. And we literally, as soon as it landed on the pit lane floor, we initially realised that was the roof of the Lotus, and I can see it poking out just over there. And what I believe is the roof on the front bumper as well. So we'll head over there. On the way down, obviously, we can have a look. So we're now past all the BMW garages, and we are now into some of the other stuff. This is now the Armed Forces categories. So we've got Honda Civic Type R. The Subaru here is the Class A winner we spoke to a little bit earlier. This Holden Commodore is absolutely fantastic. V8 from Australia. This obviously competes in the V8 Supercars Championship. I believe that stopped competing. Design stopped competing, I should say, 2016, 2017, I think it was, it stopped competing. But still, fantastic car, and when it goes past, it is absolutely amazing. Got some more BMWs, but these are part of the Armed Forces lineup. Now, we are getting down towards the bottom end of the pit lane. Obviously, we've got some more Caterhams and things. Got a Toyota MR2 here, which is doing okay. We've got a fantastic liveried up Cleo here as well, which looks like it's been in the gravel, I think. There's, if you want to have a look down there, there's a lot of gravel that's ended up down there. Don't want to interfere with them because they look like they're rather busy. But here we are, down towards the Army Motorsport garage, and unfortunately, you have been disqualified.
I have. Yeah, we're looking a little bit lighter now. We've got one less roof and one less engine cover. And the clutch is gone. So, yeah, unfortunately, the meatball flag was out, and I didn't catch it in time. And yeah, unfortunately, not a victory just yet. And I don't think we'll be out in race 2. But boy, it's a car to drive. I tell you, you've got to look at the positives. This is absolutely phenomenal. I enjoyed it a lot.
You had quite a big gap, obviously, to second place. And what I also noticed as well is you in second place, and only you two, were taking a different line down the straight. Everybody else was sticking on the dry line. You were driving on the wet. Was that a purposeful decision?
I'm assuming you're talking about sticking on the right-hand side. I've always known that to be the line. Any series I've competed in. Maybe it's just talent stays right. No, I think it's just a little bit easier down the hill. You're probably only getting a few tenths out of it. But no, it's good. It's good. we set some good times. I think we actually had a lap record for Class B there, minus the disqualification, so I'll just have to do it again another time.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, we were having a bit of a chat earlier about this car, and there's quite a fascinating story. Could you tell us a bit more about it?
Yeah, so we picked this car up sort of the tail end of last year off UK Lotus Centre. Unfortunately, the original owner of UK Lotus Centre passed away, Rocky. So this race is in memory of him. We picked it up in sort of an idle state. The engine, we didn't even know if it turned on. So we managed to sort of pick up the car off UK Lotus Centre and revive it, really. It wasn't too much work in all honesty, but they're here today in support. It's been an absolutely phenomenal project to work on with my chief mechanic, who's my dad. So big shout out to him. But yeah, the K20 Lotus Elise has been really, really good. Good fun to drive, good fun to work on. Just a little bit more work now.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that I did, you mentioned earlier when we were having a bit of a chat, is this doesn't have a Lotus engine.
No. So yes, we've got our Honda Civic K20 in there. So if a Lotus wasn't quick enough and powerful enough as it is now, we were kicking 135 at the back straight. So we're doing 210 brake instead of the factory 180 out of the Rover engine. So it's really good. You're revving up to 8,700 in a Lotus. It just it properly goes. It's brilliant. I love it.
I suppose VTEC kicking in a Lotus, is it difficult to keep it in a straight line at times?
Coming out of the corner, you do have to be a little bit careful, but once you feel the rear tyres lock in, it just roars, it opens up. Qualifying was a little bit sketchy this morning. I was properly teetering it on the edge, but no, they just complement each other so much. Absolutely phenomenal.
Absolutely, and obviously the entire series, obviously the Armed Forces racing is for everybody to obviously take part in. At the moment, although you crossed the line first, you didn't obviously get the win, but would you call that as first blood for the Army?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's, at the end of the day, you know, we're doing this series as a proof of concept for next year. This is a developing car. This is the first race the car's been in. So, victory for the Army in concept. I think we're definitely proving that we're putting the right people in the right places, and we're pushing the sport forward. We've got new team members here today I've afforded the opportunity for them to work on a race car. But no, it's really good to highlight talent, and see everyone else on track have fun as well.
Absolutely. And we're also talking about this BMW 1 Series behind you as well. So from what I understood, you have selected, or the Army have selected a driver for that season, for the season, for this car, and have paid for everything.
Yeah, so team members that have showed a dedication to the team and the sport the year prior, we afford them the opportunity to test the car at the beginning of the year. This is done through our selection event. Now on this selection event, we sort of look at the drivers as individuals and what they've afforded to us, and sort of how they listen to coaching and development, and then ultimately we select a driver who this sport would typically be inaccessible for, because it is an expensive sport, especially when your roof flies off. No, it is an expensive sport, and it just opens it up to people who wouldn't necessarily be able to do that. So it's really, really phenomenal. It was his first race out today. I think he's done really, really well and had a blast. So I'm looking forward to developing and seeing him develop over the season. We're really exciting.
And so who is in the car, and what made the Army, or I don't know, obviously the selection process, but why was he the driver that was chosen?
So ultimately, the driver's chosen not just on raw speed. We like to afford opportunity. It's to do with how you're listening to coaching, how you're developing, how you build up speed, and also the time you've invested into the team. You could just shove anyone and give them a free drive, but actually spirit and cohesion in the team is a big thing. So if we feel that a person has done well in those aspects, then we'll invite them to come have a drive and see how they do. So yeah, absolutely.
And how many cars are you, as the Army Motorsport team, running?
So this year I want to say we're running about 7 or 8 cars, which is actually quite low for us. We have about 14 or 15 cars total within the team. Trying to get a few more of them out. I think this is still living in a legacy from COVID, unfortunately. So budgets are a little bit tight, but we're slowly building the team back up, and hopefully we'll see some more cars back on grid towards the end of the year. We've got a few more veterans back, which is really good, and we were able to have a few guest drivers as well. So if anyone else does want to join, please come and have fun with us. Yeah, it's good racing.
Absolutely. Well, fingers crossed, obviously, you can get this repaired. You said it's not going to be out for the second race.
I don't think so, no. We've got a few too many gremlins inside, but back at Brands Hatch for Club Enduro and hopefully Croft after that. That'll be good.
Absolutely. Well, I'll leave you to it then because it looks like you've got a bit of work to do. But good luck repairing it.
Cheers. Thank you. Hope you enjoy your day.
Cheers. Thank you. You too. Right, so we'll carry on a little bit out. I don't know how many minutes we've got left. I don't think we've got too long. Ambulance going past there, obviously. Giving a big thumbs up to the drivers. So I believe that is all we've got time for now for the pit walk. I can't remember which race is up next. I probably should have memorised that. But I think we're going to go to a quick ad break. And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I'll see you then.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We're about to resume racing here at Brands Hatch for this 750 Motor Club meeting, and the Tigiwa Typar Trophy is our first race to come up after lunch, the first round of the Typar Trophy for 2024. We have both races here at Brands Hatch this weekend coming up today, so it's a busy afternoon for this championship, which is for Honda Civic EP3s, run to a tight regulation set, and it is the largest grid of single-make Honda Civics in the country. Very competitive as well. And yeah, you can see the cars in the assembly area preparing for the races this afternoon. A great looking grid, lots of great liveries and very distinctive too, each one of them. And in qualifying this morning, it was a driver who we haven't seen in the championship before who set the fastest time on a drying circuit. Don de Graaf, the 33-year-old, returning to racing this year. He hasn't raced since the pandemic. He finished third in the Cleo 182 championship back in 2019 when he most recently raced, the former Formula Renault man, setting the fastest lap in qualifying by about half a second over the reigning champion Joe Jessup from Northamptonshire, who took the title last year in pretty dominant style. But he has some real competition this year with Don de Graaf joining the championship. Then Matt Wilkins, third fastest, who won the last couple of rounds last season, finished second in the championship, the driver from Berkshire. So he will go off-road too. An impressive session from Martin Bugg in his newly built car for this year, in his third season, the ex-National Autograss champion. Set his best qualifying position in the championship to qualify fourth. So again, we have lots of returning drivers as well as some newcomers, but it's a new driver to the championship that is on pole position. Also welcoming into the championship Wayne Flint, moving over from BMW Racing. He's the sort of mid-pack, the driver from Devon, making his Typar Trophy Championship debut today. We have Andrew Cooper moving over from Formula V. He's on the grid this weekend too. So it's good to see a number of drivers joining the championship, as well as a very large percentage of drivers returning from the 2023 season. And we shouldn't be too much longer before we're able to get this first race of 8 this afternoon underway, and the grandstand starting to fill up with spectators here this afternoon at Brands Hatch. If you're here at Brands and listening on the PA system, thanks very much for coming out. It's not a particularly warm day for the end of April, unfortunately, but hopefully some great racing to look forward to, with a couple of Typar Trophy races this afternoon. Tin top action also from the Cleo Sport Championship, Mighty Minis and Hot Hatch as well. And the second races for Armed Forces and 116s will be out later, as well as the single-seaters, a F1000 Championship, the fastest cars here by a long way this weekend, and potentially the fastest cars on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit all season. They were last year, with Matthew Higginson's 44.67 seconds being the fastest lap of the season last year at Brands Hatch on this circuit, which is a impressive effort. We'll see if we can go even quicker than that today. We've had, after some early rain this morning, the track has dried out, so we've got a full dry circuit now to look forward to this afternoon. Hopefully it will stay that way. Some weather forecasts suggest that may not be the case by the end of the afternoon, but we'll make the most of the dry conditions we've got now. See number 66 there, Ross Borman, former Cleo 182 racer, who moved over to the Typar Trophy, I think, last season. He's qualified in 12th. He's alongside Jake Johnson there in the assembly area. Jake from Cheshire, in his 4th season of racing, formerly raced in the CNC Head Series in a Ford Fiesta, but moved over to this Civic for this season, so he's qualified 11th. Then alongside Borman, we can see Wayne Flint, who we just told you about, ex-BMW racer from Devon. And then alongside him is Adam Parker. Adam, just 17 years of age. He's a student from Lancashire, who last month passed his road driving test on his 17th birthday at 10 a.m. So that must be about the youngest you can be to pass your road licence. But Adam's been in his, I think, 4th season of circuit racing. He started racing at the age of 14 in the Junior Saloon Car Championship after karting in Junior Road Tax, and then moved into the Typar Trophy last year in the car that is prepared by his father, Andrew. So that's Adam Parker, who will start mid-grid. Alongside him in 18, you can see Matt Duffel, the 36-year-old IT consultant from Leicestershire, who's in his third season of racing. Another Autograss convert. He's a 2004 Honda Civic that he turned into a race car in 2021. These Honda Civics, 20 years of age now, which is quite remarkable, really. They still look very modern, and they make a great race car. In the background of shot, 94, that's Ursula Jordan, a bit further down the grid than we'd expect from her. She's 30 years of age. She's head of communications over in Warwickshire in her 5th season of racing in this family-run car. It's a new build for this year, so perhaps just dialing it in this weekend at Brands. And she starts there alongside number 88, which is Joey Al-Hawari, who's 36 years of age from London, in his first ever race today in a car that was built by Ashley Hewlett. And the car road legal. He's driven it to the circuit this morning. He's put the MRF number plates on the car and having his first race today. So we hope all goes well there for Joey. Alongside him, number 13, is Tom McFarlane, who's 34 years of age from Leicestershire in his 2nd season of racing. Raced a Volkswagen last year in the CNC Head Series, Northern-based category. He's in this DH Racing prepared car, Danny Hobson's outfit, that's running a lot of cars over the course of the weekend. So that is Tom McFarlane in his 2nd season. Adam Huntley next to him, number 16, just to the far right of shot. He's 40 years of age from East Sussex in his first ever race today. Former track day goer. And another Danny Hobson built car, which was previously raced by once a Formula Ford Festival Kent winner here at Brands Hatch, Dave Fricker, who's car now been purchased by Adam. Still, though, under the Danny Hobson banner. And he will start from row 11 of the grid. So that's a few of the cars you can see in shot there. To the left of shot is number 7, Andy Iodine, the garage owner from the West Midlands, in his 2nd season of racing in the ex-Dan Chapman car. And Dan Chapman also returning to the Typar Trophy this year. He starts on the 3rd row. But let's have a look at the full grid as the cars make their way out onto the circuit. So on pole position is number 15, that's Don de Graaf, making his championship debut today, alongside number 28, the reigning champion, which is Joe Jessup. Row 2, 86, Matt Wilkins, a race winner last year, alongside 14, Martin Bugg. And on row 3, 104, Dan Chapman, alongside 93, the former MG champion, Joe Delgado. Row 4, number 19, is Ollie Musgrave, and he starts alongside 42, Trafford King. Row 5 is 74, Richard Lindsay, and 11, Joe McMullen. Row 6, 24, is Jake Johnson, and 66, Ross Borman alongside him. Row 7, 55, championship newbie Wayne Flint is alongside 92, teenager Adam Parker. On the 8th row, 18 is Matt Duffel alongside 77, Luke Emmons. And on row 9 we have car 61, James Delisle, and 12, Richard Jones. Row 10, 26 is Lee Rickard, and 41, Andrew Cooper. The 11th row, 16 is Adam Huntley, and 13, Tom McFarlane. And on row 12, 88, Joey Al-Haraway, and 94, Ursula Jordan. Row 13 is Carshaven, that's Andy Iodine alongside circuit racing newcomer. 374 is Kai Lindsay, and 31, James Ferguson, rounds off a 27 car grid we have for the opening round of the 2024 Tagewa Typar Trophy. So we have a green flag lap upcoming in a few moment time. Thanks again for those of you tuning in on 750 Motor Club TV. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Lots of live streams to come up over the course of the season. Full race coverage will be uploaded as well over the course of the year of the rounds that are live streamed by Alpha Live. And also like the video too to help others know more about the 750 Motor Club live streaming we have over the course of this season. But cars are heading out onto their green flag lap on this 1.2 mile Brands Hatch in the circuit, and Marcus Pye alongside me. Marcus, this championship that came about a few seasons ago has been very popular for these fantastic Honda Civic EP3s.
Yeah, it's not surprising, is it? And I was kind of a little bit interested when you said, "Oh, the cars are now 20 years old." They don't look it, do they? They're one of those iconic cars, like maybe the VW Golf GTI and TDI Mark IVs. You see them around on the road, etc., and they still look really fresh. And they're great. I mean, a lot of them have been converted into race cars these days for various championships, but this one particularly strong. And they're really zinging little engines, aren't they? Very high revving and a well-balanced chassis as well. So, yeah, good to see it's so popular. And I hope that a good, clean race is going to ensue.
Yeah, Dan Chapman, who starts 5th today, he took me around Snetterton in one of the cars at the 750 Motor Club track day last month, which was quite exciting. As you say, they're very high revving, so you really notice that. Because I haven't been in many race cars. Mazda MX-5 is another one. These are a lot more violent cars to sort of sit in, but they make really good lap time thanks to that. And Dan got nice and sideways a few times, but well, easily controlled from his...
strong braking, do you feel? Do you sense when you're in the passenger seat a really good retardation?
Yeah, certainly for what is a production car at the end of the day. I was speaking to Josh Files, who drove a similar car recently, and he said compared to a full touring car, the brakes aren't great, but what do you expect really from a car that is, these are just road cars that are converted, and round here the lap record in the Typar is a 55, so 55.34, which goes back to Adam Shepherd, who was a winner here a couple of weeks ago in the TCR UK Championship. That's a quick lap, isn't it, around Brands Hatch?
When did he set that?
That would be 2 years ago or 3. I haven't got that.
Yeah, certainly it's.
I think
it's lasted
a
while,
years, hasn't it? Since he's been in the championship.
And then quali this morning. I mean, Dom de Graaf with a minute flat, minute .254. So 4.5 seconds away or whatever on a pretty greasy track at that point.
That's right. It was a session where everyone just got quicker and quicker. And lots of people were quickest at different times. Joe Delgado, who ended up 6th, was quickest at one point. He was a winner at Cadwell Park last year in the first grid race. He won the MG Trophy 2 years ago.
Yeah, by and large, this was sort of last of the late breakers, wasn't it? The last couple of laps were the best, and the vast majority of the grid did their best times on laps 10 or 11 of qualifying. Don de Graaf, it was his last shot on 9 laps that got that pole.
Red lights are on, and 15 minutes. The TGR Typar Trophy gets underway for the first round of the season. And newcomer Don de Graaf doesn't make a great start. Newcomer to the championship. He's dropped a load of positions. Joe Jessup, last year's champion, leads. Dan Chapman goes for 2nd on the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. He started 5th, and he's got to... Oh no, big slide. That's de Graaf's gone one way. There's another car. Is that Martin Bugg that went the other way? He's in the gravel. There's a cars going absolutely everywhere. Is it Trafford King, possibly 42, that's stuck in the middle of the road? 14, Martin Bugg in the gravel. Don de Graaf is getting going. That's Joe Delgado with lots of damage to the front of his car. And I'm afraid it's all gone very wrong on cold tyres at Paddock Hill Bend. It's okay for the top 3. Joe Jessup turns into...
Red flag.
Yeah, as expected.
Yep.
Although a few of the cars, we've still got 2, haven't we, on the run up Harewood Hill, I can see. Martin Bugg's car in the gravel. So he and Don de Graaf lost it and went sort of in opposite directions in the end. There, the red flag's confirmation on our screens. Marshall's up there at on the Marshall post on the exit of Clark Curve. But that all went rather wrong, I'm afraid. Don de Graaf's qualifying went so well, and then he made that poor start. First time he'd done a standing start in 4 years, and then at Paddock just got 2 sideways.
And he was only 5th into Paddock, but he was on the wrong line as well, because he was tight there to the apex. You're going to run a bit wide, and you've got to say sideways, and not sure that his car actually is damaged.
He might have got back going, yes. He might be able to reclaim his pole.
Yeah.
But so we've lost certainly Martin Bugg. There's a second car. I thought that may have been Trafford King, who was the second car at Paddock, but I think everybody else has possibly returned. So perhaps in a few moments we might have another chance to have a look at that, to try and explain what happened in a bit more detail. to Don de Graaf and Martin Bugg and others.
Bug's in the green car, isn't he?
That's right.
Yeah, that went across and then nailed the car that was on the outside, which was a turquoise one going up the hill, as I saw. So
Wonder if that was Trafford King there.
may well have been.
And we saw Joe Delgado with damage, but we're going to have a look at a replay of what happened at the start of the race. So the red lights went off, Marcus, and let's see what happened.
Yeah, there's de Graaf being swallowed now. So the two cars to the right and the one on the inside are both through, and that must be, is that Bug coming up the outside as well. Here they go. I think there might have been a touch earlier on.
Yeah, he got into King when he went across the road, Martin Bugg, and then Joe Delgado nailed the back of King as he had nowhere to go. And there's the damaged 93 car. So plenty was happening at Paddock Hill Bend, and none of it good, really, I'm afraid to say. So it's going to be work for some of the teams to do to get cars back out for this afternoon, or the second race this afternoon, which is due in just over 3 hours. So the cars that survived are returning to the grid, thanks to the Alpha Live team for being able to show us that replay.
Well, the two of them probably take a front wing in the, or a couple of front wings in the trailer, don't they?
Yeah, if you've got an EP3 road car and don't want it taken, you might want to hide it if you're here at Brands Hatch. So we see then Joe Jessup there on the front row. Matt Wilkins is there too. So we've lost de Graaf, but he may come through in a bit.
Yeah, because he was one of the very last to get away from the scene, because he was parked up on the inside.
And Delgado didn't get any further than Druids with that damage to the front of the car. So that's a shame for him, because he went pretty well in qualifying.
Yeah, he was 6th in qualifying, 93.
Yeah,
Joe Delgado.
We've lost, then Martin Bugg, who started directly in front of him, missed the car in the background in the gravel. And then Trafford King, the one directly behind Delgado, is the other car involved. So King obviously got past Delgado at the start. So he was another driver who started well.
There's a bit of sweeping down there on the circuit, and the telehandler just moving away.
The incident happened right in front of the Howard Hill Hardcore, who attend pretty much every Brands Hatch meeting we have. So Trafford King's got back going, Marcus. Now, I imagine there's damage to the rear of his car, maybe not. I thought that's it.
Yes, that's where it's hit. A really big whack in the driver's door.
It shows you the job the roll cage has done there. It's on the driver's door, but Trafford King okay and able to drive back. People are asking online about how they can find out more about these championships and how to get involved. Well, if you head to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, there's a full list on the homepage of all the championships, regulations, and there's contact details on there as well. And there'll be lots of people in the office that will be more than happy to talk to you about how you can get involved in 750 Motor Club racing. The 750 Motor Club, the home of affordable motorsport in the country. And Marcus, you've been watching 750 Motor Club racing for so many years, and the club has, particularly in the last decade or so, it's very much grown, and with, I guess, the landscape of motorsport as well.
Very much so. It's changed a lot, and what it does so well is it listens to its members, it caters for the emerging trends that are out there, it picks up on cars that are capable of sustaining a one-make championship. Anything really in that original idiom of providing, I don't know about affordable motorsport, it's accessible motorsport very definitely. Motorsport is expensive by definition, but if you want to do it on a budget, this is the place for you.
And as I say, the landscape sort of changed back in particularly the 80s. Single-seater racing was very much the way to go, I guess, if you want to get involved in motorsport. There are still single-seater championships. Formula V, very popular this year, full grids. But tin-top racing, production car racing is sort of the 21st century way of doing things.
Yes, that's right. And there's no shortage of the base cars out there, which is useful. But in single seaters, I mean, that all changed. I mean, Formula Ford came on in '67, first race here in the first week of July of 1967. But that really was overtaken in a way by Formula Vauxhall and Formula Vauxhall Junior, which replaced Ford and Ford 2000 in terms of visibility, because they were running on the big with the big leagues and putting a lot of money in as well. Renault also came on board, putting a lot of money behind their championships, both the Cleo Cups and Formula Renault. And now, of course, it's all swung round in that, and Formula Ford is the flavour of the month again, but not the subsequent Zetex or Duratex or EcoBoost or whatever else. It's going back to the old Kent days, which were just superb, and that's really strong. But this type of racing, we'll see. We've got the Hondas on, we've got the Renault Clios coming out next. They're great little cars, and as that sort of hot hatch genre of car became hotter and hotter and hotter over the years. When these days, you've got a car and you think, oh, it doesn't have 300 horsepower. It's not really something I want. It's the cars are out there, and all the work's done by the factory engineering teams on producing something that's a really strong, quick car. So converting them into racing spec is not the deal it was back in the sort of 60s or 70s.
Yeah, I suspect Joe Dogano's done a radiator, and that's the fluid we can see on the runoff up at Druids.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of coolant rather than oil, but it could be an oil cooler buried down there as well. But more likely to be the radiator, as you say.
He stopped the car nice and early, so hopefully hasn't done any long-lasting damage. And he hasn't driven around the circuit spreading fluid all over the road.
And provided they've got another rad in stock or whatever, and maybe a bonnet, that may well go again if it's not damaged the suspension geometry of the car. But these days, these type of cars are so strong.
See number 74 there, that's Richard Lindsay, who moved to circuit racing last year. He raced in the Brisker Formula 2 stock car scene previously. And he's brought his son along to the championship this year, Kai Lindsay, making his circuit racing debut, again coming from short ovals. The short oval scene, I guess that's changed a bit in recent years. There's a lot less ovals in existence, or operating. So that, more of the recent thing has been people coming from autograss racing, which perhaps wasn't as popular before.
Well, autograss kind of grew out of autocross, which was sort of thing when I was growing up in the sort of 60s and 70s. And autograss had a huge focus and a huge following across, but I think particularly across the Midlands and the North for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. I suppose it's demographic of motor clubs and their spheres of operation. But when I was a kid, it was autocross with minis, increasingly light minis, so to speak, and then the specials, and the specials were the cars that sort of dominated by the end of it. But then rallycross came along, and that again changed, and the manufacturers got involved at that point. And in one way that's good, another way it's not so good, because suddenly budgets go up to be running at the front, but rallycross still hugely popular. Autograss, I'm sure, still has a very strong following. And say the oval racing, it kind of tends to be sort of family orientated, doesn't it? If you're kind of born into an oval racing family, that's what you do. Same with circuit racing. It's very rare for someone to come sort of brand new into all these things without some influence, having been an enthusiast as a kid, or having had dad, uncle, cousin, or whatever else who's done it, or aunt, or whatever. In some cases, you've got people racing now, both of whose parents competed in their own right.
Yeah, that's right. I think the countdown to get this race back underway has begun, so we're going to get a green flag lap and then a 10-minute restart. So it's going to be a real sprint, and I wonder what Don de Graaf has learned from his first experience of firstly getting the car off the line, and then what happened at paddock.
I think what he's done is he's certainly learnt how not to do it, and he's got away with it, which is incredibly fortunate.
There's 3 other damaged cars. Not necessarily nothing to do with him, I don't think, 'cause that was a secondary incident that was going on.
Yeah.
But like you say, he's got away with it and gets another go from pole. Joe Jessup was a bit of a starter last year, and I think he's continued that into this season. He starts alongside last year's champion. He's in his mid-40s from Northamptonshire. Long-time karter, Joe Jessup, moved into circuit racing in 2021, which was part of the foundation package the 750 Motor Club put together to get people into the TGR Typar Trophy. And that really went well, because that brought probably about 15 entrants or so into the championship, and they've stayed there, and the grids have been big ever since. And Joe Jessup, one of those cars, and then he's continued racing it, finished 3rd in the championship in 22, and then won the championship last year. So he starts 2nd. Behind him, Matt Wilkins, who was 2nd in the championship last year. He is former stock catcher, racing the Compact Cup as well, and now in the Typar Trophy. Started racing back in 2006. I think had some time off and then returned to racing the last half a decade or so. Number 12 going through there, Richard Jones. He's from Middlesbrough in his 3rd season, but 2nd full season of racing in a car that he prepares himself, as so many club racers do, as well as the preparers on the grid, such as DH Racing and Motion Motorsport, who are running a number of cars over the course of this weekend.
And they're running in this championship on the MRF tyre, aren't they?
That's right. You can see the MRF number plates all the cars have to run.
But there's been a switch round in some of the others though over the winter, hasn't there? So
yeah, that's right. We'll come to some of that a little bit later on. With supply of tyres a bit more difficult, really, since the pandemic, particularly racing tyres, where some manufacturers decide not to continue with them. But you'd think with all the cars that are racing, you want to continue with that, because there's probably more cars racing now than there ever has been, and everyone needs to buy tyres.
that's right. It'd be a major consideration, you thought, if you were the marketing manager. And but it's fortunate we still have tyre manufacturers involved. Of course, this big change over the winter with the demise of the Avon brand. That was a trusted brand, but now re-emerging from the ashes as Nova.
Red lights go out, the race gets underway then for 10 minutes. Again, it's not a great start from Don de Graaf, so Joe Jessup's going to lead a great start from Dan Chapman, who flies up the inside. He's alongside Matt Wilkins and should get 2nd into Paddock Hill Bend. They're still alongside one another, I can see on the outside line. Wilkins is going to try and hang on. These were the drivers who were the top 3 in the championship last year, and they're all dicing up towards the hairpin. I think de Graaf is 4th. Everyone's safely through Paddock this time. 3 abreast in the mid-pack, including one of the newcomers, Luke Emmons. But for the lead, it's Jessup from Wilkins from Chapman. That's how they finished in the championship last year, with championship newcomer de Graaf in 4th position, but potentially quicker if qualifying's anything to go by.
Yep, hard to tell. We're going to see as the race continues, and a look up the inside there. That's down the order.
A battle for 2nd on up across the line behind Jessup.
Here they come. De Graaf's at the back of this group now, having qualified on pole. He's 4th into Paddock, and he still is there. Jessup, Wilkins, Chapman, de Graaf, and a gap back to Johnson and Musgrave and the rest.
Yeah, Johnson started 11th. That was a great start from Jake Johnson, the driver from Cheshire. Meanwhile, side by side for the lead. So Joe Jessup had a good lead across the line. He's been caught by Matt Wilkins, who's on the outside into Graham Hill Bend. You don't often see that move work into the corner. Sometimes you can get a better exit. So what was a good lead for Jessup has come to nothing, and the top 4 are all together. There's damage to the side of Wilkins' car, a bit of trim hanging off as he rides the curb up through McLaren, Marcus.
Ran onto the grass on the inside. I noticed that de Graaf had a lock front brake going into the hairpin, but that first 4 have made the breakaway.
And again, Wilkins right on the tail of Joe Jessup up towards Paddock Hill Bend. They turn right through Paddock. Up the curb goes Dan Chapman in third, but again Wilkins has got a better run, so Jessup has to defend up towards the hairpin. Don de Graaf, the only person really taking that wide racing line because he's at the back of the queue, so he's not being attacked.
Touching the back bumper there was third place car of Chapman, just touching the back of Wilkins.
Jake Johnson still the best of the rest.
The side strake has come off the bottom of the second place car. It's Wilkins.
There's a big challenge for fifth in the background. Ollie Musgrave goes up the inside of Jake Johnson. Musgrave did qualify ahead of him. He can't go through though. Johnson, after his good start, stays fifth. And behind Richard Lindsay versus Ross Borman. Borman on the inside gains a spot.
Yeah, that was over the curbs. Quite dramatic. And Lindsay's going to lose that here as well to the gunmetal car on the inside.
For the lead, Matt Wilkins is on the inside of Joe Jessup into Paddock Hill Bend. Jessup surely can't do anything about it here. So the double Donington Park winner last season goes through. So Matt Wilkins leads. And here comes de Graaf up the inside of Chapman into Druids, but he can't go through. Big gap then back to a huge battle pack for fifth place. But Ollie Musgrave's got himself ahead of Jake Johnson. Following him through is Ross Borman on the inside through the hairpins. After that good start, Johnson starting to drop back, but he fights back in towards Graham Hill Bend on the inside line of Ross Borman. Can't make that work, but great racing in these opening laps.
Yeah, it is. De Graaf looks quick enough from this distance, but he's got himself a bit boxed. There's Borman at the head of that next squabbling quartet.
Chapman's got past Jessup now too, so Joe Jessup, who was quick off the line, doesn't seem to have the pace necessarily, although he fights back on the outside line down the Brabham Straight to go potentially back into second place as they turn into Paddock Hill Bend. And the outside line, Chapman's on the inside line, but it's very, very sideways, so de Graaf could get both of them here if he has a good exit. Jarts to the left-hand side of the circuit. Jessup somehow still second on the outside line into Paddock.
He'd have been better going the other side, but the momentum was taking him to the outside. There wasn't any opportunity, I don't think, of switching his trajectory.
Jessup's in the 57s, a whole second slower than Matt Wilkins, who's got the fastest lap at 56.1. Still half a second or so away from that record pace. I wonder if Jessup hasn't got the setup that he was hoping for. Certainly hasn't got that pace that Matt Wilkins was able to show, and it seemingly Don de Graaf has behind as well. But de Graaf hasn't been able to move forward at this stage. For fifth, Ollie Musgrave coming under pressure from Ross Borman, who's having a good race. He started 12th. He's up into sixth position. Looks like Trafford King did make the start, didn't he? Despite that big damage to the driver's door. And now Jessup's done the fastest lap. So lacking pace in the early stages. Now the aimshop.com fastest lap for Joe Jessup, a 56, or it's not quite the fastest lap, is it? A 0.154, 6,000ths slower than Matt Wilkins, who still does have the actual fastest lap of the race. But Jessup is catching. He was a tenth quicker on that lap. But yeah, then Musgraves, Borman, Wayne Flint, new coming to the championship ahead of Jake Johnson as they turn their way through Graham Hill Bend. Down the Cooper Straight. It's a line of about 10 cars in this group. Top 10 cars get reversed for the grid for race 2. Joe McMullen is the driver currently in P10, but he's got plenty around him. Behind is there Richard Jones in 11th, I think. Meanwhile, leads across the line. This time Joe Jessup has done the fastest lap, and it's a 10th away from a record time, but we're almost at record pace now, 55.438, and the lead gap comes down to 4/10 of a second after the aimshop.com fastest lap for Joe Jessup, who dives up the inside into the hairpin, runs wide though. Marcus, can he hang on?
It looks like he probably can, because there's no way around the outside at Graham Hill Bend when your route's being cut off, and Jessup did that really, really well. Still that side skirt hanging off the side of the Wilkins car. In third still is Chapman. Fourth is de Graaf. And then low probes on the inside up there, and they're going to slow themselves both down at this point, and which might open them to attack from Daniel Chapman.
Yeah, great battle this is. Position changing a few times, which you don't always see in one-mate racing around here. So it's Jessup back ahead by 1900ths of a second from Wilkins. Into Paddock Hill Bend they turn, with Chapman sideways behind in P3. De Graaf's dropped away a little bit, They've got a car to lap shortly. That was a bold move that Jessup made a lap ago up here at Druid. We saw the end of it.
It was almost like he had to have one shot at it just to see, and probably was just as surprised as we were that he went through.
So Wilkins is again the attacker. So Jessup, who's got the fastest lap, leads. It's 31 that they've got to lap in a moment. That's James Ferguson, who I think is new this weekend. A huge battle pack for fifth continues, and there's some touch in there too, as Wayne Flint there is on the inside of Ross Borman, I think. So Borman has lost out. Jake Johnson got rid. There's a touch there. There he sideways goes Wayne Flint. Joe McMullen got into the side of him, and that's going to give Richard Jones a chance to come up the inside of the pair of them as they go through Clark Curve. And then Trafford King is joining in. Can King get into the crucial top 10? Meanwhile, there's a challenge for the lead up towards Druids again.
Yeah, that's right, and tries both sides, still with that flapping skirt, but look at this, Daniel Chapman is now right with them and looking really threatening.
Down into Graham Hill Bend then, with Joe Jessup hanging on, but by the smallest of margins. It seems whoever leads cannot get away, and then they come under pressure, but when they're the driver behind, as Jessup was earlier, now Wilkins, they're the quicker one. Through Surtees, up through McLaren and on the brakes in towards Clearways. We've seen challenges here before. There's 2 laps to go at the end of this. This is lap 9 of the race, and a tight line out of Clark Curve taken by Joe Jessup, defending from the Motion Motorsport run car of Matt Wilkins. Dan Chapman in their wheel tracks too, and diving to the inside is Matt Wilkins. A really ballsy move, but he's all sideways as they turn their way through Paddock Hill Bend. Surprisingly, Dan Chapman isn't able to really attack after that. I thought the top 2 were going to compromise their lines, but that's the third lead change we've had over the last few laps, and another very attacking move, and Matt Wilkins back ahead.
Yeah, that was another heart-in-mouth job, wasn't it? But when the cars are so even, you've got to make these last-second decisions. He's engineered his way up the inside and just kept his boot in.
Yeah, a few weeks ago at Brands Hatch, we had some other similar one-make racing where there wasn't really any pass changing at all. This is really great stuff from the Typar Trophy competitors. And now Dan Chapman is looking up the inside of last year's champion, Joe Jessup. He can't quite do it, though. Jessup covers off the line. There's 1 lap to go at the end of this. And Matt Wilkins going for 3 in a row because he won the last 2 rounds of last year at Donington Park. And now he leads on to the final lap here at Brands Hatch, but this race has been a difficult one to win, and he hasn't won it yet. He hops up over the curves through Paddock, has a good exit though, extends his lead. Interestingly, Don de Graaf has fallen a long way behind these 3, so it's a 3-way battle on this last lap.
Yeah, it's almost like he's thought, well, I'm going to settle for this now. I couldn't live with them. There's no point over driving, and let's just keep it on the island. But it's not over yet. As far as the lead's concerned, between these top 2, and holding a watching brief is Daniel Chapman in 3rd, there to pick up the pieces.
I wonder if Jason was going to dive up the inside of Clearways, but he's thought better of it. Can he get the exit? He's got a better run through the corner.
He has. He's earlier on the power, isn't he?
Yeah, we're going to have a race to the line. I think we are. Jessup drawing up alongside. He gets closer and closer up towards the finish line. They're absolutely even as they cross the line. It's pretty much a dead heat. Jessup's been classified as the winner by 37 thousandths of a second with the fastest lap on the very last lap. Remarkable stuff then. It didn't look like he was going to make it until the very last moments on that run to the line. Joe Jessup wins with what must be the smallest winning margin in Typar Trophy racing. Getting the aimshop.com fastest lap on the last lap too. 0.037 of a second between Joe Jessup and Matt Wilkins. 3rd goes the way Dan Chapman. Don de Graaf with 4th. Jake Johnson got back to 5th. Well, I think it's his best result in the championship, ahead of Ross Borman, Ollie Musgrave. Trafford King got to 8th, who I think probably started that from the back. Oh, and Andrew Cooper, I think the director of the 750 Motor Club, I'm afraid, is in the gravel trap. But that was a great way to start the Typar Trophy season. Possibly the best Typar Trophy race we've had, I think.
That was fantastic, and that fastest lap on the last lap, what was it, 55?
Yeah, 55.385,
yeah.
Just missing out on the record. Let's take a look at the results then. That small winning margin of 0.037 seconds. Joe Jessup the winner from Matt Wilkins. Dan Chapman was 3rd. Don de Graaf in 4th. Jake Johnson in 5th. Ross Borman was 6th, ahead of Ollie Musgrave, Trafford King, Joe McMullen, I should say, in 9th, and then Richard Jones 10th. Just missing out on the top 10 was Wayne Flint. Richard Lindsay also dropped back to 12th. James Delisle and Adam Huntley completed the first page of results. And Adam Parker, Luke Emmons, Matthew Duffel, Lee Rickard, Tom McFarlane, Andy Iodine, Joey L. Haraway and Kai Lindsay finished on the lead lap. Andrew Cooper was in the gravel at Druids. James Ferguson was a lap down, and we lost Ursula Jordan as well before the end. But as Marcus was saying, that fastest lap from Joe Jessup, and it was the exit to Clearways. You so rarely see it in tin top racing. You get Caterham racing, things like that, a big slipstream to the line, yes, but not this type of racing.
But the engines in these Typars are really zingy, really accelerative. They pick up their revs so quickly, and a good run out. You can see how early Jessup got back on the power, and it worked beautifully.
And down with our race winner, Joe Jessup, is Kieran to have a chat with our top three.
Thank you very much. Yes, a photo finish to end that race. I'm going to have a chat to the top three drivers. We've got Joe Jessup, Matt Wilkins and Daniel Chapman. So let's go and have a bit of a chat over here. Going to take the outside route. Careful not to get run over by any cars. And we'll have a chat with Joe first. So Joe Jessup, wow, that was 38 thousandths of a second, I believe, was the difference. 38 thousandths of a second, yes. You really had to fight for that one. How does it feel?
It was a fantastic race, just super competitive right from the beginning. So yeah, I was just on 100%, like every single lap, every single inch of it. And yeah, Matt did a great job. He just left a tiny gap around that last corner, just managed to sneak up the inside.
Now, there is obviously some talk of some rain coming later, and obviously over the next couple of days and everything. How's your confidence going into perhaps even a wet weather session?
I mean, it was pretty slippy in qualifying this morning, so did some bits and pieces with the setup, so we're feeling okay. I mean, I've never really raced around here in the wet, so we'll just see how it goes. I think I'll be starting 10th for the next one.
Well, best of luck and congratulations on the win. Thank you very much. We'll try and get Matt Wilkins next. Matt, if I could just grab you a second, sorry. Is that a bitter pill to swallow almost? 38 thousandths of a second?
On the last lap, but you know, we'll take a good result.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you had a really good battle. Obviously, you've definitely got the pace there to race for the win. So
yeah,
is that at least
like a more even playing field this time with the new weights and stuff? Seems good.
Yeah, definitely. How, obviously, there's some chatter of some maybe wet weather. How did you get on in the wet session this morning, and are you confident if it is a wet race for your next one?
Yeah, we've done quite a bit of wet testing because the weather's been bad this year, so I feel quite confident in the wet here.
Definitely. Well, obviously, commiserations on that, but good luck for the next race. Thank you very much. And we'll grab Daniel Chapman next. There's third place man. Daniel, that was quite an intense battle you locked yourself in with for that race. How was it?
It was really good, to be fair. Really enjoyed that. It was a good race from start to finish, and it was close all the way through, which is what we want really in tin top racing, isn't it? So.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the podium, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Brilliant. Thank you very much. And we'll head to an ad break, and then on to the next race afterwards. See you in a second. We now move on to the opening round of the K-Tech Racing Cleo Sport Championship here at Brands Hatch, with a good grid again of 20 tin tops from the Cleo 182 and Cleo 197 200 models. On the grid, on pole position, is number 48, Charles Shelbourne, his first pole in the championship, alongside 30, qualifying best 2 for Darren Ransom. Row 2, number 3, Jack Kingsbury, the Class B champion last year, alongside the overall champion, number 1, Chris Lawrence, moving into a 197 for the first time. On row 3, 55, Justin Griffith, who was quickest for a lot of the session, is alongside triple 1, Nick Harrison. On row 4, we get the first of the Class A 182s. Number 13 is Mark Enott, and alongside him 7, Stephen Richardson. Row 5 is 72, Pete O'Connor, and 17, Sonny White. And on row 6, 10, Josh North, and 82, low-cost winner last weekend at Croft, Paul Clark. Row 7, we have 31, Chris Page, and 14, karting graduate Jack McConnell. On row 8, 12 is Matt Hipkins, and 88, Brian Craven. Row 9, motorcycle convert is Matthew Poncia, and 11, David Redshaw alongside.
And on row 10, making her debut today, car number 8 is Chloe Daly. So it's 19 cars. I'm afraid we lost a couple of cars in qualifying this morning, and it doesn't look like they're going to be there to make the start today. Max Martin rolled on his outlap from qualifying in Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap, and Steve Croxford, the ex-Renault 5 race, also had some damage, and it doesn't look like they're going to take the start. But it was a very competitive qualifying session this morning in drying conditions, where the top 5 cars in qualifying were separated by just 0.3 of a second, and majority of the cars set their fastest lap on that last lap in quali, Marcus Pye. And again, it might mean a slightly jumbled up grid.
Yes, absolutely. And it was cold this morning. It was damp underfoot, and now it's improved. It's probably the warmest it's been. I suspect that the wind has dropped just a little bit, looking at those flags opposite us, Josh. But it's the scene is set for a tremendous race. So there's a couple of tenths only between the first 3 on the grid, and as we go into this, 57s are the pace. We had 5 cars in the 57, 0.294 over the top 5. So it's anybody's game between Charles Shelbourne, Darren Ransom, Jack Kingsbury, Chris Lawrence and Justin Griffiths, who I see has entered in a Renault Cleo 200.
That's right, yeah, slightly more modern than 197s, with a same based platform. So 197 and 200s in Class B, and then 182s in Class A. Pretty similar pace to 2 different cars, but you do score points in your class, and the overall champion can come from either class. That's what happened last year when Chris Lawrence won the 182 portion of the championship and scored more points, and only won in a 197. So he became the overall champion, but he switched this year. He's got a 197 for the first time and starts 4th. I think the only drivers to have won overall races before on this grid are Jack Kingsbury and Justin Griffiths. So lots of new people at the front of the field, which is always great to see. Darren Ransom, a big improvement over last year. The man from East Sussex in only his 4th season of racing. So he's gone really well here.
It's pretty much half and half, 197s and 182s. Interesting to see that the poleman, Charles Shelbourne, is tailed down, so that when the wheels scrabble for grip, the whole thing all evens up. You've got that notable compression you can see on the grid, sort of really where row 4 is, I guess. And at that point you can feel the cars not bottoming out as such, this sort of car, but you can certainly feel as they go into the rise towards paddock, and they're facing each other, which looks ominous, doesn't it, from this distance?
So the lights go out and the K-Tech Racing Cleo Sport Championship gets underway, and it's a good start from Charles Shelbourne, so that strategy worked well. Darren Ransom pops in underneath him on the run up towards paddock. Kingsbury to the outside. Chris Lawrence tries to go with him. Kingsbury probably more regular racer at the front in these types of cars, so he's trying to go around the outside of Darren Ransom, braking late. Mark Enoch going well in the first of the 182s. He's gained possibly a couple of spots as he shuffles his way alongside Justin Griffiths, and now Kingsbury up the inside into Graham Hill Bend, but Darren Ransom gets the car turned in, and Kingsbury's going to have to work a bit harder if he's going to get second. This is all allowing Charles Shelbourne up front to pull clear in the lead, still side by side for second place. So I think Jack Kingsbury should grab it. But maybe not, because Ransom's still on the inside line. He's not going to give up his first chance of a podium position easily. He's still on the inside, and Kingsbury, if anything, may lose out to Chris Lawrence, who's alongside.
He may well, and the car that's in behind them, the white and blue car, that got a little bit sideways in the middle of Paddock Hill Bend, but fought back well, and that is the car of Griffiths, isn't it?
That's right.
So through they go, but Shelbourne's scarpered.
Yeah, Darren Ransom's fighting so hard to hang on to second, which he's successfully done. It's meant that Charles Shelbourne's 1.8 seconds up the road. Chris Lawrence has possibly got the better of Jack Kingsbury out on the outside line in that livery that's sort of a replica of Alan Menyu's 1997 championship win in Laguna with the yellow and blue. He's ahead of Kingsbury through Graham Hill Bend, but by the time they get to Surtees, Kingsbury's back on the inside to get third place back. Last year's Class B champion versus last year's Class A champion, but both in the same car for the first time this year, with Justin Griffith, who's fighting along with them there in 5th spot. So they're all still in the same order, the top 5, as they were at the start of the lap, despite a few position changes during the course of lap 2. But Charles Shelbourne pulling clear. He's 2.1 seconds ahead of Darren Ransom.
Yeah, that's a handsome advantage to have at this stage of the race. Looking to see where Anot is in that first of the smaller cars.
Well, he's got Pete O'Connor on his inside in another Class A car.
Yeah,
O'Connor's going to go through.
He's lost that, and he's about to lose second place as well, I reckon, because 31 is up there too, and that is Chris Page.
Yeah, round the outside at Graham Hill Bend, and he's gone into second. He might lose another one, Enoch, here, because Steve Richardson's up the grass on the inside line into Surtees in 7, and he goes through. So Enoch, who was leading 2 corners ago, is down to 4th in the class, but he fights back immediately on the inside line into Clearways, and that potentially didn't go to plan because Josh North is coming through now in the 10 car, but no, North can't quite make it. So Enoch's dropped to 4th for now. Meanwhile, Darren Ransom's just set the aimshop.com fastest lap of the race, a 57.119. Ransom, who's not been on the podium before, he's not finished in the top 5 in a race before, is chasing the race leader. This is a great overhaul of his pace since last year. Meanwhile, up at Druids, Josh North has Sonny White's car trying to go around the outside, but he ran a little bit too wide, I think. Paul Clark behind, who took his first ever circuit racing victory last weekend in low cost at Croft, and set a new lap record there too. Meanwhile, Chris Lawrence versus Justin Griffiths for what is 3rd position, because Griffiths is ahead of Kingsbury. Jack Kingsbury just started to fade away a little bit, perhaps surprisingly, last year's B champion. And now Griffith has got good pace in that Hustle Motorsport Cleo 200, as Marcus made reference to earlier. Slightly different car to the 197, but similar enough. And he's just set the fastest lap. He's the first man in the 56s. The aimshop.com fastest lap is a 56.989.
Yeah, that's Justin Griffiths, isn't it? Yes, in that. I can see now, yes, it's slightly different, isn't it, to look at? Not a great deal of difference, but the front is the giveaway.
Griffiths is planning to build a V6 Cleo for hot hatch for the future.
That will be cool.
But I think he's been moving house over the winter and still in that process, so that means building new race cars is put on the back burner for a little while. But he's still got his Cleo 200 here, which means he is fighting Chris Lawrence, what is 3rd at the moment. Meanwhile, Shelbourne to Ransom, it's coming down by about a 10th a lap. It's 1.7 seconds at the moment. There's still 2/3 of the race to go. And Lawrence and Griffiths up the curb for Chris Lawrence in true Renault Clio fashion, taking that line. Then Kingsbury there just dropping away in 5th. Nick Lawrence 6th. Then the first of the A's, which is Peter O'Connor. He's now a 2nd ahead of Chris Page. And then Stephen Richardson. Mark Enoch, the fast starter, very much fading away now in 10th position.
Yeah, that Hustle Motorsport 200 looks to sit well on the circuit. And he's tucked in behind Chris Lawrence.
Yeah, Griffiths, aerospace engineer, he was telling me a few decades ago or so, he was making propellers for Spitfires when they were being, the ones that were being restored and such like. Oh, and a bump into the back of Enoch, who might have missed a gear or something. That was Josh North, who then clipped the back of him, which has damaged the pair of them and slowed them up, and Sonny White has passed the pair. I think that was an error. Firstly, perhaps a gear change for Enoch, and then North just didn't notice what was happening.
You can see the damaged bumper now bearing testament to the back of Enoch. So there's Griffiths up the inside of Lawrence into Druids. So that's Justin Griffiths up into 3rd place.
Yeah, it's a 2010 car, the Clio 200 that he drives. The driver from Shropshire. He finished 2nd in the championship 2 years ago when there were not so many 197 200s on the grid. Former rally driver a couple of decades ago, but it's been circuit racing now for 6 or 7 years. Meanwhile, 7 laps are being completed, some more challenges And so Enoch's back up to speed, so I presume it was just a gear change. And Josh North with that damaged front bumper now has got Paul Clark coming around the outside of him through Clark Curve. So Clarkey going for 12th overall on that outside line for Paddock. The lorry driver from Southampton, Paul Clark, slots in back behind Josh North, the driver from Shropshire in his second season of racing. Behind them, Brian Craven in a new car to him in the ex-Benz Swift 197 that went well here a year ago. And also involved in that battle, car 12, that is Matt Hipkins, another of the new drivers in the championship this weekend. Number of newbies in the Cleo Sport Championship this weekend, which is good to see. Fastest lap 56.9, still with Griffiths, or it was until Darren Ransom went through, set the fastest lap 56.824. Then that was batted by Justin Griffiths again, 56.787, the new aimshop.com fastest lap of the race. And that means Charles Shelbourne, who's had this comfortable margin all race long with half of the race to go, he's gapped down to 1.4 seconds. Despite him doing a personal best last time. Meanwhile, the battles a bit further down the order continue. Brian Craven and Matt Hipkins, and then just behind them, 14, which is Jack McConnell, the driver from Belfast. Although he's based in Milton Keynes nowadays, a multiple podium finisher in the British Karting Championship, former Irish Karting Champion back in 2016 and 2. In the car that Spencer Stevenson raced a couple of seasons ago. So that's Jack McConnell at the back of this group in 16th spot, chasing after Matt Hipkins and Brian Craven. Lead gap's been halved. It's 7/10 of a second all of a sudden. So Charles Shelbourne, who's hasn't been under threat, a slower last lap. Here he is for the first time really under pressure in this race with the more experienced Darren Ransom and Justin Griffiths behind. And then the two champions from last year, 4th and 5th, struggling to live with the pace with the two in front.
That's interesting, isn't it? They've sort of found themselves shuffled back. But there's the top three.
Blue flags go out to number 11, who's about to be lapped. David Redshaw, another newcomer, on what is lap 10 of the race. So there's Redshaw. They've already lapped Chloe Daly, who's in 19th. Shelbourne up the inside of the lapped car. And on this lap, Marcus hasn't lost any time like he did a lap ago.
No, this looks like a better lap from him. Does it reflect in his lap time? It's a PB, isn't it? Personal best. And it stretched the advantage.
Another car to lap is Matthew Poncia, who's been building his car up over the winter. He is a former motorcycle racer. Change for 4th. Chris Lawrence has got himself, has lost a place to Jack Kingsbury. So Kingsbury, the B champion from last year, goes ahead of the A champion from last year in a new car, Chris Lawrence, the driver from Lincolnshire. Experienced Carter before that. So they've put a lap on Redshaw too. Meanwhile, in Class A, Stephen Richardson up to 2nd. He's ahead of Chris Page and just 4/10 of a second behind Peter O'Connor. So good battles in both of the classes today. There's a third of the race to go, and we're about to complete lap 11 with Charles Shelbourne still looking for his first victory in the championship, who is now 9/10 ahead. So he's pulling clear once more. Meanwhile, there's a mechanical warning flag going out to one car. Not sure as to whom that may be, but that was being handed out manually. And there's a car potentially for the pit lane, is there? Yes, the car, Mark Enoch. That may be the car that had the mechanical flag, the former Class A leader, number 13, Mark Enoch, for the pit lane. Meanwhile, here's the Class A battle, nose to tail into the Druids hairpin. The former BMW racer, Peter O'Connor, ahead of the returning Stephen Richardson. Stephen's son Lewis raced in this car last year, but he's back in the car, Steve, this year. The window cleaner from Milton Keynes. And he's going for a class win, which I don't think he's had before, right on the tail of Pete O'Connor as they turn through 30s.
Yeah, two drivers have had a warning flag, 17 being one of them, and that is Sonny White. The other being number 30, second place man Darren Ransom. That'll be for track limits, I suspect. Here's a good tussle going on.
Yeah, this is the Class A leaders, the 182 leaders, and Stephen Richardson pulls out of the tow. looks to the left-hand side of the circuit. Pete O'Connor defending. And is that going to mean O'Connor runs a little wide, Marcus?
Fractionally, they carry good speed through there, and of course they've got the 2 cars ahead of them, which blocks the way of number 7 up the outside, which is Richardson. But the first one capitulates, the first of the lap runners, so the Fuse Metrics car coming down the outside. It's not going to work there at Graham Hill Bend. But he gets a good exit, and he's now right on the back bumper, literally, of O'Connor.
Richardson was right up the curb as well, as was O'Connor actually at Graham Hill Bend. O'Connor's hanging on, but a much tighter line taking it clearways. We know from the previous race that doesn't always work well on the exit of the corner. So does that mean that Steve Richardson can have a go into Paddock Hill Bend? Again, he's right on the bumper. He's so close to the back of O'Connor's car you can hardly see it until he pops out of the toe. Up on the outside line into Paddock. The cars skitter on the brakes and they turn right through Paddock Hill Bend.
And it pogos with the inside rear wheel off the deck.
And they now mirror to mirror. They're hitting mirrored. Richardson's very late on the brake for Druid and he's just going to run out of road. So Pete O'Connor hangs on.
Folded both mirrors in on the way up to Druids.
And Richardson noticed that immediately, looked left at the last moment because he knows O'Connor can't see what's happening in his left-hand side door mirror. Equally, if Richardson gets ahead, he won't know what's going on in his right-hand side door mirror. But the battle for the lead of the class is pretty epic at this stage, with 2 drivers that haven't won before, as far as I believe. They've both had podiums, but not class wins. Similar thing going on out front as well. But a bigger gap there between Shelbourne and Ransom of a second. It's far less than that between the 2 Class A cars. Pete O'Connor again having to defend into Paddock. There's 2 laps to go, and diving up the inside Richardson, a massively committed move, and he goes through. I think he had to let Pete O'Connor deal with whatever was coming there. If O'Connor turned in, there would certainly have been contact. But Steve Richardson is through. He's now the leader of the Class A cars.
Yes, that was extremely committed, and the Fuse Metrics car goes ahead in its class.
He's just put a few car lengths between himself and Pete O'Connor. Meanwhile, up front, Charles Shelbourne and Darren Ransom, similar gap, but Justin Griffiths has fallen away into the clutches of Jack Kingsbury. Once more, interesting how the race, and now Kingsbury round the outside there through Clark Curve for 3rd position. 1 lap to go. Top 2 is a second between them, and it's side by side, for 3rd. With Kingsbury on the outside, is Griffiths going to fight back here on the tighter inside line. Kingsbury just a little slide as he turned the car in, but that's okay. He was able to save that. He is through, as Marcus said, into 3rd spot.
You can see that coming, and up comes Lawrence round the outside, and he's attacking Griffiths again.
Yeah, great racing. This is a great start to the afternoon. The Civics and the Cleos have proved you can overtake around Brands Hatch in single make racing. 2 great races we've had here. But for Charles Shelbourne, I'm not sure he's had a podium before, but he's about to win, it seems, the opening round of the K-Tech Cleo Sport Championship, and a penalty for Ransom. Darren Ransom's been given a 5-second penalty for track limits. Marcus suggested that, so Shelbourne, his winning margin is going to be pretty large as he comes up across the line. And so 48, Charles Shelbourne wins for the first time in the K-Tech Racing Cleo Sport Championship. I don't think Darren Ransom's 5 seconds ahead of those behind, so he's going to miss out on a podium. Jack Kingsbury takes 2nd in the classified order. 3rd for Justin Griffiths. 4th for Chris Lawrence. Darren Ransom dropped to the 6th. And for Class A, it's pretty much side by side across the line. Steve Richardson hangs on. It was less than 3 tenths, though. Perhaps not quite as close as it first looked. But Steve Richardson, a winner for the first time as well. But in the Class A element of the race by a much smaller margin, with Pete O'Connor 2nd. And Chris Page, his first podium, I think, there in 3rd position. So lots of new there, with 2 new winners, new podium finishers as well, but some bad luck for Darren Ransom.
Yes, he gets bumped to 5th in all of that.
Just going to have a look where, let's have a look at the results first of all, as they come up on our screen now. So number 48, Charles Shelbourne, the race winner. He did get 1 podium last year, but that's his first victory. 2nd is car number 3, Jack Kingsbury, and 3rd, 55, Justin Griffiths. 4th was Chris Lawrence. Darren Ransom with that 5-second penalty drops to 5th. Nick Harrison was 6th. Steve Richardson wins Class A, the Cleo 182s, by less than 3 tenths from Pete O'Connor, and Chris Page on the podium there too. Sonny White was 10th, with Josh North 11th, and Paul Clark 12th. Matt Hipkins and Jack McConnell, 2 newcomers, complete the first page of results. And we move into page 2, we find Brian Craven, the last guy on the lead lap, and then some newcomers a lap down, Matthew Poncia, David Redshaw and Chloe Daly, with Mark Enoch, the one retirement after that contact we saw when perhaps he missed a gear or something like that up at Clearways. But yeah, Charles Shelbourne's had that one podium last year which came at Croft, but although he wasn't the fastest driver in the race, Marcus, he had a very dominant performance, was never really under pressure from Jack Kingsbury, and I think we're going to hear from those drivers in a few moments with Kieran.
Another fantastically exciting race for the Cleo Cup, and we've got our top 3 here and also our Class A winner and our Class B winner, so we'll try and take a bit of a chat with them all. So firstly we'll go and chat to Stefan Richardson. Fantastic race there, congratulations. Class A winner, how was it?
Oh mate, I've got to put it in first from the start. I've been off for a year, and then I was just, oh my days. Babe, happy anniversary, and this is for you, darling, and Oliver Wade as well. But no, absolutely fantastic, mate. A year off, I just can't believe it. I mean, I kind of was just, yeah, it was brutal, but I knew he lost his tyres, so I just had to be patient. He was good on some of the braking things, but obviously I've been watching racing my life, so a bit wisey to some of it all and out there else. But none of this would be a first ever win, mate, after 5 years. And big thanks to Fuse Matrix, Millington's Home Removals and Beanie Sport have been amazing as well. So yeah, I can't, mate, I'm choked up, geez. You're going to have to go somewhere else.
Congratulations, congratulations.
No, everybody,
really, congratulations, really. Well, we'll let you have your moment then. Cheers. Thank you very much. And yes, we'll come and chat to Charles Shelbourne, overall race winner and Class B winner. Congratulations. You had to fight for it, but how was it?
Yeah, really good, to be fair. A bit daunting on pole, but got away clean, and a bit lonely at the front, but yeah, I did enjoy it. Nice to have a win after all this time.
Absolutely. And how did you find the track conditions? Obviously, this morning when you did your qualifying, it was a bit damp. How was it this afternoon?
This morning, to be fair, I found them pretty decent. Didn't struggle, put in some good laps, and then just managed to get our pole on the last lap with 4 seconds to go. So a bit sketchy, but yeah, like I say, put us in first for the race, got away clean, and a good result.
And this is your first ever win?
First ever win, yeah, and first ever pole.
Well, congratulations. We've got to...
So yeah, it's nice to get one, to be fair. It's nice to win something.
Absolutely. Well, we'll go first ever Class A winner, first ever Class B winner. Congratulations. And we'll head back to production. First, we've got a quick advert, and then coming up afterwards, we've got some more racing. Don't go anywhere.
So we are coming up next with the Mighty Minis Championship, and it's a good grid of over 20 minis that are about to head onto the circuit for their green flag lap. This is the order they will line up in there. Number 1, Nev Kirkpatrick starts on pole position alongside his brother David Kirkpatrick. That's 1 and 10 on the front row. The second row, 70, that's Greg Jenkins, and 15 is Ian Slark. On row 3, 43 is Ben Butler, and 7 Steve Rideout. Row 4 is 61, which is Matthew Baker, and 8 is Stuart Coombs. Then there will be a gap before the Class A cars. On the front row there is 58, that's Ollie Samways, and 42, William Burnham. Next up, 32 is James Jenkins, and 93 is Sam Slater. On our next page, we have 73, which is Nigel Fraser-Kerr, and 40 is Chris Didcott. 72 up next, which is Morgan Harris, and 33, William Tyrrell. Then we have 9, Graham Shepherd, and 44, Trevor Peters. 20 is Martin Hathaway, alongside 30, James Bryan. 88 is Claire Jeffries, and 13, Morgan Bartley, makes up a 22-car grid we have for the Mighty Minis Racing Championship. So a good entry here, Marcus, which is good to see.
Yeah, very much so. And 8 is the Super Mighties, and what's that, 14 of the Mighty Minis, different specs, different size engines, but certainly the excitement in both classes is always abundant. So we'll see the Kirkpatrick brothers, who have been doing this type of racing for many, many years. They have locked out the front row. Nevin Kirkpatrick, the defending champion, David Kirkpatrick, his brother, will be alongside Ian Slark of the Cylinder Head dynasty. He's on row 2 with Greg Jenkins, Ben Butler and Steve Rideout, Matthew Baker and Stuart Coombs. All of those competitors capable of running at the front. So that should be really, really tight. 1 minute 0.445 for pole. And even the 7th qualifier was less than 1.4 seconds adrift effectively. So that's really strong.
It's still a little bit damp in quality as well, so maybe with the toe as well, which the Minis are famous for, it may be even closer in the race.
And 1:03.5 is the quickest for Ollie Samways in the Mighty Minis, and you go down to a couple of seconds splitting the top 4 rows.
It's a 20-minute race, slightly longer race for the Minis, and they get underway. And it's a pretty even start for the Kirkpatrick brothers. On the inside then is Nev, David Kirkpatrick, eking ahead into Paddock Hill Bend, and he doesn't go through. Not probably terribly important to lead a mini race on the first corner.
Yeah, Nev got back underneath him into the apex.
David on the outside into Druids, and the really one long line. Oh, there's a bit of contact in the middle there in the Mighties, the Class A cars, but they've survived the moment.
The car that got really sideways was it 42, I think that was?
William Burnham, I reckon.
Yes, it was William Burnham, bright yellow car.
So they all survived that moment. It could have been worse than what it was, I think. So into Clearways and Clark Curve they come for the first time. The Mighty Minis Championship, which we regularly see at the Mini Festival here at Brands Hatch, and towards the end of the race is when we get lap traffic where the Supers lap the Mighties. Meanwhile, it's side by side for the lead. On the outside line is David Kirkpatrick, but Nev's not going to let him have it. They both break late into Paddock Hill Bend. Tighter line out of the corner for David, but he hasn't got the momentum to draw alongside. Meanwhile, Ben Butler behind, who I think's moved up from a Mighty. They're free abreast. Round the outside goes Greg Jenkins, and they're going to get through the corner. Well, they're still side by side. They're almost still free abreast, actually, as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. And Greg Jenkins back ahead of Ben Butler as they turn into Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, Butler and Jenkins over the line. Jenkins and Butler now, and you can see Jenkins in that purple car chasing the Kirkpatrick brothers, who hustle through Surtees into McLaren and Clearways. Purple car washes out wide. That's the car of Jenkins. Butler will get back into his slipstream as a result of all that.
And we're going to see the challenges into paddock like we did a lap ago. I think we might well do, as David Kirkpatrick looks to the outside into paddock, but he slots in back underneath his brother. But as they battle, that has brought Jenkins and Butler back to them, so the top 4 are separated by less than a second at the end of 2 laps. With that order, but now with Greg Jenkins in 3rd place, right on the tail of David Kirkpatrick, and Ian Slark joining in too. So I think we're going to have 5 cars in this lead battle down into Graham Hill Bend on the 3rd lap of the race.
Again, that tricycling effect through the corners, and Jenkins and Butler have drawn up behind the car with the cross over the top of it, with the Union flag of David Kirkpatrick. Nevin's making a bit of a break out front.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because at the start of the lap, he had David almost alongside him, but with the effect of Greg Jenkins perhaps just taking David's attentions to behind him. But the 5 leaders through it. The car at the back, it's getting all the tow. Ian Slark that sets the fastest lap on a 1:3.71. Underneath the pole position time is the aimshop.com fastest lap of the race for Ian Slark. But he's got to work his way through the order, and he's trying to do so immediately on the inside of Ben Butler. A potentially rub door panels for a moment, but through has gone Ian Slark then into fourth.
Maybe just about scuffed a wheel arch extension, but Slark moving up now in that sort of greyish car in fourth place. It's very difficult to break away in these mini races.
It's been the case for the last 60 odd years of mini racing, hasn't it,
Yep.
Marcus? It's been a highlight of the British club racing scene, whichever mini category it is. They're the mighty minis, the Class A cars. There's two of them battling there. Ollie Samways ahead of Chris Didcott. Ollie, who did a bit of sport specials racing, I think, when he started out, but now in a mini, and he had a good season last year, but under pressure today. Meanwhile, Slark's done another fastest lap, a 1 minute point 170. Here they are out of Paddock Hill Bend. Slark has to go to the outside this time. Greg Jenkins ahead of him. And there's just no way for Nev Kirkpatrick to put away, but he has led every moment of this race, Marcus, so far.
I think that there was a bumper ahead from his brother going into paddock the first time, but of course he dived up the inside through the hole, and he's led all the important bits, put it that way. And he's meriting at number one on his car at the moment.
That's right. Can he stay there with this longer race? There's still 15 minutes to go.
Slark braked earlier than Jenkins ahead of him going into clearways, but got on the power earlier. And see with Ben Butler now in that green car at the back of that quintet gets the benefit of the tow. He's probably not quite close enough yet.
And he's gone for it in the
Down
end.
the inside goes Slark. That was quick. And he lunged through the gap, ran out wide over the curb, got the tail fractionally out of line, but didn't think about lifting off the throttle, that was for sure, because that's not what you do in a Mini.
That's right.
Keep your boot in it gets a little bit squirrely at the back.
Like the Kirkpatricks, Ian Slark's been racing minis a long time and used all of that experience on that move to get ahead of Greg Jenkins with Ben Butler, who I don't think has done quite as much racing as the other two, or some of the others in that group anyway. He's just behind. 1.2 seconds separate the top five. Class A leaders still Ollie Samways and Chris Didcott. There's plenty of battles to be found in that group as well, as you can see coming out of Druids now. 33 there. That's William Tyrrell, who is in 7th in the class. But another aimshot.com fastest lap for Ian Slark. Can we get under a minute? We're only 33 thousandths of a second away from that magic minute at the moment. Meanwhile, there's 9. That's Graham Shepherd. And here comes Slark for second. He's on the inside line of David Kirkpatrick at the hairpin. Kirkpatrick runs out wide. Slark is mirror to mirror with the car number 10 alongside David Kirkpatrick. He's got the inside line. Did Slark avoid bumping the back of David Kirkpatrick there? That's going to allow the leader to get away while they battle behind.
Jenkins touching the grass on the outside there, goes round the outside of Slark. That was all about lost momentum for Ian Slark, but he comes back strongly here, and you can see he tucks back in behind Jenkins in the purple car with the Dayglow orange wheels.
It's allowed Steve Rideout to close. The driver in 6th spot is joining in now, so it's 6 for the lead, less than 2 seconds between them. Driving standard flag going out, I can see as well. That is unknown car at the moment. He's getting that. And the first car to be lapped in a moment is Claire Jeffries, who's making her racing debut today. And off the road, it's gone the leader. What happened there to Nev Kirkpatrick?
We didn't see that happening, but Nev Kirkpatrick understeered wide.
I wonder if he didn't get back on with it. I wonder if there's a car problem there. But yeah, the point I was going to make, Claire Jeffries making her racing debut today. She's a former Team GB horse trials rider. In their first car race, round the outside come the leaders, now led by David Kirkpatrick, of course. And he runs a little wide. Oh, and Ben Butler's gone off now, so that's the second of the lead group we've lost. And he's got stuck in the gravel, I'm afraid, at Clearways. So from what was a 6-car lead battle, I think we're down to 4. As those 4 cars coming through, they fan across the circuit. They've got another car to lap now, which is number 13, Morgan Bartley. But it is David Kirkpatrick from Greg Jenkins
and all the
Slark.
and all the headlight flashing action there from David Kirkpatrick.
And Nev's in the pits. Nev Kirkpatrick into the pit lane. So I just wonder if it was a mechanical issue up there at Druids which put him off the circuit. And we're going to get a safety car as well. So the 750 Motor Club safety car is peeled onto the circuit ahead of the leaders. At Graham Hill Bend, and I'm not sure some of the drivers saw the safety car boards. Because Greg Jenkins, who was ahead, is no, not ahead of all of the cars he should have been. I think they've sorted themselves out. And now David Kirkpatrick, who must have an automatic flasher, is flashing at the safety car. I'm not sure how well that'll go down if he doesn't turn his flasher off. But it is David Kirkpatrick the lead, and there's Ben Butler, who's in the gravel trap at Cleo. So it all really happened there on lap 8 of the race.
Yeah, so safety car out now. And it shouldn't be too long to retrieve the Butler car, but we'll soon see. There's the Renault leading them around. That's somewhat irritating, the flashing lights, isn't it?
Well, I can't imagine the race control would find it too amusing being flashed at the safety car for as long as it's been happening. Obviously, it's an automatic thing,
yeah,
but you probably should turn it off.
It's a system in the car which is...
There's a reason why some endurance championships limit the amount of flashes you're allowed to do in one go. And, well, we'll see if anything is said about this post-race. For David Kirkpatrick, but he's not turning them off, that's for sure.
Maybe that's the limp mode speed. And if it's going at less than 35 miles an hour, those stay on.
So the order then, 10 David Kirkpatrick lead, second is 70 Greg Jenkins, third is 15 Ian Slark, fourth is 7 Steve Rideout, fifth is number 8 Stuart Coombs, and sixth 61 Matt Baker. There is Ben Butler's car in the gravel.
Well and truly beached, isn't it?
Yeah, I think some of the gravel traps here at Brands Hatch were filled up over the winter as well, which may not have helped Ben Butler's case, but mini wheels aren't particularly big to start with, so digging your way through a gravel trap isn't particularly what minis were made to do. The Class A cars, the Mighty Minis, that's being led by 58 Ollie Samways. There's number 93, that's Sam Slater, who's an estate agent from Bristol and a three-time karting champion. As I think most of the cars on this grid are, they're 1990s Rover Mini for Sam Slater. But he is, well, in 5th position in the class. So Ollie Samway's the leader, Chris Didcott is second, William Burnham third, Graham Shepherd fourth, and then Sam Slater in 5th ahead of James Jenkins. So it all comes to a slow behind the safety car. As a racing driver, Marcus, what's it like when you're thick in competition and all of a sudden you have to come back to a controlled pace?
It's either frustrating or it relights your fire if you've a long way off. I mean, if you had a moment somewhere, you dropped a long way back, but get the opportunity to be reunited with the pack, then it's terribly exciting. And you really sort of think, well, time to reset. If you're leading by several seconds and you see the whole thing expunged by the safety car, then you could be quite chup about the whole thing, less than gruntled.
So 8 minutes on the clock, so we should get some more racing laps in before the conclusion of this. So there's the safety car boards. That's up at on the standard Clark curve, on the exit of Clark curve.
At least on a day like this, though, Josh, you don't have to worry about excessive temperature build-up under the bonnet. Everything should be fine in these cars. But on a hot summer's day, you'd be watching those gauges like a hawk for rising water temperature, particularly.
Yeah, for those of you who are watching, who are not in the UK today, it's not a very warm day. It's 9 degrees Celsius.
Well, it's positively luxury after this morning when it was 6.
That's right. And this particular weather app on my phone says we're expecting rain in just over an hour's time. So we'll see what comes of that. That shouldn't affect this Mighty Minis race, though. But yeah, not a very warm day in the UK.
They've been in short supply this year, I've noticed.
Yeah, wet or wet or cold days have been pretty regular over the last 6 months or so. And some of the circuits, when we were at Donington Park, the first M50 Road Club meeting, it's very mucky offline. I think it's a bit better now. The car's been brought into the pit lane a little bit too soon, though, for the safety car to come in this time. So I think one more lap behind the safety car. Then we get, what, four or 5 minutes of racing. So 4 or 5 laps. David Kirkpatrick lights are still flashing at the safety car. You do just have to wonder what might be thought of this, because it's not really what you want in your mirrors, is it, for lap after lap?
And not what these cars had when they were new, shall we say.
Yes, there's a comment on the live stream chat as well, suggesting about LED lights on minis is not what you come to expect. But
there'll be some scratching through the regulations booklet, won't there, to see.
That's right. Anyway, safety car lights are out. Probably won't have to worry about lap traffic now, with just 5 minutes to go. See, is that Ollie Samways who's backed off to give himself... Oh no, Samways is a second car. I think it's Claire Jeffries, isn't it, the former horse trial rider, who's got the whole pack swarming behind her, led by Ollie Samways. Wonder if that could bring some more cars into the Class A fight, but the safety cars come in.
Yep, they've been freed.
And David Kirkpatrick and Greg Jenkins have made a jump on the restart. Big gap back to Ian Slark, and that's going to give Greg Jenkins a chance to challenge on the outside line into Paddock Hill Bend. They're wheel to wheel as they turn right through Paddock. Slide their way through, only as minis can, but still on the tighter line. Kirkpatrick under threat from Jenkins, who tries to brake later, but is Kirkpatrick using his experience, Marcus, to stay ahead, but only just.
Yeah, exactly, and down the hill, and you've got Kirkpatrick switching across to the right before he tucks into Graham Hill Bend, and Greg Jenkins just sort of sitting in his slipstream. This is not a place to overtake him, but if he can engineer a good exit from Clearways, there's every possibility that he can tow back up and potentially snatch the lead over the timing line.
Yeah, they're going to have to start working out where they want to be at Clearways on that last lap. Because like you say, we've already seen it this afternoon that you can slipstream your way ahead. And in mini racing, that's even bigger possibility. On this particular lap at the line, it is Kirkpatrick ahead, but only just. Here comes Jenkins.
And more momentum around the outside.
And he gets, it's just a long way round, but then switches back. A great move if he has the momentum. But again, David Kirkpatrick knows
he's got it on the inside. He's made it.
That's right.
And then he's got sideways though, and that's lost in momentum. That was classic.
And that could bring Ian Slark back into it, who was a little bit further behind. But yeah, it was a big slide Jenkins had, but it was a really nice move, wasn't it? How he turned the car in tight out of Paddock Hill Bend, which gave him that inside crucial line for the hairpin. And he's now ahead, so it is 70 Greg Jenkins. For the first time in this race, Kirkpatrick does not lead. We had Nev Kirkpatrick early on, David Kirkpatrick more recently, but now it's Greg Jenkins, the race leader. And with 3 laps to go, Marcus.
Yeah, I reckon so. And Slark's getting back in on the act now as a result of that. Jenkins over the line. Kirkpatrick not close enough to get a really advantageous tow. Those lights still flashing annoyingly. And up the inside looks Ian Slark. And Slark gets a lovely line through Paddock. And he's not quite close enough. He's going to have to try the outside, or the late cutback onto what is the perfect line through Druids. Kirkpatrick going to slide down the inside into Graham Hill Bend. No, he has to back off, thinks twice about it. Now it's a big cumulative tow this time on the Brabham Straight past the pits if Ian Slark stays where he is. And Kirkpatrick closer that time to the lead car of Jenkins.
He's got a pretty nice run through Clearways as well. So he's right on the boot lid, and he's having to pull out the toe pretty early though. And like you say, that should help Ian Slark behind. You get sort of a double effect toe. But it's Kirkpatrick on the inside then for Paddock. And nothing that Greg Jenkins can do about that, but slot in behind with Ian Slark in third. Is Jenkins going to do this trick again on the inside out of paddock? No, Kirkpatrick's able to cover it off onto the penultimate lap of the race. To the outside goes Jenkins this time into Druids.
And Rideout's not that far behind now, he's catching them.
That's right, yeah. So as they battle ahead, they compromise their lines.
That was Rideout that his personal best last time round. 60.060. Shepherd in the gravel.
Yeah, Graham Shepherd was 10th and something like 4th in class before that happened, I reckon. But car 9 is out of it. That's up at Clearway, so there's yellow flags at the final corner, which is going to compromise any challenges at that part of the lap. So up across the line, and there's a checkered flag possibly going to go out with that incident at the final corner. Let's see. On the run up towards the line, yeah, the checkered flag goes out, so David Kirkpatrick takes the win, and the top four were separated by a blanket in the end. Just a second. Kirkpatrick, Jenkins, Slark and Rideout. What's happening in Class A? Well, Ollie Samway started the lap 1.3 seconds ahead, so car 58, Ollie Samway, you'd think, will emerge out of Clark Curve as the class winner. Yeah, it's nothing like as close as the overall order, so Ollie Samways wins the category by 1.7 seconds from Chris Didcott. And James Jenkins third. A shame we needed to finish the lap early, but with that car in the gravel, that was necessary after what had been some good battling in the overall order during that race, Marcus.
Yeah, very much so. And entertaining mini racing from the Super Mighty Minis and Mighty Minis within this championship.
Everyone's flashing now. David Kirkpatrick and Greg Jenkins have both got their flashes going. That says 61.
Different pattern on the on that car.
Matthew Baker. Let's look at these results then. So 10 the winner, David Kirkpatrick by 0.2 of a second over Greg Jenkins, with Ian Slark third. Steve Rideout was fourth, ahead of Stuart Coombs and Matt Baker. Class A winner was seventh. That was Ollie Samways with Chris Didcott eighth. James Jenkins and William Burnham complete the top 10. And William Tyrrell, Morgan Harris, Trevor Peters and Martin Hathaway complete the first page of results. Nigel Fraser Kerr, James Bryan and Sam Slater on the lead lap. Morgan Bartley and Claire Jeffries went a lap down, and we lost Graham Shepherd in the closing stages and Ned Kirkpatrick and Ben Butler earlier in the race. The minis will be back tomorrow, as will the Cleos. We have Hot Hatch up next, which will be followed by F1000. They are both back tomorrow too. We're halfway through our race programme with 5 races to come still this afternoon here at Brands Hatch. Stay with us here if you're at the circuit or if you're watching on 750 Motor Club TV at home as well. It's good to see a good audience that we have online today. In a few moments, the race winners will be making their way down towards the pit lane, and Kieran is already there and he's about to have a chat with our race winners.
Well, the minis never, ever, ever fail to deliver. We have an absolutely fantastic race there, and we're going to try and talk to some of the winners here. So first of all, I want to talk to David Kirkpatrick. He managed to just fend off Greg Jenkins for an amazing win there. Congratulations, David. That was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that was quite an effort, actually, to be honest. I don't know what happened to my brother. He was out in front for a bit, and we were having a bit of a tussle, and then he went wide on Druids, and it was me and Greg for the restart. So, yeah, good race, actually.
You and Greg had a fantastic tussle as well. It was must have been very difficult to keep him behind.
Yeah, he was. He got past me at one point, and then I just got him just on the after the restart here, and it was a good tussle. So yeah, pretty happy with that.
Yeah, congratulations on the win, and good luck for the rest of the weekend as well. Thank you. And we'll talk to Greg Jenkins. Greg. Wow, that move into paddock, I was literally screaming at that. That was fantastic.
I can't remember much about it, to be honest, but yeah, I think Dave went a bit deep, and I think I tipped up the inside and got him at Druids, but that was close. That was good racing. Yeah.
It was very, very close. Watch the replay back, because literally as your car flicks in, it is incredible. So I would definitely recommend watching it back.
Oh, something to look at tonight on the hotel, and yeah.
Absolutely. Well, do you think you can take the fight to him for the next race?
We'll give it a good go, won't we? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we if the tyres hold up, then we'll give it a good go. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend, and congratulations on second place as well.
That's great. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you. And Ian, obviously you had a bit of spectatoring there for them too.
A little bit of spectating. Clearly wondering whether it was all going to come to blows with those two, but I was waiting for the last lap, but it never happened. So it is what it is.
Do you reckon you take the fight to them for the next race?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I really had an answer of what to do on the last lap. I was going to give something a try.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the podium, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Cheers. And we're going to have one more interview, which is with Ollie Samway. So we just squeeze through here just a second. Sorry. No, that's right. And so Ollie is our Class A winner. So he's always doing a piece to his phone at the moment. And if we can, just jump in a second. Congratulations. How was that race for you?
Absolutely mega. Yeah, what a way to start the year after last year, obviously winning the title and coming back in. Didn't know what to expect. We've had a few changes this year, and car's mega. Field much closer. So absolute shout out to Diddy in second place. He was pressuring me there and closing in. So yeah, incredible.
Are the competitions really close this year?
Definitely, yeah, without a doubt. So it's going to be an interesting season.
And how are you finding the track conditions, obviously, because it was a bit wet this morning, it's a bit dry now, and it's might be a bit wet a bit later on and tomorrow. So how are you sort of thinking about that?
Yeah, I think it's cleared up mostly. I think the amount of vehicles that we've had on this morning obviously has cleared up a lot. Not too bad. Paddock's always greasy, but it is Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch is the same. But the rest of it's pretty good. So tomorrow looks a bit interesting, was a bit changeable. So yeah, we'll wake up in the morning and see what we have to do. But yeah, amazing result and looking forward to tomorrow.
Excellent. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. And we'll head to a quick ad break. And then coming up next is the hot hatches, which, as you can see, are leaving for the track right now.
PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship is up next here at Brands Hatch, and on pole position in his first race for 21 years is car number 36 Steve Pawley alongside 93 Shay Kavanagh. On row 2, 22 Tate Taverner and 21 David Walsh. They're all in Honda Civics. But then on row 3, 56 Adam Brown making his championship debut in a Ford Fiesta. 105 alongside is Mohammed Ben Ladar. And on row 4, 72 is Archie Styant in a Honda CRX, the oldest car on the grid, alongside 26 Liam Pauling in a Renault Clio. Row 5, 86 is Ben Greenhill in a Civic, and Lewis Ellis alongside in a Renault Clio. Very competitive Class C field this season. On pole there on row 6 is number 11 Daniel Rosen in a BMW Compact, alongside 17 William Bartup's Citroen Saxo. 97 starts on row 7, that's Paul Warren's BMW Compact. A similar car alongside is 50, which is Josh Hilton. On row 8, 28 is the Duratec powered Ford car of Lee Warren, and 31 alongside William Hornsey's Peugeot 106. Row 9, 43 is Chris Woods in a Citroen C2, and the Mini Cooper of Jerry Frost, 82, starts in 18th. Row 10, 148 Wayne Shackelford Citroen Saxo starts alongside 83 Paul Adams in a Renault Clio. Row 11, 98 is Jack Ashton Drover Metro alongside 5 Neil Frost in a Honda Civic. Row 12, 116 is Harry Greenhill Citroen Saxo, and 197 alongside Craig Turner in a Renault Clio. And then on the 13th and final row, 87 is Kurt Webb in a Ford Fiesta, and 48 Oliver Coles in a Renault Clio starts at the back. Cars head off then onto the green flag warming up lap. 3 classes based on power to weight ratio as ever in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, but with other drivers moving on, Marcus, and returning drivers and new drivers too. This is looking to be a cracker.
It is. I was speaking to Steve Pawley earlier on about all those years he's been away on the sidelines supporting his lad, Ryan. And he said, yeah, he hadn't raced since 2003. He won the championship 25 years ago, back in 1999. But apart from half a day on a track day last year in this particular car, he's not driven front-wheel drive before. So it's his first race in a front-wheel drive car. No one will be more surprised than him to have stuck it on pole. So go large speed, as they say.
Yes, so Steve Pawley, son of George Pawley, the multiple oval hot rod champion. And Che Kavanagh having his debut in Class A in his newly built Honda Civic, an associate sponsor, his company, SK Motorsport, of the Hot Hatch Championship. He goes from the front row too, so that's a great qualifying from him. Then Tate Taverner in his Typar is back for another season. He starts there in third, alongside David Walsh, which is, he was in a Renault Cleo. It's a Honda Civic now, and he starts there on the second row. Then Adam Brown making his championship debut, the multiple tin top winner with the Classic Sports Car Club. And with a new set of competitors to race against, qualified fifth in his Fiesta.
Yeah, he was
ST.
excited about that. He's gone quickly with CSCC over the last 2 or 3 years, and with Father Paul alongside for Fives Garage, a welcome addition to the group of Hot Hatch competitors.
On the next row, Archie Styant, a great job in the Class B Honda CRX, the 17-year-old youngest driver on the grid.
Did he come out one time last year, or
he did the second half of the year? I guess once he turned 16, it may have been the case. And he's much further up the order, though. This is a great effort from him, which I think must be the oldest car on the grid. There's an older Civic a bit further back, but I think the CRX is slightly older than that. And right at the sharp end of Class B. What a great-looking grid
and
this
the old,
is.
Mini Metro, of course, is in there. Ashton.
Yeah, not sure if qualifying didn't quite go to plan. He's moved to Class C for this year. Can Jack Ashton move up the order during the period of 15 minutes for the opening round of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, which is underway now? Steve Polly's first start in a front-wheel drive car. Starting hasn't gone anywhere, and Jack Ashton's gone right into the back of him, I'm afraid. The two oldest cars on the grid have had a big bash, I'm afraid. So Polly's start weren't bad. We got a red flag immediately, as you might expect. So Archie Styant, who we were raving about his qualifying performance, didn't get away. Jack Ashton, I think, had made a good start. All of a sudden realised there was a stationary car in front, jinked out of the way. I thought he'd missed him, but he hadn't, unfortunately, and went into the back. And it looks like, is that the Mini that was involved in that too?
Yes, the red Mini. That's spun across as well, and
it's Jerry Frost.
Whether it clobbered the wall or whether it just came up short, I don't know.
Yeah, so medical teams are in attendance, just checking on the drivers down there, because Jack Ashton would have got a fair lick of speed on when that incident happened, because he'd been up the gears, but he's out of the car. Jack's out of the car. Archie Styant is getting out of the car too, and the Mini is just out of the view from the commentary box, but I think all looks okay there. No panic around any of the cars. There's a load of smashed glass, I think, on the from the headlights of the Metro and probably rear lights of the CRX that's on the road. So that's all have to be cleared up. But more drama. Another lap one red flag. I think that's the third incident we've had, and we'll talk more about that in a few moments. We're under red flag conditions here at Brands Hatch for the opening round of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. The 3 drivers involved in the incident all out of their cars, but the cars in some cases a bit second hand. Jack Ashton's Rover Metro hit the stalled car of Archie Stiant, the Honda CRX, and also involved the Mini Cooper of Jerry Frost. All the drivers standing by, waiting for recovery to be made. And a real shame to the start of the race went that way, because it was looking like we had a good racing stall. We still do. A restart will come soon once the circuit is clear and safe again. You can see the field that remain are lining up for the restart whenever that is possible. But for Jack Ashton and Archie Steins and possibly Jerry Frost too, Marcus, there's going to be some work to do if these cars are going to return tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the Mini didn't hit the wall that hard. It might just sort of scrape down the side, but the other 2 cars are savaged, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think we're going to be able to have a look at what happened, so we might be able to describe to you.
We can then be focusing on, yes, what happened.
So Stein didn't get away in the CRX, so
Yeah.
you watch Ashton. He tried to jink out the way and he hit the Mini.
And he caught the Mini on the way out, yeah. Oh, yeah, they hit that quite hard. Hit the pit wall quite hard.
Yeah. So Ashton so nearly avoided, didn't he? He just...
It was good reflexes, but unfortunately, like all those things, it's the lap of the gods as to whether he was going to miss the CRX. It's such a shame, because there are not many CRXs around these days.
This is one of the old TRX Challenge cars as well. So it's a car that's been a race car throughout its existence. Archie Stiant, the driver today.
There was a team of Castrol ones, wasn't there, at one point, of which there must have been 3 or 4 or something like that.
Archie, who's 17 from Bedfordshire, has prepared this car. 1989 Honda CRX ED9 model, 1.6 litre car, and went so well in qualifying to qualify 7th and 2nd in Class B. Jack Ashton's Rover Metro is a new build car for this year as well, I think. He's raced the more highly developed K-Series engined Metro, 1800 cc car from the MGZR, I think the engine came from. This again, I think, is an 1800, but not as highly tuned as the last one. You can see the front right corner of that's taken quite a knock.
Yes, again, it's a question of the damage to the suspension pickups and things like that, which would determine whether it was fixable.
The Ashton family have been racing Metros so many seasons. He's got his old Metro Cup livery back on the car for this year. The Ashton's group. And then Jerry Frost also involved, the bicycle technician from Leicestershire, former motorbike racer in a 2002 BMW Mini, 1600cc car.
That's a very sad sight, the CRX, because look how far it's pushed it's ripped the suspension out of the back of the shell.
How easy it is to get parts of CRX. I guess there's not that many of them about.
Here, probably not.
Not like a Civic.
To go and speak to those nice people at Tegiwa who seem to be able to find all sorts of Honda bits in Japan and elsewhere.
That's right, and I think all 750 Motor Club members get a discount at Tegiwa. One more car to remove, which is the Mini, then we'll be able to get cars back into position.
Disentangle.
10-minute restart we get. Once races get underway today, they go quite well, but it's getting the first corner, and in this case, getting off the line, getting that part of the race done.
Yeah, that's right. How many of those SK Motorsport cars are there? 3 or 4 in the very lurid livery.
That's right.
Shay Kavanagh on the front row.
Yeah, he is SK Motorsport,
Yep.
Shay Kavanagh, who are an associate sponsor and a live stream sponsor as well. We saw in that break, and it's a new team because Shay only started racing last year himself. He's currently building a BMW M4 for Club Enduro for next season. This Civic, he's got the car on the right-hand side of your screen. It's got a K24 engine in it, like the Paulie car has. EP3 Civic. So we thank Shay and his team's partnership with the 750 Motor Club this year, and with the Hot Hatch Championship, the Cleo Sport Championship too. And he went really well in quali. Now, is that lane of fluid new? He would have been dressed if it is up there at Clearways. There it is. Don't remember seeing that before. Perhaps that's from the mini race. Not sure. Let's have a closer look at the cars. And there's the Steve Polly car 25 years ago in the original Hot Hatch Championship. Steve Polly was a champion. Did he tell you what car he was in back then, Marcus? Steve? No. But there he is, Steve, who's been a feature at 750 Motor Club meetings really since then, dealing with the tyres at Polysport throughout all the events. There's the Adam Brown Fiesta. It's great to have a Fiesta at the front on the grid again, because of course when Hot Hatch was reformed, we had Tom Bell's team of Fiestas to the old higher band power regs. It's great to have an ST back out again, because they're such a popular car.
Yeah, it goes really well, does Adam Brown, with that car. And if it has an Achilles heel, it seems to have been its gearbox, but it seems fine today.
There's another of the SK Motorsport cars. That's Mohammed Ben Ladar. They're alongside Tate Taverner, who started off in the Typar Trophy, moved to Hot Hatch recently. Here's some of the Cleos. 26 Liam Pauling, just to the right-hand side of your shot. And Class B has a lot of Cleos in particular. 86 there, Ben Greenhill.
2 Greenhills in this field.
Both youngsters who raced in junior saloons in Saxo before.
And I see that 7 drivers lost times this morning for exceeding track limits.
You can tell it started to dry out by that point.
Exactly. Some lost 1 lap, some lost 2 laps, and exceptionally one lost 3. Consistent.
So the Mini's draggable and pushable, it seems. So that means the cars have started to line up on the grid as well. At the Mini Cooper there of Jerry Frost.
You see the mirror got all kind of wiped out when it hit the wall, but the side doesn't look as though it's a long way out of kilter. So
if the mirror's the worst thing that's gone, it's got away with it.
A lucky escape. Yeah, it's had a good old scrape round to the back, but hopefully that'll go again.
It's one of that rear wheel was pointing.
Looks a bit scraped, doesn't it? And
see how well it pushes forwards.
But again, he was just minding his own business, and when Ashton came off the back of Stiant, just couldn't help but destabilise the Mini and just flicked it round 180 degrees.
Let's have a look at the Fiesta. Be good to see more Ford Fiestas in the championship. We've also got Kurt Webb's Class C model towards the rear of the field, the standard ST150. For local man, Kurt Webb from Sevenoaks, a bit further back on the grid. There's Pauling in this new to the championship Cleo, which looks like it's got an extra rear wing on the back of the standard one, which is interesting. 52, new driver, Lewis Ellis, former British Motocross Championship competitor. He's 31 from Sheffield. As well as doing motocross, he's done supercross and jet ski racing before. So
he's an adrenaline junkie.
This is probably quite basic, isn't it? Racing cars on a circuit. But good to see a new driver here.
You've got a lot more round you in one of these, I suspect.
Exactly. And you're not out at sea like you are with jet skiing. So welcome to the championship, Lewis Ellis. Good qualifying this morning in good position in Class B. And then just behind him on the grid, the best of the BMW Compacts leads Class C. With no David Drinkwater here this weekend. That's really opened up Class C. And Daniel Rosen, who is a new name on me. He hasn't filled out a commentary form, so I can't tell you too much about him. But he did a great job in qualifying to go quickest on a 57.4. Which is less than a second off of David Drinkwater's lap record. So if you're getting that close to David, who's won the championship for the last 4 years, I think now.
And in far from perfect conditions. So
and he was on pole in the class by 0.029 of a second from William Bartup in a Saxo, and then less than a tenth of a second away Paul Warren returning his BMW Compact, and only a couple of tenths away Josh Hilton, who's 21, who's an estate agent from West Sussex, who's new to racing this year, but former short oval competitor. Says he's been racing on oval since he was 6 years of age, Josh Hilton. So he starts 4th in Class C. We have lost a couple of Class C cars in that incident. A good variety too in that class. We had the BMWs and the Saxos. A bit further back, got Citroen C2, Peugeot 106, the Mini, the Metro, got an older EK Civic, and then the Fiesta too. So a good variety of car that are entered in Class C this weekend. And a recovery of the Mini is off the road, so therefore the countdown has begun for a green flag lap and then a 10-minute restart. And we didn't really have any racing before, so we'll get a good idea the second time round who's got the pace in race conditions. So you've got Steve Pauly, who hasn't raced for 21 years. You've got Shay Kavanagh, only in his 2nd season, there on the front row. And Tate Taverner, who's been racing the last 3 or 4 years. David Walsh, who's pretty new to racing too. Went well last year though in a Cleo. In Civic for the first time this season. And Adam Brown, 5th, the 25-year-old from Staffordshire, was the runner-up in 2019 in the STXR Challenge before he moved into CSCC Tin Tops in a 2-litre Duratec-powered Ford Fiesta from 2007. And then the second of the SK cars, Mo Benladar, who I think is only in his 2nd season. He started here a year ago when it went all wrong in testing, from memory. But a better start this year.
There's an SK Renault Cleo down the field as well, isn't there?
I presume that might be the car Kavanagh raced last season then. So a pick up on that in a bit. Paul Adams, that's who I think is at the wheel of that one, yeah. 83 Paul Adams, driver from Leicestershire. 2nd season of racing in hot hatch in a 2005 Renault Clear 182, built and prepared by the SK Motorsport team. Just making its way just behind the Citroen C2. You go back sort of 15 years, Josh Cook debuted a C2, didn't he, in stock hatch?
That's right, yeah.
Before he realised the Saxo was a bit quicker. And he won the stock hatch championship in that, and then now a multiple British touring car race winner.
I think it was Josh Cook who was on pole for the Lotus Cortina race at Goodwood last September, wasn't it? But interesting, with all the power they make now and the super stiff chassis, etc., it was about 2.5 seconds, something like that, quicker than Jim Clark went in 64 or 65 in a much more basic one with 145 horsepower. Josh Cook is very, very good at what he does. Jim Clark probably wouldn't have driven that one so well. Josh would have probably really enjoyed the Jim Clark version. Works car.
So here they come. You've got the Ford car in there, the Duratec powered car, 2.4 litre Ford car. There's not many of them about, maybe the only one. So we are about to get racing back underway. Try 2 at this, the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, round 1 of the season. It's a 10-minute restart after that incident. The red lights go out now, and away they go. Not a perfect start from Steve Poddy, but not too bad. Shay Kavanagh then, he's going to lead a hot hatch race for the first time in the outright. Up the inside there goes Adam Brown past David Walsh in his Class B Honda Civic, but it's Kavanagh that leads. Second is Polly, so he didn't get away badly in his first front-wheel drive start. Adam Brown tried to go around the outside of Tate Taverner, and the rest of the field, including the Class C battle, turned their way through the hairpin. Brown looking racy, Marcus.
Very much so. He was quick out of the blocks, wasn't he? But I think he and Tate Taverner got bottled up. Taverner got over the Taverner got over the curb on the outside there. Came back across towards Adam Brown. They touched momentarily, but it was all triggered by Taverner coming off the curbs. And the second of the SK Hondas is that trying to carve its way through. It is. That's Ben Ladar. and he's made it past Adam Brown.
That's right, yes. He did well not to have an incident there, really, in the end, after the contact was made. Brown fighting back on the inside at Paddock, and he's there, he's sideways, and he saves it, but that was a huge moment as he turned into Paddock Hill Bend, avoided getting into Ben Ladar, and then had to save the slide. Here's our Class C leader, is ahead of all the B's bar Walsh. So Class B leader is Walsh, but there's the B leader, Daniel Rosen, in his BMW. He's got the similar car of Paul Warren behind, but they've got a faster or more powerful Class A car, Ben Greenhill, just ahead. But what a debut this could well be for Daniel Rosen, setting pole in his first race in the championship, and now ahead of Paul Warren as they turn their way through 30s. But Warren in the similar compact, he locks up as they turn into clearways. Can he get a move here on the class leader, Rosen? They've got another Class B car trying to find their way through, which should be quicker in a straight line.
That's appalling, isn't it, with that bewinged Renault.
So they complete 2 laps. Kavanagh leads by 1.5 seconds over Polly. You're watching the Class C leaders turn into Paddock. The Saxo not too much further behind Warren. That's William Bartup in 17. And he's right on the tail of Paul Warren as they turn their way through the right-hander at Druids. Fastest lap of 54.7. The first attempt for Kavanagh. Out of Graham Hill Bend. Now Powling trying to go past Rosen. Meanwhile, up the overall order for third position, Tate Taverner has Mo Ben Ladar trying to draw up alongside as they come up across the line markers.
Yeah, that was quite close as they crested the plateau onto the pit straight here. And Ben Ladar's down the inside. He's not going to let Taverner get back across onto the apex, but Taverner's kept his boot in up the outside. Ben Ladar squeezing down the inside. Taverner has to give way, and Adam Brown fancies his chances at ducking through the hole as well, but isn't quite close enough.
Taverner fights back. Was there a touch there again? If there was, Ben Ladar saved the slide that he had, and now Adam Brown's going to try and get involved in this, but hasn't quite got the straight line speed in the Fiesta. So Taverner hangs on to fourth for now, but Adam Brown's going to have another look up the inside at Clearways.
Had a little lunge, didn't he?
Taverner's run wide. So he missed the apex, I think, and Brown has drawn up alongside. Has the Fiesta got the legs in a straight line, though? I think the Civics might have a bit more. Maybe the Fiesta's lighter. So he can fight back in the corners. Adam Brown looks to the inside at Paddock, but Taverner hangs on in fourth spot. Just behind them, the Class B leader, David Walsh. He's a long way ahead in that category. Switched from a Cleo to a Civic this season. Meanwhile, down to Graham Hill Bend. There's Taverner still in fourth, still ahead of Adam Brown. Ben Ladar's got away since he passed him about a lap ago. SK Motorsport have built a couple of good Civics here, both in podium positions. Almost already halfway through this shortened restart, 5 minutes to go for Shay Kavanagh as he completes 5 laps of racing and sets a new fastest lap of 54.569, but that is bettered by Steve Polly. Steve Polly sets the aimshop.com fastest lap of the race of 54.380 and quicker than he went this morning in qualifying.
So this is really hotting up now with 5 minutes to go. Exactly half this restarted race to run here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. Fastest laps in the 54-second bracket. And there is Steve Polly in the Mac Tools car.
He's just lapped the newcomer Kurt Webb, the driver from Sevenoaks, who's not had a very long trip to get here to Brands Hatch this morning. There he is in his Fiesta ST, the care and repair Sevenoaks prepared car. And he's just going to go a lap down to Ben Ladar 2, who perhaps has Tate Taverner getting a bit closer to him once more. Adam Brown's dropped away in fifth in the Fiesta. Lead gap now 1.6 seconds. 8 attempts caught by Polly. What a story this would be if Steve Polly can win on his return after 21 years out of the racing seat. There he is in 36, up towards Druids in the polysport.com Honda Civic K24 engined machine.
Yeah, he's got the bit between his teeth now, hasn't he? And here's that battle, and Taverner is closing on Ben Ladart in the battle for third. This, though, similarly coloured car of Shea Kavanagh.
Got yellows at paddock. Somebody's had a spin, I think. There's lots of tyre smoke down there. It's got back going, though, I think. So no worry for the leaders, that. Meanwhile, the Class C leader, still Daniel Rosen, and he's got a car between himself and Paul Warren at the start of the lap. So the lead gap, which was 1.6 seconds, goes out because Kavanagh sets the fastest lap. 54.244, the new aimshop.com fastest lap of the race, which is within a second of the lap record. There he is then, Shea Kavanagh, in only his second season, the 30-year-old from Derby. Last season raced a Cleo in Class B and never won Class B. Got 5 podiums, but was never a class winner, so he's never won a race before, whether that be for class or outright. Will today change that? He's got 3 minutes to hang on, 1.8 seconds ahead. Oh, the car that spun at paddock was the Class C leader. Daniel Rosen has dropped 5 spots. So Paul Warren leads Class C now with William Bartup second, and Rosen has rejoined in third. But what a shame there for the championship newcomer. Another best lap for the leader, Kavanagh, 54.222. So he's pulling out the lead now, 2.3 seconds.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable, doesn't he? And at this rate, it could be 2 of those SK Motorsport cars on the podium, because Mohammed Ben Ladart is in third place and easing away again from 22 there on your screens. That's Tate Taverner.
There's the B leader, David Walsh, who's had a very slow lap, a 1:05. Maybe he's had a moment. He still leads Class B, but instead of being 12 seconds ahead of Liam Pauling, he's now only 4.3 seconds. So quite a costly mistake that potentially for David Walsh. He has, though, set a new B record, I think, in this race, a 50. Let's get the right line, a 55.7. No, he's not quite there, only a couple of attempts away there, apologies, but nearly at record pace. For now, number 21, David Walsh. So obviously his Civic not as highly tuned as those ahead. The Typar trophy cars we saw out earlier fit into Class B, so presumably a similar specification of car for David Walsh in 21. Very plain looking car he drives. Couple of laps to go as he crosses the line, and he leads the Renault of Pauling now by 2.6 seconds. This gap is coming down. He's all well with that new Civic for Walsh, I wonder.
Yeah, Ben Greenhill's come up well from 9th on the grid into 6th.
Paul Warren is dropping down. Oh no, apologies, got the wrong car. We've got Warren and Warren, haven't we? One of them had a transponder glitch, which was Lee Warren, but no, Paul Warren still leads Class C. I'm not sure if he's won a class before. He is half a second up ahead of William Bartup, who's now got a 5-second track limit penalty. The driver's second in C. And there's a slow-moving Cleo, which is 52, the ex-motocross racer, Lewis Ellis. Is he going to even make it up the hill, I wonder? So, Shea Kavanagh is on lap 11. This is going to be the last lap, I reckon. He leads by 2.6 seconds. He's heading up towards third. He's never won a race before. In only his second season, turns a couple of seconds ahead of Ryan Polly into Cleoways corner. The 30-year-old director of SK Motorsport from Derby turns his way out of Clark Curve, and Shea Kavanagh is a winner in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. As the checker flag goes out, then Kavanagh, I'm sure, will be delighted with that. Another new winner today, 3.2 seconds ahead of Steve Polly in a good return to racing. Ben Ladart takes third. He beats Taverner by just a second. Adam Brown is fifth. Ben Greenhill should come home in 6th position. He's a little way adrift of those ahead. David Walsh, can he hang on to win Class B? Because that gap had been coming down. There he is, so it's going to be a Civic win in Class B. David Walsh takes it then, ahead of the Cleo of Liam Pauling. Lee Warren is in 9th, and then is Paul Warren going to win Class C? He is, yes, he's absolutely delighted. Hand and fist out of the window there, urging his car home. Paul Warren wins Class C, which I think would be a first. William Bartup will hang on to second despite the penalty by 31 thousandths of a second ahead of Daniel Rosen, who led for so long before that spin. And then Josh Hilton fourth. So more storylines being made, Marcus, with yet another new winner.
Yeah, got plenty to write about for the comics this week, that's for sure. And we're not even halfway through this race meeting.
Yeah, race 6 of 21.
Yeah, exactly.
So the winner, 93, Shay Kavanagh by 3.2 seconds from 36, Steve Polly. 105, Ben Ladar was third. Tate Taverner in 22 was fourth. Adam Brown, the best non-Civic, and his Fiesta was fifth. And Ben Greenhill sixth. David Walter, class winner in his new car. Liam Pauling behind. Then Lee Warren was ninth. And Paul Warren, class C winner for the first time, we think. Paul Adams was in 11th, ahead of William Bartup after his penalty in 12th. Daniel Rosen 13th, and Josh Hilton in 14th. William Hornsey, Oliver Coles, who came through from the back, was 16th. Wayne Shackelford, the last car on the lead lap. Then Chris Woods, Harry Greenhill, Kurt Webb were finishers. We lost Lewis Ellis and Neil Frost since the restart as well. 2 races come tomorrow for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. It's a triple header to start out their championship season. And we still have 4 races to come this afternoon. The F1000 Championship will pick up the pace in the next race before we have the second round of the Armed Forces Race Challenge, the 116 Sprint Championship and the Tegiwa Typar Trophy. But the Hot Hatches are making their way into the pit lane after that race, where we saw Shay Kavanagh take his first victory in a newly built SK Motorsport Honda Civic. So a great effort from him. Class B winner David Walsh in a new car in his Honda Civic. And then in Class C, it was Paul Warren after so many years of racing in hot hatch. He said he was only going to do this round as a one-off this year. I wonder how today's gone, whether we may see more of Paul Warren during the course of the season in his BMW Compact after a great battle to win in Class C. There's Ollie Coles just making his way down into the pit lane, the 30-year-old from Herefordshire who's returning to racing this weekend, former MG and Porsche racer and Burkitt Relay class winner in his 2003 Renault Cleo 172 Cup car. Great to have that, and we're quickly going to be into our next race of the F1000 Championship. Cars already coming out of the assembly area. So we'll see if we get a chance to speak to Shay Kavanagh. If not, we'll start thinking about the next race, race 7 on our programme. But before we get there, let's catch up with our race winner who's down in the pit lane.
It was another fantastic race for the Hot Hatches, and we've got the 3 class winners here. We're going to quickly have a chat with Shay Kavanagh. Congratulations, that was a bit of a dominant win.
It was. Well, I say that, but lap 4 he was coming really fast, and it was just qualifying lap after qualifying lap, just trying to get ahead and stay ahead, because it was, yeah, it would have been a close race. Otherwise it had got me if I'd have just come off the back burner a little bit, but yeah.
It definitely looks like you have confidence in the car then. Is that giving you confidence in, obviously, into the second race?
I had a bit of seat time in it last year, so it's not a fresh car, so we're good. But yeah, no, looking forward to the next race tomorrow. So.
Absolutely, congratulations on your win then. Thank you. Right, so next we're going to have a chat with David Walsh. Congratulations. Obviously, Class B winner. How's it feel?
It was better before I threw it off all on my own. I think when we were sitting on the grids, when there was a red flag at the start, I must have leant on the brake bias valve and adjusted it. And then for the first 3 laps, I was thinking, this car doesn't feel right, something feels a bit weird about this, and then managed to have an excursion across the grass all on my Todd. But other than that, it was absolutely fine, yeah, good.
Well, congratulations on the win then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Paul Warren was the 3rd winner, but we've got to wrap it up because the next race is underway. Sorry about that, congratulations.
First ever win!
First ever win, congratulations.
Yeah. Cheers, thank you very much. Cheers. You can wrap it up and carry on.
Formula 1000 up next.
And already on their green flag lap, we have the F1000 Championship cars. On pole position, 12 is Tom Gadd alongside 92 Craig Pollard. On row 2, we have 5 Rob Wellham and 80 Dan Gore. Row 3 is 83 Matt Higginson and 17 Chad Heighton, who had a great qualifying session this morning. Row 4, 42 from New York, James Clennell, and 19 is Sam Satchwell. Row 5 is 3, which is Tom Westworth, and 14, Adam Walker. Row 6 is 9, Ryan Thomas, and 7, Gunnar Johansson. Row 7, 22, Chris Keir, moving over from Cleo's, and 35 is Josh Dement. Then row 8, 24 is Bert Chapman, and 15 is Dane Christensen. And the cars already making their way towards the grid on their new for 2024 Hoosier tyres, with Tom Gadd quickest in qualifying, Marcus, by all of 11,000ths of a second.
Well, there you go. And these Hoosier tyres are very different. They're using the Hoosiers in the, if it's dry, Avons, old Avons if it's wet. And the Hoosiers are slightly taller at the back, out of the front, narrower at the front, wider at the back, affect the gearing of the cars from last year. And the ride heights have to be reset, etc. But they've got on top of them clearly, and I think about 2/3 of the field tested yesterday.
And it's starting to spit with rain, just what we needed for a slick, short grid on the fastest car of the weekend. The red lights go out, yellow flags are waving because there's a car that hasn't got away, but it's a great start from Rob Wellham from the second row of the grid, who takes the lead. A terrible start from Tom Gadd, who's dropped to 4th as they turn their way through paddock with a big twitch of oversteer, but it's Wellham then who leads from Pollard. Here comes Dan Gore, who on sticker slick Hoosier tyres, who goes round the outside of the reigning champion Tom Gadd. Then Matt Higginson here in 5th. The top 5 in quali were separated by 1,500. Higginson up the inside of Gadd, can't get there though. Now Gadd, the champion, is on the tail of Higginson's teammate Gore. He's on the inside line through 30. Super quick corner, particularly in these Jedi racing cars, and Gadd is still all over the back of Dan Gore, but an awesome start from Rob Wellham, the champion from 2 years ago, who leads, Marcus.
Yeah, he hooked up really well, didn't he, Rob Wellham there, and he charged through from P3 on the grid as Gadd was a little tardy away, but there we go, and we've got Pollard in 2nd, Gore in 3rd, Gadd in 4th. The green car of Matt Higginson is in 5th, and the gap back then to James Clennell in the white and Dayglow Jedi.
So through the hairpin, the top 5 pretty much together. Still Higginson right underneath the rear wing of Gadd, dives up the inside, has to back out of it there, otherwise that would have been a big incident. So Higginson can't go through, the 3-time RGB champion. He's there in 5th spot behind Tom Gadd, the former low cost and now the 2023 F1000 champion. He was getting fed up of being called a former low cost champion. He's now the reigning F1000 champion. He's there in 4th. Behind Dan Gore, the ex-Caterham racer, who's in 3rd spot. Craig Pollard, the double Formula V champion, is 2nd, but it's Rob Wellham who leads. But the fastest man on that lap was Higginson in P5 in the 46s at this stage.
Yeah, that's essentially got 5 for the lead, that's for sure. Gap back to Clennell, and behind him is Hyton, Chaz Hyton. So there we go. There's Gadd under attack from Matt Higginson, who is looking threatening here. Looks down the left-hand side. Higginson can he squeeze through? No, he can't. Tom Gadd sticks to his guns, keeps his line through Surtees. Gadd in the white and blue car, Higginson in the green one. They're battling for 4th place. It's Wellham, Pollard and Gore at the road. Clennell gets a bit sideways coming out of clearways, opens him up to Hyton. Wellham it is who leads.
Yeah, lead gap down though to 4 tenths as Craig Pollard sets the aimshop.com fastest lap of 45.7. Some of the team managers wondering if these tyres may need to be looked after during the course of a 15-minute race, whether the lap times will adjust. A big opposite lock out of the hairpin for Higginson, who on every lap has had a look at Gadd down into Graham Hill Bay, and that time just tucks underneath the rear wing of Tom Gadd, the number 12, 26-year-old from Lincoln. But Pollard, who seems to have come on some way since when he debuted here a year ago in this car, the double Formula V champion, chasing after former F1000 champ Rob Wellham.
Yeah, Pollard and the car he got from Ben Powney, and he's looking particularly feisty at the moment. Dan Gore watching. Gadd's made a little bit of ground over Higginson now, and so that pressure is fractionally off as he concentrates on getting back with Dan Gore in the Mattel racing car. The green car of Higginson, also a Mattel entry, or prepared by them. And Higginson quicker through there, and Gadd looking slightly out of sorts at the moment. He's not going to mix it with the top three at this stage of the race. But now these characteristics of the tyres, there's a few drops of rain in the air, strange to all of the competitors.
That's right, some have tested more than others, and I saw Tom Gadd about 6 weeks ago. He said he hadn't done any testing at that point. Lead gap down to 0.25 of a second. Pollard charging after Wellham. This is very different to other slicks and wings single-seater racing, where we got 5 cars separated by just 1.5 seconds. Remarkable stuff. Battles behind. James Clennell there in 6th position, the former Formula V driver who nowadays lives in New York. Still travels to the UK, as he has done for the last 10 years, to do his motor racing, and he's involved in a battle with Chaz Hyton in 17. He went well in qualifying. He's there in 7th. But there's a spot of rain on our camera lens. It's not affecting the lap time so far in the 45, but Rob Wellham perhaps as the guinea pig, the first car out there, Mark, is just a little bit circumspect of what he might find when he hits the braking zone. Yeah, exactly that. And of course these Jedi cars made by the Corbin family in Wellingborough, 40 years old, the Mark, this year. The first one came out in 1984. That car's almost ready to run again in a hill climb spec. Fantastic stuff. It's been a real revelation joining the 750 Motor Club, the F1000 Championship. The grids have grown. The quality of driver has got higher, and we have had some great racing over the last few seasons with the F1000 Championship, and having this top 5 high calibre of driver. I think the only driver in the group who's not won a championship, Dan Gore, has won so many races in other things, in Caterhams, for example. Such a competitive category, Caterham racing, and Dan Gore a winner in it. The leaders burst across the line, still in the same order. And here's Hyton attacking Clennell down the outside over the line. Carries a lot of speed. Can't quite make it into the corner. Out the corner, he's not quite got alongside either. Tom Westworth just behind them. The driver in his early 20s in a brand new car for this year. There he is, number 3, Westworth, in a 2024 spec car for the 21-year-old. It's kind of Duracell colours, isn't it? And we've got a reverse grid to come later on in the weekend too, tomorrow. So being inside the top 8 is a good thing. Gore with fastest lap now. Yeah, 45.474. Not quite as quick as qualifying at this stage, but not far away. Up across the line they come. The top 3 absolutely together. Gore underneath the rear wing of Pollard as they turn their way through paddock, then climb Halewood Hill, up in towards the hairpin. Higginson dropping away. Now he was wide at paddock, right on the edge of the road. Dan Gore, at the end of last year, went over to Magny Cour, where I think he drove a Williams Grand Prix car, which must have been quite something, and he is going really well at the start of this season. Dan Gore, the biggest motor racing fan of penguins. He's got penguins on his helmet, he's got penguin on his race suit and on his race car as well. There is the Mattel Cars liveried car, and Dan Gore then turns its way out of Clark Curve, still right in the wheel tracks of Pollard. And I just wonder, Marcus, if there is this concern of tyre wear, what it's like for those who are sitting really close to the car in front. Well, you're going to get some aero effect there, some negative aero effect, but the cars do look a little bit understeery. That always was their tendency, but now this slightly different wheel sizes and diameters, tyre sizes and diameters, is affecting it perhaps a little bit more than it did. But of course, we'll see as the season wears on. They go to familiar territory with warmer temperatures, get more heat into the tyres. How that evolves and how they evolve setups around the Hoosier tyres, the American Hoosier tyres they're running on. Yeah, unseasonably cold here, even in for Britain, to start the season off. There's rain spots on our commentary box window now too. There's a real battle for 7th position. Clennell's been passed by Hyton, and now he's got Tom Westworth right underneath his rear wing. He chops to the left-hand side of the circuit, just free Westworth. Behind there's a good battle for 10th, which I think is for pole for tomorrow, top 10 reversal, and that includes Chris Keir, who is on the inside of Adam Walker. Adam Walker's been racing Jedi since 2006. Chris Keir in his first ever single-seater race on the inside line goes through to grab 10th position. We're into the second half of the race. Rob Wellham leads by half a second from Craig Pollard. Dan Gore in 3rd. Then Tom Gadd 4th, dropping away in 5th position is Matt Higginson. Then this is the battle for 7th behind Chaz Hyton between James Clennell and Tom Westworth. Westworth's had a go for the last lap to get past Marcus.
And that was a better exit into clearways, wasn't it? And he's right under the wing now of James Glenelg.
Up to the outside, right around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend for Tom Westworth. Great move, that.
So Jackie Hickson, the Race of Champions all those years ago. But and he's kept it as well. He's made it stick on the inside. Well done there to Tom Westworth. James Glenelg coming back at him. But Westworth has made it round the outside at Paddock.
Glenelg finished on the podium in the 50th anniversary Formula V festival weekend at Cadwell Park. Westworth had a huge twitch of oversteer through 30s, but he didn't let that unsettle him. He's up into 7th spot then for the 21-year-old from Merseyside in the Suzuki-powered Jedi. So we're going to have a look, I think, at the lead. That's a back marker, isn't it, that goes wide? The ex-Matthew Booth
That's
car.
Jonasson, isn't it?
That's right.
Laugo Jonasson, the Icelandic racer. Probably only the second Icelandic racer to compete at Brands after Sverrir Thorodsson in the 1960s.
There we go. 60 years ago now, isn't it? So great to have him here for his second season. Meanwhile, the leader's got past him untroubled. Don't think there's any more traffic for a little bit, so no concern there. Rob Wellham then leading the way, the driver from Ipswich, who's been racing about half a decade now. He's in a 2021 Jedi, another Suzuki-powered car. Pollard behind him, the 2018 and 2022 Formula V champion. Dan Gore right on his wheel tracks now. Gore, the 44-year-old who lives in London nowadays, originally from Leeds. Started racing just over 10 years ago. A couple of weeks ago at Donington Park had his first experience in supercarts. So he's pretty bonkers. Is Dan Gore. This is a 2001 Jedi, so Marcus said 40 years of the company. Doesn't really matter if you've got one of the newer old cars, they're all evenly matched.
And they're onto the same spec in this championship as well.
So top four together. They've not really been separated by much more than a second throughout the distance, but no one for a while has been able to make a move. Those early laps seemed important. That poor start from poleman Tom Gadd, a critical moment as he lost those positions.
3 of the top 4 last time, 45.8. And the only quicker one was Pollard by a 10th.
So lap times aren't going up here, are they,
no,
like some people suggested, which is good to see. Despite still more rain spots appearing on our camera lenses and the commentary box window as well. 3.5 minutes on the clock, 15 laps done already. Higginson was wide there out of clearways. He just doesn't seem to be able to live with the pace of the top 4, perhaps surprisingly. 4 tenths the gap between Wellham and Pollard. That lap fractionally quicker than the last one because we're in the 45.6s and a 45.5 for Dan Gore. Gore, who's been racing in the championship since 2019, he's a 5-time race winner. Wellham had a huge sideways twitch out of the hairpin there. Is that going to give Craig Pollard a chance? I think he might be closer as they come through Graham Hill Bend, but then the aero wash affects him through the fastest corner at Surtees. And that just allows Wellham to patch a car length between himself and Pollard once more. And then Dan Gore's there. It's amazing, Marcus, how close they've been throughout the duration.
Yeah, these top 3 really are in a class of their own because Gadd's just decided, I think, that, you know, we're close enough to the end of this race. I'm not going to risk getting with them and perhaps having a drama. We've got 2 races tomorrow and the overall result from the weekend is more important than this particular individual stanza. But Rob Wellham out of the blocks at the start. Incredible.
He led so early in the straight. Yeah. He wasn't like he had to fight for it at Paddock. He was already ahead. New regulation for this season is there's a limit on the amount of slick tyres you can have as well. So it's not just looking after your tyres throughout one race. They'll have to be used again over the course of the season, whether that's this weekend or later on in the year. New regulation to keep costs down. New fastest lap from Craig Pollard, a 45.443 on lap 17. He wasn't the only one to do a best lap on that race lap because Wellham and Gadd also did personal best, but it's an aimchop.com fastest lap for Craig Pollard, 45.4. He turns his way through Graham Hill Bend. There's going to be a couple of laps to go at the end of this. showing he's got the pace, but despite he doing a fastest lap, he was only half a tenth quicker than Wellham, so there's nothing in it really. Although it's been close, we haven't really seen a challenge being made while we've been watching this battle. So are we going to see something like that in the final 2 laps?
Yeah, the top 3 have all done 45.4s at some point in this race, and the next 2 45.5s, and the 6th place Heighton 45.6. So closely matched.
Yeah, Heighton's going well. He didn't make the best of starts, but his pace this weekend is really strong. I think the best we've seen from him. And we've got that reverse grid race to come in the first race tomorrow. So that's going to be a pretty manic first couple of laps. And
that's going to put Kia on pole, isn't it? The single-seater newcomer at this rate.
That's right. So 1 lap to go. Has Pollard or Gore got anything up their sleeve for this final lap? Good exit to clearways for Rob Wellham as he starts the final lap then. 4 tenths ahead. You can see more rain falling there. Not just on the camera lens, but just on the camera full stop. Is that just going to make Wellham question something here? Has he got a lapped car perhaps to deal with on this final lap as well, which can Craig Pollard sense an opportunity with that car? They've got to put a lap on Bert Chapman to challenge for the lead. Well, Chapman pulls off the left-hand side of the circuit. He's not going to affect this race at all. So if Craig Pollard's going to win this, he'll have to do it on the road. But Rob Wellham's got a few car lengths advantage. They turn right through clearways. The 2022 champion, Rob Wellham, from Ipswich in Suffolk, is going to come through to win the opening round of the F1000 Championship for 2024 by 3 tenths of a second over Craig Pollard, and a further 3 tenths back was Dan Gore. Maybe not as many overtaking moves in that race, but a great close race, a really enjoyable watch, Marcus.
It was under 7 tenths of a second between the top 3. Rob Wellham, Craig Pollard, Dan Gore, Tom Gadd, pretty close up in 4th ahead of Matt Higginson, and Matthew Heighton in 6th place. Tom Westworth, James Clennell, Sam Satchwell, and then it was Chris Keir in 10th. It's Chris Keir who, in his second single-seater race, is going to start on pole tomorrow, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, should be a top 10
top
reversal.
10 reversal.
So that's going to be quite exciting. But a 20-lap race in slicks and doing single-seaters, 7 tenths between the top 3 is excellent to see. So 5, the winner was Rob Wellham after those 20 laps. 0.34 of a second ahead of 92 Craig Pollard, with 80 Dan Gore in 3rd spot. Tom Gadd was 4th ahead of Matt Higginson and Chaz Heighton 6th. Tom Westworth 7th, James Clennell 8th, and Sam Satchwell 9th ahead of Chris Keir. Adam Walker was 11th, Bert Chapman 12th, Gunnar Johansson in 13th, and then 14th Joshua Dement. And Ryan Thomas was a non-finisher. Dane Christensen didn't take the start of the race, so that's F1000. We'll see more of them tomorrow. A real high-speed race that, with no interruptions. We have 3 more races to come this afternoon. Before we get there, Kieran will have a word with our race winner, Rob Wellham.
You can't help but love this class. Absolutely, these top 3 drivers here, all separated by less than 7 tenths of a second at the end there. I'm going to try and grab the winner, Robert Wellham. Robert, can you just come over here a second for me? That was a very close battle. You had to really hold off there.
Yeah, it was tricky. I could see on my visor there was bits of rain, but I didn't know how hard it was coming down. Craig was always on my rear end. Some places he caught, some places he didn't, but he was just trying to maintain the gap and look after the tyres, because it's an unusual. We're sort of in a grey area of how long these tyres will last. So it's just sort of learning how they hold up, and they hold up pretty good, to be fair.
Excellent. And obviously, you said it started spitting, and we can feel it spitting now as well. Did it make any difference to the track conditions at all?
A little bit, but it was more awkward with the last corner. There's a little bit of oil down, so sometimes you get a bit of understeer. Sometimes I was trying to change my line throughout, but Craig was always there, so I couldn't do anything drastic. But no, it was good. It's a good race.
Well, congratulations on your win, and good luck for the remainder of the weekend as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to second place man now, Craig Pollard. So if we can just grab Craig over here. If I just can butt in, Craig, so close, but fantastic battle between all of you. Obviously, I said just before I interviewed you guys, 6/10 just separated the three of you. 6/10, all three of you.
Wow.
So.
Yeah, no, it was a good race. I could see the spots of rain coming down on my visor, so there was no way you could make any sort of chance moves because you're going to lock up under braking. We had a bit of an off in quali. We've had to do a bit of work on the car, so you don't win it at the first race of the year. So let's see what happens for the next one.
Absolutely. Do you reckon you could take the fight to him for the second race?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what's brilliant about this series, we do the reverse grid for the next race. So, yeah, fingers crossed we can make our way through the grid and pick up the top spot.
Excellent. Congratulations on the podium and good luck for the next one.
Thanks.
And finally on the podium, Dan Gore, great race. I was just saying to these guys, 6/10 separated the three of you at the end there. So obviously very, very close competition. So you may be thinking for the next one you can possibly take the fight to them?
Yeah, it was as much as 6/10. It felt closer than that. Yeah, it was really intense, that race. I was watching my mirrors, watching where Tom was, and yeah, watching these guys. And yeah, there was nothing shoes between us. If I dropped back a bit, I could make maybe a 10th on them, but not enough to make a move. And they didn't make a mistake all race. It was yeah, really good racing.
Excellent. Congratulations on the podium and good luck for the next one.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. And we'll head straight back into the next race now, which is the Armed Forces.
So we're back with the Armed Forces Race Challenge, where we begun our race programme with the second race of the weekend, the grid set by the second fastest time from qualifying. Alex Rivette should have been on pole, but as we heard at lunchtime, a clutch drama earlier on means that Alex will not be taking the start. So Lone on the front row of the grid is 65, which is Mark White, who was classified as the winner earlier in his Honda Civic. On the second row, 84 is Alex Smith in his Honda Integra, and 1 Jonathan Candler alongside in the Peugeot 306. On the third row, 113 is Paul Chapman's Renault Cleo, and 12 Dave Russell, he's in a BMW alongside. Row 4, 815 is Keith Atwood in a Mini Cooper, and 444 Richard Phillips high up a grid again in his BMW 116. Row 5, 13 is Adam Jewis's 1 Series, the 125, and then alongside number 5 Anthony Seddon, the 120, so 3 different types of BMW 1 Series there. 96 on row 6 is Ben McLaughlin's Renault Cleo, and Dougie Inglis in 6 is alongside in the Mazda MX-5. Row 7, 280 is Mike Reynolds in his Porsche Boxster, and 28 Luke Arpino's Mazda MX-5 alongside. I don't think we're seeing 230 Paul Waterhouse's Peugeot. 48 alongside is Mike Nash in his BMW E46. Row 9 is 8. That is Phil England's Subaru alongside 62, which is Paul Martin Jones in the Holden. Row 10, 51 is Ian Cooper's Daewoo Nexia, rather smaller engine, the Holden in front. Alongside him is 14, which is Peter McNichol's Mazda MX-5. 11th row, 64 is Harry Townsend's Peugeot 306, and 7 alongside is Kieran Lambourne's BMW 330. Row 12, 19 is David Wallace George in the Volvo S60, and 128 alongside Mel Bexley's BMW 116. Row 13, 35 is a Toyota MR2 driven by Richard Brown. 57 alongside is Simon Vernon's Mazda MX-5. 300 is on row 14, that's Ewan Evans in a BMW 116. Similar car alongside is 88 Adam Stanbury. Row 15 is 44 Gemma Barnsdale's BMW 116, and 34 Sean Graham is next in his low cost. Row 16 after a post-session penalty is 22 Paul Mellor's Caterham. Car 4 alongside Mel Highland's BMW 116. 72, that's Andrew Holmes in his MGB, and 43 Matthew Beach, his BMW 3 Series, completes what would have been a capacity grid, but I think we've lost a car or two since qualifying, and already the cars are returning from their green flag warming up lap. Alex Rivette was excluded from the earlier race due to failing to obey flag signals. Also been excluded, it has been Jonathan Candler, the champion from last year, for overtaking under yellow flag. So that means Mark White was the winner by 1.3 seconds, with Dave Russell in second and Alex Smith third in that earlier race after those post-race penalties, Mark.
Yeah, and Dave Russell with that rear-wheel drive hooked up so strongly at that first start, didn't he? And we'll see if the BMW comes through. Now we've got windscreen wipers flicking all the way down the grid, and that would indicate that conditions for them are considerably worse than they were earlier on, but quantifying that grip level is going to be very tricky after just a lap onto the grid.
And those at the front have to wait a long time for 17 rows of cars to line up.
There's sort of a hole in the middle of the grid there, isn't there?
So who may we be missing, I wonder?
Well, obviously we're missing Waterhouse, who was on P15, his second fastest.
Wonder if we're missing Arpino ahead of him on the grid too, who retired in the earlier race.
Which is car 28, isn't it?
Yeah, perhaps a Mazda missing there alongside the
Yes,
Porsche.
that would make sense.
Race underway, lights are out and away they go. Look at the Holden completely on opposite look off of the line, but it's Mark White's Honda that lead. Dave Russell makes a good start again. He's 3 wide for second with Jonathan Candler on the outside. Alexander Smith's Integra on the inside trying to hang on for P2 as they turn up. Hayward Hill, and we've got a Cleo off. That's Paul Chapman on the grass. He will hop back onto the road, but much further down the order than what he was. Perhaps more rain. Yeah, the rain's falling a lot harder. I can see at Paddock Hill Bend. Sideways is Dave Russell. There's a car off in the background. Mike Nashwood's going for a spin in the background there, and I'm not sure if he's tagged the wall. He's certainly on the grass broadside. So it's, as Marcus was suggesting, with these conditions now getting a lot worse since the green flag lap, it's all learning about the grip.
Yeah, or lack of. And watch for the Subaru to come forward. The yellow Phil England Subaru, which is making its way up the order. Car number 8. Oh, there's a car off again.
That's Smith.
Smith, isn't it?
Yeah, he was second, I think. He looked a bit sideways at Graham Hill Bend. Well, now he's gone off. This is a 20-minute race, by the way. Mark White's got a big lead over Dave Russell, but he's under pressure from his Class C rival, Jonathan Candler. Try and make amends for that exclusion earlier. 2.7 seconds behind White. White went well in the wet qualifying session this morning. Then Russell, who didn't enjoy those wet conditions in the rear-wheel drive Beamer, ahead of the Peugeot 306 GTI of Jonathan Candler, which runs a 2-litre engine, the double AFRC champ. Richard Phillips is up to 6th in the 116. What an effort that is, the Class D lead, and he's got Dougie Inglis going with him in his MX-5. So 2 of the low-powered cars are ones to watch. The low-cost is well up the order, I see, heading there into the Druids. He's 23rd, yep. Sean Graham.
And Anthony Seddon from 10th to 5th. That's another good run in the BMW.
Yeah, the 120 coupe.
It's been displaced out of the other BMW race.
That's right. So he's got people, similar cars to race against here. And it's very busy in the mid-pack. There's Mike Nash. He's the car that went for the spin out of Druids. He's just behind the Caterham of Paul Mellor in his first race this weekend. A car converted into a race car, the Caterham. There's Inglis up to 6th now in his Mazda. He leads Class D. He's got himself ahead of Richard Phillips. Dougie Inglis in the 1999 Mazda MX-5 Mark II.
And 13 coming up strongly is Adam Dewis from row 5.
And there's the Subaru. You said to watch for it. Phil England's 8th. Well, what was it, 17th on the grid? So he's gained 9 spots and gained a couple on that last lap. So this morning we were in the 54s or something like that. It's 10 seconds slower, back to qualifying pace now. 1 minute 4 for the leader, White. Here comes England in the Subaru. Powers past the
He's got 2 of them at once.
So Phil England threw in the 1997 Subaru Impreza WRX STI Typar MY. Subaru liked long titles of their cars, it seems. Mark White's gone 3 seconds quicker on that lap to a 61.6, 1 minute 1.6, the aimshop.com fastest lap of the race. And he's got a 3.9 second margin over Dave Russell. Then Jonathan Candler 3rd, 4th is Keith Atwood, Anthony Seddon 5th, Phil England 6th, up 12 spots or so from the grid. The Porsche's coming up well in this race. Mike Reynolds is 10th, the driver with the novice cross on the back, the RAF helicopter pilot from Wiltshire in the Cops Automotive prepared car, and he's going to pick off Dougie Inglis, who had a good first lap of the Mazda MX-5, dropping a spot there down to 10th. One for the pit lane, 43. There was Matthew Beach, his BMW 3 Series. But there's Reynolds in the Boxster S, the 2004 car. And he is chasing Ben McLaughlin in the Renault ahead. Oh, big twitch for the Porsche as he turned into 30s, but he controlled it up pretty well, the new driver this year. And here, Alex Smith, remember he was in the gravel on lap 1 in the Integra. He gets the English, which is for 10th, I reckon, with Reynolds ahead.
And Smith was 13th at the end of the last lap.
So that's 3 spots on that lap for Alexander Smith, who's done a 1:18, which is quicker than everyone bar the top 3. And Dave Russell has now set the fastest lap, a 1 minute .673, 3 tenths quicker than White, the leader. So how high can Smith get in this race? Top 6 is possible, I think. He's only 5 seconds away from that at the moment. And we've only had a quarter of the race. Lap traffic is going to be a factor pretty shortly, I think. There's car number 7. That's Kieran Lambourne, the 24-year-old plant operator mechanic from Wiltshire, in his 2nd season of racing. Also competed in the Armed Forces Karting Championship. So we have the car racing championship. The Armed Forces also run a karting series, and Kieran Lambourne, who's battling with Dougie Inglis at the moment, competed in that before. He's in the 2002 BMW E46 330.
Lap time's coming down, and the leader has, well, in fact, the top 3 have gone sub-minute now.
So we're sort of halfway now between qualifying and race times from the earlier sessions. Change for 6th into paddock. Adam Jewis has fought back ahead of Phil England. So now as it's perhaps drying out, it was a pretty brief shower we had. The four-wheel drive Subaru dropping away again, the 2-litre turbocharged car. So Jewis goes ahead, the 32-year-old Royal Marines commando from Dorset. Adam Jewis up to 6th and pulling clear. Jonathan Candler in the Peugeot sets the fastest lap now, a 59.118. And he goes right round the outside of one of the 116s. Just after he set that aimshop.com fastest lap of the race, and he's challenging for 2nd for a class lead. To the outside of David Russell he goes. Swoops around the outside. Tell you what, it's going to be hard to win the performance index in this race because lap times are varying greatly. Oh, and Candler's got into the side of Russell's left-hand side of the rear of the car, and now he flashes his lights. He wasn't impressed with Russell turning in, it would seem, but Dave Russell has hung on from Jonathan Candler. But this is going to be a battle that goes all the way, and they are catching the leader on the last lap, the gap 3 seconds.
Yeah, still 12 3/4 minutes to go, and quite a good old battle there for 2nd place. Candler with the front-wheel drive Peugeot coming up to David Russell with the rear-wheel drive BMW.
Mark White extending his lead. He's now got the aimshop.com fastest lap, 58.256. He's nearly 5 seconds clear of this battle that we've been watching. There's Dave Russell then, the driver from West Sussex, double Burkitt relay winner. Turns into Graham Hill Bend now, well in the traffic. There's the leader, Mark White. He's just lapped 57. That is, so that's the car in 21st. So about a third of the grid have been lapped by Mark Chalky White, the 46-year-old operations manager for Mission Motorsport, the driver from Oxfordshire. He's been now in his 8th season of racing the Army Motorsport liveried car that he built. And he's gone faster still, a 57.933, extends his lead out to 6 seconds over Dave Russell after yet another aimshop.com fastest lap of the race. Puts the lap on Paul Meller, the aircraft engineer, in his first weekend. Now the fastest lap goes to the car in 7th place, Alexander Smith. In the gravel on lap 1, he's up to 7th and just set the fastest lap, 0.6 of a second quicker than the race leader Mark White. What could have been for Alexander Smith, it would seem, in this race. We thought he might gain more positions, but he's got a really strong pace there, 57.3 marks.
And whereas he's 7th overall, he's 26 seconds behind the race leader, but he's lapping a chunk quicker than all bar the race leader, so he will be able to make up a bit of ground up the lap chart if he keeps this momentum up over the last 10 minutes or so.
There he is, just behind Adam Jewett, just going through our shot out to Clark Curve, up across the line, past one of the 116s. And can Alexander Smith challenge? Well, he set another fastest lap of 57.0, but Adam Jewett is picking his pace up too, and both of them are catching Anthony Seddon at a couple of seconds a lap. To the outside comes Smith, into the hairpin. And now we've got Royal Navy versus the Royal Air Force. So the Armed Forces Challenge living up to its name here with the two different forces members running side by side. But Alex Smith goes through up into 6th.
Yep, got past Dewis at Graham Hill Bend. Next target then is Anthony Seddon in the gun. Oh, and the BMW ahead of him's gone off into the gravel, but it's managed to claw its way back on.
4, I think, Mel Hyland making his racing debut, the driver from Dublin. Part of the Army Motorsport squad.
We saw Seddon go out of the shot there.
So he is 4 seconds ahead. That's the chase gap. But on that last lap, Seddon set a personal best, but was still 2 seconds slower than Alex Smith on that particular lap. The Royal Air Force engineering car of Smith works its way down towards Graham Hill Bend, chops up the inside of an MX-5, which was the car in 22nd position, number 57, Simon Vernon. Jewis does similar, but he's not able to go with the car in front. Still 9 minutes to go, so with the longer races, there's more that can develop yet. Top 3 have all done personal bests on that lap. 7 seconds between Mark White and Dave Russell. Russell's now 5 seconds ahead of Candler. And guess what? Another fastest lap from Smith. 56.819. He's already caught Anthony Seddon. His pace is so much stronger. Seddon's not going to be able to do anything about this at all. He doesn't bother to defend. No point in that. So the Honda Integra Type R, Alexander Smith in 84, up to 5th. And he might be able to get more before the end marker.
Well, he will at this rate, won't he? Because he is a couple of seconds a lap quicker than those ahead of him. Gap between him and the leader, 25 seconds. But his next target is the car of Atwood, Keith Atwood, number 815, running in 4th place. Here comes Alexander Smith with those windscreen wipers flapping.
In the dry race this morning, Smith did a 55.3, so he's only a second and a half away from a dry time again. That brief shower we had on lap 1 caught him out, but he's the one that's got closer to his dry pace than anybody else out there. The Volvo that's just been lapped by Jonathan Candler. Candler's also lapped Phillips, who's gone off, the 116 man who qualified so well this morning. Back on the road at Clearways in 444. On the commentary box, we can hear every time the Holden goes past. 6.2 litre engine.
Just rumbles, doesn't it?
That's right. It's very noticeable. It's the rain returning. The lap times are going up again. Unless your name's Alexander Smith, whose previous lap was a 57. His lap's gone up as well. So I think the rain is back for a second go in this race. Is that the MG that's gone off? It's only a low slung car that's gone off down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend. And it is, I'm afraid, number 72.
Peeling off to safety.
Andrew Holmes.
Although I think it might have taken the one of the polystyrene boards at some point.
There's the Daewoo, not a car you see racing very often. It's very sideways, not as sideways as the car behind. Well, they're both off in opposite directions.
That'll be the Daewoo, as the adverts used to go.
So that's 51 being driven by Ian Cooper.
14's just got a warning flag gone out.
44 was the other car that went off, and that's on the road. That's Gemma Barnsdale.
And Seddon went one side of him on the grass. Of her, I have to say, on the grass.
Someone's getting a driving standards flag. I'm not really sure you want to be exceeding track limits at the
No,
moment. And if
14.
you are, you're not doing it on purpose. So who's the quickest? It is now the leader, isn't it? White the best when it gets a bit more tricky. But Alex Smith has caught the next car. He has caught Keith Atwood. Here they are, out of paddock. Oh, another car in the gravel. Is that Harry Townsend's 306, I think.
Pug is well beached.
Yeah, I wonder if that could spell the end of this race. Another one's gone off right by it. That's Adam Stanbury in the Royal Air Force BMW 116. So we've got two cars on opposite ends of the corner. Yellow flags wave. .8 seconds is Mark White's lead over Dave Russell.
There's Mark White, we saw it, and the red flag has flown.
Yeah, I don't think the Armed Forces Race Challenge tend to use safety cars, so that will be it, I think, after just 3/4 distance. But understandable with cars on the different sides of the circuit up there at Cleoways, and the conditions got very tricky very quickly over the last lap or so. We saw cars going sideways, we saw cars spinning. Don't think we saw any contact though, which is good. And it's going to be a double victory for Mark White. This time he's got it on the road as well, and by a bigger margin over David Russell. So red flags fly here at Brands Hatch, and the Armed Forces Racing Challenge weekend at Brands Hatch, where we think will be concluded there. They will resume at Oulton Park in 6 weeks' time or so. Part of the checkered flag being shown as well now, by the way. The Oulton Park meeting, part of BMW Live. So lots of BMW racing that weekend, including the 116 trophy and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and lots of BMWs on the Armed Forces Racing Championship grid too. Anglesey in July, Snetterton in August, and Croft in September. So if you're a member of the Armed Forces and would like to get involved, do get in touch with the organisers of the Armed Forces Racing Challenge, and they will welcome you into the community of going racing with similar people. Let's have a look at the result, or the order, as the red flag came out. It might be wound back a lap, but it should be roughly this. Winner number 65, Mark White's Honda Civic, was 10.8 seconds ahead at the red flag of number 12, Dave Russell's BMW E36. Jonathan Candler was third in his Peugeot, and Keith Atwood fourth in the Mini. Alexander Smith was one of the stars of the race, but his first lap off cost him, but came back to finish fifth in his Integra. Adam Jewis, Anthony Seddon, Mike Reynolds, Phil England and Ben McLaughlin completed the top 10. Paul Martin Jones was 11th, Kieran Lambourne 12th, Paul Chapman and Mike Nash completed the first page of results. Ian Cooper was 15th, Dougie English 16th, wins Class D ahead of Richard Phillips. David Wallace-George was 18th for the Mellor, and Richard Brown completed the top 20. Then we had Simon Vernon, Mel Bexley, Ewan Evans, Harry Townsend, Adam Stanbury, Sean Graham and Gemma Barnsdale, who was one of those drivers who went for a spin. Andrew Holmes pulled off near the end. Peter McNichol, Mel Highland and Matthew Beach also had problems. But another good grid for the Armed Forces Race Challenge to begin their season. And there is Harry Townsend, Peugeot, the recovery team already with him up at Clearway, so his car will be recovered before we get to our next race. The 116 Sprint Championship competitors wondering whether to change the setup of their cars now with the change in the conditions, Marcus.
Well, that rain that they were expecting this afternoon has appeared, and I think that some of the more astute teams have already been making adjustments to tyre pressures. I guess occasionally you might fiddle around with the trekking on the cars just a little bit to get them set up for the wet. not sure how adjustable the production-based suspension is. You can obviously change the shock settings on them.
As they say, the rain we were expecting has arrived here at Brands Hatch. I think most of the cars have gone back to their garages, as you can see there, so I don't think we're catch up with anybody. So we'll take a short break before we resume racing. Cars for round 2 of the Gas Shocks BMW 116 Sprint Championship are in the assembly area ahead of their second race of the weekend. We saw a close race earlier on today, which was won by Matt Priestwood by 4 seconds over Matthew Highcock and Will Abraham, who starred in that race, moving up into 3rd position. Peter Keane was 4th, Simon Hopecroft Lopez 5th, Paul Whiten was 6th in the earlier race. This is the first season as a championship for the 116 Sprint Trophy, backed by Gas Shocks once more in 2024, and the cars just making their way out of the assembly area ahead of a 15-minute race. There is a full grid of cars, so let's have a look how they will line up. On pole position, 151, is Peter Keane. alongside 555 Matthew Highcock. On row 2, the race 1 winner, 173 is Mac Priestwood, and 209 William Abraham alongside. Row 3 is 25 Ethan Hall and 48 Daniel Scott. Starts on row 3 alongside. On row 4, 50 is Liam Brazitz and 232 Jonathan Baker. Row 5, 10 is Lewis White and Turner and 30 Harry Miles. Row 6, 220 Andrew Partridge and 228 James Waring. Row 7 is 34 Toby O'Reilly and 83 James Cannon. Row 8, 320 is Simon Hopcroft Lopez and 86 Martin Brand. Row 9, 41 Tristan Rogers and 31 David Smith. Row 10 is 47 Neil Anderson and 104 Ben Dobbs. Row 11, 333 Damien Snee and 55 Lewis Charlton. On row 12, 78 is James Paul and 186 Cole Petters. Row 13, 233 is Giano Pera and 105 Kyle Fenton. Row 14, 103 is Sammy Walton and 1 Paul Offord. And on row 15, 8 John Turner and 888 the South African David Hudson. And on row 16, 325 Callum Davies and 102 Sean Frey, 2 drivers who start at the back of the grid despite not doing a lap in qualifying this morning after issues, I think, in the first session. So another full grid, Marcus, but different conditions to race 1.
Yes, absolutely. And you feel for some of the guys and girls who are doing their first race meetings. We've got a problem here down in the assembly area.
That's Callum Davis in 325.
325.
Who's from Ipswich in his first season of circuit racing, former banger and stock car racer Callum Davis. We'll see if he gets out. There's plenty of whether they're his team members or other people that are around trying to help him out. They've got the passenger door open, they've got the driver's door open, they've got the rear doors open as well. I'm not sure, and the bonnet too. I'm not sure which door being open is being particularly helpful at this stage. Can't imagine there's much in the back.
Still not running, so that's a shame. Yeah, but you feel for those doing their first race in this now, because they've qualified in one set of conditions. And now it's going to be considerably slipperier. And among them is Damien Snee in 333, first race for him. Brother Ben started racing quite seriously last year in his Lotus Elan. Ended up winning the Autosport 3 Hours at Snetterton with the redoubtable Nigel Greensall as mentor and teammate. Nigel racing at Road Atlanta in the States this weekend.
I think he's got a few customers on this grid, hasn't he? So he's obviously thinks highly of the 116 trophy and suggests people race here before racing things elsewhere.
He said that the cars are good to drive. They're robust. They can be set up very well, very effective, good value for money, and it's an ideal way into to motorsport. The cars are certainly plentiful out there, and you can buy a kit of parts to convert them, or potentially buy an existing car if that trips your trigger.
Yeah, they're sort of probably the most cars in a single category in Britain this year, the 116 trophy. We'll have a 90-minute endurance race for these cars tomorrow, where we'll see some other cars out. We'll see a lot, though, of the grid here for that too.
And the third Snee brother, Dan, makes his debut in that tomorrow.
Does he get more racing time as the other two have got to go today?
Who knows? And Dad's here to watch as well, which is even better.
That's right. It's a real family atmosphere in the 750 Motor Club paddock, whether it's actual family or if it's your racing family that you see at these events. So the poleman, Peter Keener, didn't go as well in the dry race conditions earlier. He dropped a few spots. He goes from pole then alongside Matthew Highcock, who's in a BMW M liveried car alongside. Then we've got Matt Priestwood, who won earlier, was really strong, but different conditions
There's
now.
an inviting gap in front of Matt Priestwood with that pink and black and white arrowed car, and also on the outside there we've got Will Abraham, who is trying to make amends for the camber on the track there by just lining his car up in a slightly skew whiff manner.
Yeah, he's the one that gets to go downhill, which is helpful.
Yep.
So the field in place. Lots of novice crosses on the grid, lots of drivers in their first ever race weekend here at Brands Hatch. The green flag has already been waved, the 5-second board has been shown, the red lights are on now, and the race gets underway. Who's going to make a good start? One hasn't got away from the third row, that's Daniel Scott, and he gets clobbered. We thought it was coming. It took a lot longer than I thought it might do, so we may well get another stoppage unless they can get back going. Red flag indeed. So it's just 11 seconds of racing. Hopefully everybody sees the reds here. The leaders certainly have done. They've slowed down already, and I think everyone behind knows what is coming because they passed the scene. It's very unusual to have stallers nowadays, and we've had 2 today. So we've got a very badly damaged car underneath, and the staller's got going, and it's 55, which is the damaged car by us. And for this race, number 55 was Lewis Cholton going from row 11 of the grid. And his race is over. And he's got lots of damage to the front of the car, but the driver is out of the car again, unaided, so good to see driver okay, Lewis Cholton.
That's that Barlow car, isn't it, that was subject to much attention with the filming in the pits earlier on. What a shame.
That's right, yes. Yeah. And the car then that stalled initially, I think, was Daniel Scott from row 3. There's so many cars I thought were going to hit it, and then didn't, and then eventually we got to that point. But especially if you haven't done a race start before, it must be a real shock when you're accelerating up the gears and all of a sudden all you can see in front of you is a car not moving.
I had one of those at Silverstone in a big single-seater race when we had Formula 1s and 5000s and Formula 2s. I was in the Formula 5000 giving it absolutely everything off the line, and 3 cars at the front of the grid collided, had a big accident, and everyone else tried to stop. I stopped with my nose cone underneath the gearbox of the car in the front. Everyone missed me as well. And that was very anxious because there were cars diving off into the pit wall and all sorts of things. Very worrying.
Yeah, especially in a single-seater.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fluid that's coming out the radiator.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, the radiator's had it. And is that the radiator that's actually laying on the circuit or part of it? Certainly lots of debris anyway. I don't know where the other car got to. I guess that continued. But I can't imagine. There's a car moving here. Is this the car? No, that's not the car that's stalled, is it? This is a different one. 325. That's Callum Davies. That's the one who was in the assembly area trying to be fixed, and they have fixed
he's got out, so this has allowed him to get sorted. It's a fresh race.
Gas engineer is Callum Davies. You can see the Davis plumbing and heating firm on the side of the car. Novice cross for Callum Davis, the 35-year-old. A car that he's built himself, a 2006 BMW 116. Here at Brands Hatch, you can see the hospitality buildings there. I think a few of them had guests in today. And just to the left there, the Kentagon, which I'm sure many stories have been told in the Kentagon over the last number of years since that's been there. Particularly a feature of the Formula Ford Festival here at Brands Hatch since that event moved here in 1976. And I'm sure the Alpha Live camera operators are glad that they're not up on the top of the tower there where they are sometimes, because I imagine that's pretty brisk up the top of there today in these temperatures. It's more like a winter series meeting we've got today rather than the end of April. It's not very warm, it's wet and damp and a little bit breezy too. So if you're watching at home on 750 Motor Club TV, you've got the best of it. You can see the fantastic pictures produced by Alpha Live, who have been the 750 Motor Club live streaming partners now for more than 5 years. And we're delighted to continue that relationship for a busy season of live streamed events this year. If you head to the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, and hit the race calendar page, on the calendar it does tell you which events will be live streamed over the course of the event, and the rain is falling. So a big thank you to all our camera operators for what they've had to stand out in for the last 6 hours or so of racing we've had. So Oliver, is that who we see on our screens now? Big thank you to you and to all your colleagues for bringing us the pictures that we've been able to talk through in the warmth of the Alpha Live Brands Hatch commentary box this weekend. So yeah, the next, well, we've got tomorrow, that's being fully live streamed too. So if you're watching on 750 Motor Club TV, subscribe to the channel, like the videos, and if you go onto the channel, you can hit the remind me button for tomorrow, and you'll be notified when we go live tomorrow morning, just after 11 o'clock, with the first race, which will be for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. We have 11 races tomorrow. The Cleos are back, the Minis are back, the F1000 is back. We've got the 116 Trophy Endurance race, but we're also joined tomorrow by the Toyota MR2 Championship and the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series 2. But after this weekend, we're also live streaming BMW Live at Oulton Park. We are live at Snetterton, at Anglesey, at Silverstone, back here at Brands Hatch in August. Oulton Park in September, Donington Park season finals, the Burkitt Relay on the 26th of October, and then another set of season finals at Silverstone too, all live streamed this year, thanks to Alpha Live on 750 Motor Club TV and on Alpha Live's Channel 2. There are, though, a few 750 Motor Club meetings coming up before Oulton Park. Next Saturday, the 750 Motor Club are at Thruxton for a one-day race meeting where there is no spectator charge. So if you would like to come and watch racing here in the UK and you're not that far from Thruxton, next Saturday is a great way to get involved, watch a free day of racing, courtesy of Thruxton Race Circuit, with 750 Motor Club providing the action with the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the 750 Formula Championship, the longest running championship in the world. 1949, 750 Formula started and it's still going strong now. BMW Car Club Racing Championship are in action, the Calm Porsche Series as well, and at Thruxton too, Mazda 7s and Sport Specials. Then a couple of weeks after that, the Silverstone National Circuit has a 2-day 750 Motor Club meeting too, featuring a majority of the championships we saw at Croft 1 week ago. On that weekend too, back here at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit, is round 2 of the Tagierwald Club Enduro Championship. So a great opportunity for club racers to have a 75-minute race on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit in 3 weeks' time here at this fantastic circuit, which I'm afraid has been covered in fluid at the moment. So the marshals working hard. Big thank you to all the volunteer marshals here this weekend. The start line marshals had more to do this weekend than they do sometimes, and they're having to get rid of all the horribleness that came out of that BMW in that incident. So that's ongoing at the moment. So big thank you to them. There's the damage of the Barlow's BMW. It's very heavily damaged. If that car is due to be out tomorrow, which it is, there's a lot of work to do there, I'm afraid. Also, before Oulton Park, there is 750 Motor Club content at Castle Combe too on the second bank holiday Monday, where the Cleos and the Hot Hatches and the Typar Trophy we've seen today are all at Castle Combe at the end of May. So lots of 750 Motor Club action coming up next month, and then in those future events too, which will be, some of those meetings will be live streamed in full. So again, if you want to keep up to date with all of the future live streams on the 750 Motor Club YouTube channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button, and that will notify you when post-race edits are uploaded and when the live streams are coming up too. So red flag condition still. Racetrack is being worked on. So we'll take a short break and thank our partners for the 750 Motor Club this year.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that? Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
We're still under red flag conditions here at Brands Hatch for round 2 of the 116 Sprint Trophy Championship, and it's raining more than it was before. There's the damaged BMW that leaked all of its fluid on the road, and our team here at Brands Hatch have been washing that away, and we've been told there will be 2 green flag laps because of the conditions on the circuit. And we also need to get the cars into their grid spots, I think, before we go on to the green flag lap.
That may well still be quite slippery where the no, that's the car that got whacked, isn't it? 48 Scott, as you said.
Yeah, how far has the boot been pushed into the back of the car?
Yeah, taking the boot lid and all the rear valance off. The rear valance had been carried away earlier on. Here they come though, up onto the grid.
I think those 2 cars are going to be due to race tomorrow, but whether they make it or not is another thing. But as Nigel Greenshaw was telling me, the cars are pretty robust, and we've seen cars come back in short order in pretty fast time before, so they've got a whole evening to do it, loads of time.
I think Mac Priestwood's rear wheels are in that line of grizzly goo that's on the track.
Yeah, so at least he gets to practice this.
Yeah.
To see if there will be any traction when he pulls away.
And Will Abraham the same alongside him in the black car with the green detailing and mirrors.
At least there's not too much power in these cars to put down on the circuit. In your 5000, that would be pretty tricky, wouldn't it?
Back in the day.
So the rest of the field are lining up. As you can see, it's got very grim. Well, it's not been great, but it's got even more grim than earlier. So if you're here at Brands Hatch still, thanks for staying with us. I see there's a smattering of people in the grandstand, and the ever-present Tailwood Hill gang have got their umbrellas up. They're all still here as well. So thanks for sticking with us here at Brands Hatch. It's much easier to be continuing to follow along at home, and it's great to see that we've had a good number of people watching along on 750 Motor Club TV over the course of the day. We are certainly grateful for your company on what is another busy weekend of motorsport. When isn't it a busy weekend of motorsport nowadays? But yeah, we're grateful for your company, whether you're here at the circuit or watching along at home. If you want to get involved in 750 Motor Club Racing, either as a competitor or perhaps a marshal, head to 750mc.co.uk the 750 Motor Club run 20, 25 categories nowadays, so whatever you really want to get involved with, the 750 Motor Club will have something for you. If you want to design your own cars, 750 Motor Club is probably about the only place that you can do that now with the 750 Formula Championship. If you like to develop cars, production cars, there's places for that. Hot Hatch, Road Sports, Club Enduro, depending on the distance and the type of car you want. Kit car racing with the Sports Specials Championship, or if you like competitive one-make series, we've got plenty of those on offer too. There we can see some of our hardy spectators out on the circuit. Remember doing the days of doing that, Marcus, and you stood out in the rain waiting for a race to start.
I remember on one occasion, because we're at Thruxton next week, aren't we, Josh? I remember one occasion walking from Andover Station to Thruxton, which is quite a long way when there's no sun to guide you, you don't have a compass or whatever. And getting there, the moment I paid my money at the gate and walked in, the heavens opened. It would have been 1974 or 5. And it rained pretty much all day until maybe the penultimate race, and it stopped. And for the last race, the sun came out. I then watched the special saloons and walked out of the gate and walked back to Andover. It was a long old haul.
Yeah, I'm glad I never had to do that with a very obliging father that took me racing throughout my youth. But I certainly stood out in the rain. I remember a Masters meeting here where it was horrendously wet all day. I think a lot of the big single-seater and sports car races were cancelled, and the hardy GT and touring car drivers did their thing. But I think we had about a 3-hour delay in the morning, get here nice and early, and then nothing happens for hours because it's very wet. And there was a very wet British touring car day here on the Grand Prix circuit about 15 years ago, which was pretty grim.
Such are the vagaries of living on an island.
Exactly right. And things don't change very much this year. It's been an extremely wet start to the well, not the race season, but the year in total.
What is so bizarre is that this weekend we are near as damn it a third of the way through the year, and there haven't been too many warm ones yet.
No, not many consecutive dry days.
No,
at all. Not good for those who have businesses that rely on the weather to work outside.
Quite.
It has to be said. Anyway, we don't think we're too far away from what is expected to be 2 green flag laps. So thanks for staying with us through that delay, and a bigger thanks to those who helped us get through the delay, clearing the circuit. I think the rescue unit team and the marshals dealt with that. Those Brands Hatch regulars know what to bring to a race meeting, so they can get through with their waterproofs and such like.
RNLI volunteers.
So away we go. So this is now the wettest it's been all day. This is wetter than qualifying. So this is potentially a voyage into the unknown. How wet has it got? Bottom of paddock tends to absorb water, and it is pretty wet down there. The inside of Graham Hill Bend traditionally is where it got really wet. Matt Priestwood chucking his car about. What did we say earlier? He did off-road racing before, so limited grip is probably where he thrives, I would think.
I think he says second nature, didn't he? That was his term.
Yeah, that's right.
It's slippery and wet.
At this point as well, you want to... Yes, he's being road cars, and might want to still have your demister in the car. You don't want to have got rid of that for weight saving today.
He was certainly exploring what little grip there is.
The spray's going to be... I know these cars aren't going to kick up the spray a single-seater race car would, for example. They're going to give quite a lot. And when you're in a pack at a start, Marcus, when it is really wet, that must be difficult.
That is awful. Absolutely awful, but it's no better in a single-seater when you can't see anything. And I've been on the Grand Prix circuit in a Formula 5000, or on the short circuit here in a Formula Ford 2000, with virtually no visibility in the spray. And will you hit someone who suddenly appears through the mist towards you? Who knows?
Because that's now with international motorsport. That's a lot of the bigger problem than racing on a wet track, isn't it? It's the spray that modern, particularly modern Grand Prix cars, kick up, because normally even don't get to their wet weather tyres nowadays, do they? They just kick up too much spray. So you could drive by yourself, no problem.
Yeah, sure.
But in a race situation, it's not safe to do that. Someone's pulled off by the gate down here. So someone's got an issue, which is 325. It's Callum Davies again. So his car is not playing ball. Now the field is very strung out on this green flag lap. The back of the queue just passing us at the start line, and the front of the queue are more than halfway around the lap up at 30s.
It's actually really exciting racing in the rain. A lot of people, don't like it, but quite a few would never admit to, this is all right. And it does sort of, it focuses the mind. You get very, very different set of parameters you work to, I think, and it also takes a much greater mental strain, not being able to see that much. The physicality of it is less, but the mental acuity you need is greater.
Yeah, those like long distance races, like if we have a really wet race tomorrow, like you say, the mental toll that must take doing a long stint with no break at all.
Takes back to Pedro Rodriguez here when he was black flagged in the BOAC 500, wasn't it? And he lost a couple of laps and then had his dressing down from the clerk of the course, went back into the 917 and just destroyed the rest of them, disappeared the distance.
Probably the most famous Brands Hatch image, that isn't it? The 3917 sideways out of Druids.
Very sideways,
yes, exactly right. I think Paul Trustwell was at that one, who was here with me a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
So everyone's almost back, and let's hope we continue. Somebody's asked on the live stream, will this get rained off now? I think we're going to carry on. As I say, because these cars don't kick off as much spray as international motorsport does, we can usually carry on in much worse conditions, and it's not that bad as of yet. Let's hope, though, the race runs smoothly. It's 10 minutes of sprint racing for the new 116 Championship. The red lights are on. Round 2 gets underway. Who's got the grip? Well, nobody's got very much. There's a couple that haven't got away at the back, but they have done now. And Peter Keane from pole then will potentially lead. Priestwood looks to the inside. The outside, is that where the grip is for Matthew Highcock? Brakes on for the leader, Keane, through the middle of the corner, Marcus.
And then in fourth place, Abraham went across from the outside to the inside to block everyone else off. He's coming up the outside and then tucking back across in front of Ethan Hall by the looks of things. But, there's surprising amount of grip people might find around the outside of the hairpin, different lines.
Keane's got the lead. Priestwood around the outside of Highcock for second.
Yeah, Highcock didn't find much grip on the inside there, did he?
That's right. So that's potentially for new racers or inexperienced racers. That's what they're finding. Ethan Hall up the inside of both Abraham and Highcock there into the Surtees left-hander. I think he's got them both.
Yes, he has.
And Highcock run a little wide, but he's still there in fourth. He has lost a couple of spots. So Hall going well. Where did he start in all of this? So that was fifth, and he's up into third spot, I think, as they turn their way out of Clark Curve to complete the first lap in sodden conditions here at Brands Hatch. But it's Peter Keane who leads by 6/10 over race 1 winner and championship leader therefore Matt Priestwood. Big look up the inside from Highcock to get that position back out of Ethan Hall. He rides the curb, which unsettles the car. Twitches out of paddock, but he is through, back into third spot, back ahead of Ethan Hall. Immediately defends uphill into Druids. Well, Abraham looks to the outside. Lewis White and Turner is up to 6th as Abraham tries to come around the outside once more. But I don't think that's going to pay off for him. Liam Brazitz is next in the queue in 7th. Now Abraham is on the inside line into Graham Hill Bend, but you don't want to go too tight here. You splashing through the puddle is the CSC racing car of Abraham. Again, there's just no grip on that inside line. And Abraham has been caught out by that now, and that has brought Lewis White and Turner onto his tail as they turn their way through the left-hander at Surtees.
Yeah, Hopcroft Lopez, who went well in the earlier race, he's in 10th place. Hoplop car.
He's only further back this time.
Yeah.
In 15th, so he's had a good first lap. So watch out for 3:20. Simon Hopcroft Lopez across the line. The leaders 1:09. So we're 10 seconds off of a dry lap time. And Peter Keane is going away from Matt Priestwood. Gap increasing. Matthew Highcock has got time to find after passing Ethan Hall. And William Abraham's dropped away in 5th. Lewis White Turner's on his tail, he's 6th. Liam Brazitz is 7th. Andrew Partridge is 8th. Simon Hopcroft Lopez is 9th now. And he's got ahead of Harry Miles, who completes the top 10. There's 83. Working its way through. That's in 14th position for James Cannon. And here comes up the inside 228, the ex-Carter James Waring, passing Harry Miles in the R.A. Potter car. And through he goes. So good progress there then for 16-year-old James Waring from Lancashire.
The Potter team was always big in mini racing, wasn't it? RA and GB Potter racing.
This Potter team run the Carvels. I don't know if that's the same with the minis as well.
Yeah, that's right.
So Rob and Ian Carvel have raced in this series recently. Matt Priestwood sets the aimshot.com fastest lap and closes the lead gap down to 0.4 of a second. So he's trying to go for the double here. He's done a 1 minute 8.4. Here's the lead battle out of Paddock Hill Bend. They climb Halewood Hill in towards the hairpin. Priestwood's lost his number plate. That's not going to matter to the Spray Tech liveried BMW driver. Down the hill they come. It's 151. The XC1 driver Peter Keane, who's won one of these races before, and so has Matt Priestwood. Come to that. He's in his wheel tracks. They're a couple of seconds ahead of Matthew Highcock. So where can Priestwood find a way through? Traditionally, there are more lines to be found, Marcus, in the wet, which potentially makes it easier to pass.
Yeah, exactly. You're not putting as much coring force through the cars, etc. So you've got an option, and but you do have, as you saw there, a wave behind the car to traverse as if you were in a powerboat.
So that's the battle for 7th. Liam Brazitz, Andrew Partridge, and Simon Hopcroft Lopez, with James Waring catching. Lead gap went out to over a second on that lap, and Matthew Highcock is the quickest this time. Catching the 2 ahead in 3rd spot.
Here comes Hopcroft Lopez up the outside in the Ryan Scaffolding car.
Another take on the BMW Motorsport livery.
Can't go wrong with those colours, really.
That's right. It's iconic on these types of cars. And BMW Motorsport have been a real part of the worldwide motorsport scene for the last 40 years or so.
Yep. Well, since they got into Formula 2 racing in the early part of the 70s, so 50 years, yeah. BMW M-Power.
March 782 will be one of the best looking single-seater race cars.
Prior to that, they were in, they won the championship, didn't they, with Patrick Depailler in 1974.
Challenge for 2nd. Matthew Highcock on the inside of Matt Priestwood. Priestwood on that outside line, providing him the traction to accelerate off of Cleo and stay 2nd. Peter Keane, though, still leads with 4 minutes to go. The lead gap come back down by a 10th. 0.89 of a second. Into paddock they go. The quickest at this stage of the race is Matthew Highcock there in 3rd spot. He hasn't got the fastest lap, but he is travelling quicker than the 2 ahead. Priestwood, he pulled out there. I just wonder if it was to get out of the spray to see where the corner was before braking at Druids. I don't think that was a challenge at all for the lead.
Yeah. Where Keane is really scoring is, of course, that he can see where he's going, and so he can pick a line. But he is under pressure. But at least his his windscreen's relatively clear.
Yeah, that's Priestwood just turned in the back end. Tried to break away on him, but he seemed to gather up that moment and didn't really lose too much out of it.
3 minutes to go, and Priestwood, with that championship lead currently, may just think, survival here is more important than a dash of valour to try and grab the win from Peter Keane.
Long race tomorrow too, not part of the championship, but he wants to be in it. Back into the 1/8 for all of them on that lap. Into paddock, Hill Bend. Little wide for the car in 2nd. Priestwood a bit sideways too, so that's going to give Matthew Highcock the run. Priestwood now is getting racy. He's defending hard. He blocked that attempt off by Highcock, and that's, well, I wonder if that would let Peter Keane get away, but not particularly. So I think these three are right on the limit of what these cars can do in these conditions. Ethan Hall going well, still he's there in 4th, and Abraham is 5th, and Lewis White and Turner 6th, but they are a second or so off the pace of these top 3. Are these 3 going to catch any of the slower cars before the end? They might do with 2 laps to go, and that could be where it gets tricky for Peter Keane if those slower cars haven't realised these leaders are catching them.
Yeah, that's right, and they're trying to just keep all the side loadings off the car around clearways where the camber falls away quite deceptively.
There's Liam Brazitz in 7th. He's still ahead of Andrew Partridge. Simon Hopcroft Lopez hasn't made any more progress. He's still there in 9th. Across the line they come.
Yeah, he shows signs of getting on terms with Partridge from time to time, but again, probably then runs into a wall of spray. And you can see just that's illustrated there.
He's right with them, isn't he? If he can't gain a position at this stage.
Oh, he's gone out wide this time, and he's come up the outside. Is there enough grip round the outside? Oh, and down the inside comes the 320 car. He made the places and then lost them on the exit.
Yeah, so they were 3 abreast for a while there. Still side by side between Andrew Partridge and Simon Hopcroft Lopez, who's still on the inside of both of them. And I'm not sure if there was a touch there or not, but he's got past Liam Brazitz, whether Brazitz was expecting him or not, and that's dropped him to the back of the train. And it's all going on here. This is the leaders in the traffic. I wondered if they'd catch them. And that's changed a second. Highcock has got past Priestwood in the traffic with a lap still to go.
And Priestwood's gone up the outside, and Highcock's got a car probably going to cling to the inside line in front of him. Priestwood's trying round the outside, and he's carrying some speed, but he might have to switch back now. It's not going to.
He's got good momentum, and there's a slower car in Highcock's ways on the grass now.
Oh, and there's a touch going up the hill. Narrowly misses collecting Mac Priestwood on the way back onto the track. That was quite something for Highcock. That was quite scary.
Yeah, I think that was John Turner who got attacked somewhat. Cars coming either side of him up towards the hairpin, so that may give Peter Keane a chance here to hang on to take the win in round 2, but he's still got Surtees, McLaren and Clearways to navigate with more slower traffic just in his sight. Yes, he's going to catch one of the DTO cars here through the final corner, but he deals with that okay. There's going to be a race to the line for second because Highcock trying to come around the outside of Priestwood might get blocked though by the slower car, but it's Peter Keane who wins round 2 of the Gad Shocks 116 Sprint Championship. As the flag goes out then, it is Peter Keane who wins by 9/10 over Mac Priestwood, and Matthew Highcock takes 3rd. Ethan Hall is best of the rest in 4th. William Abraham 5th. Lewis White and Turner 6th. Simon Hopcroft Lopez comes through in 7th, so he got to the front of that battle in the end. James Waring was 8th, Andrew Partridge in 9th, and Liam Brazitz, after getting muscled out in the closing stages, comes home in 10th. Rest of the field still flow through in these wet conditions then. And everybody who took the restart is going to make it home. So
that's impressive.
He had the start line incident, but on this restart, all 28, it seems, 3 were lapped, are going to come home, including there across the line. That's 186, I think, Cole Pettis, just inside the top 20. South African David Hudson is up next. And there's still another 5 cars or so to take the checkered flag, which they do now. One more race to come, which is for the Tagiwa Typar Trophy. But before we get that, I think we can have a look at the results of that 116 race. If you can take us through those, Marcus.
Yeah, certainly. And we'll wait for those. There it is then. First 151 Peter Keane, second 173 Mac Priestwood, third 555 Matthew Highcock, fourth 25 Ethan Hall, fifth 209 William Abraham, sixth number 10 Lewis White and Turner, seventh 320 Simon Hopcroft Lopez, 8th 228 James Waring, 9th 220 Andrew Partridge, 10th number 50 Liam Brezitz, 11th 232 Jonathan Baker, 12th 83 James Cannon, 13th 34 Toby O'Reilly, 14th number 30 Harry Miles, 15th Neil Anderson, 16th David Smith, 17th Martin Brand, 18th Ben Dobbs, 19th Tristan Rogers, 20th Carl Petters, 21 David Hudson, 22nd Steve Lloyd, 23rd Damien Sneed, 24th Jana Pera, 25th Sean Frey, 26th Carl Fenton, and 27th the Turner and Grimes car. So exciting racing for the Gaz Shocks BMW Sprint Trophy Championship. Different winners in each of the races. Matt Priestwood in the first and Peter Keane in the second. Very different conditions, but certainly an exciting race. And down we go into the pit lane where we have our interviews.
Well, if you need any more proof that it's England, then here you go. We've got our top 3 from the BMW class here, and we have our winner, Mr. Peter Keane. Congratulations. I'll get you underneath here. It's a bit better. It is a bit wet. Now, when we spoke earlier, you said you wanted a wet race. Well, you got it.
I did, yeah. It was, that was super tough. Yeah, very, very slippery. A lot worse than before when it was just a bit greasy, like full wet. So trying to find the grip at first was tough. But then, yeah, just sort of got my head down on the limit everywhere, just trying to get a gap between Mac and Matt. But yeah, just kept it tidy. A couple of times I thought it was going off, but yeah, back markers obviously were a bit tough as well, trying to get past those and got caught up again, or the gap I pulled out. But yeah, super race, super happy. Awesome, yeah, really good.
Excellent, congratulations and good luck for the race tomorrow.
Yes, thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you. Okay, we'll head to our second place, which is Mr. Mac, so we can just grab him a second. Mac, if I can just grab you a second, you were very, very close. You were right on Peter's back gearbox there. How was that race for you?
It was good, yeah. Well, yeah, very good, very happy with it. Yeah. Good result again. I think it actually puts us in the lead at the moment of the sprint, so very happy.
Yeah, definitely. How did you find the condition out there? Because obviously it's changed quite a lot quite quickly.
Yeah, it did. It weren't too bad when we first started originally, then the red flag came out and it really started to rain. Yeah. But I think we're showing great pace in the sun and in the rain, so really happy.
Excellent. And how are you feeling confidence-wise for the race tomorrow?
I'm looking forward to it, yeah. Qualifying looks like it's going to be rain, and then the race looks like it's going to be sunny, so it's going to be good. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, good luck for the race then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our third place, how was that race? I'll get you underneath here, sorry.
Good fun.
Good fun?
Yeah, good fun, yeah.
So obviously, we're just talking obviously about the change of conditions. It changed quite quickly in between the first start and the restart.
Yeah. Well, I put, I said before this morning I changed my car for the dry, put it back for the wet, but it was mega, to be fair, handling good, yeah. So I was.
The cars for the final race of the day are making their way towards the grid before 2 green flag laps for the Together Typar Trophy. We have a top 10 reversal in the grid positions from the results of race 1, and very different conditions, so this could be fairly lively, you'd think. With Richard Jones, who's lining up there on pole position in car 12 after finishing 10th earlier. The driver from Middlesbrough. So let's have a look at how the grid lines up in full. And it is number 12, Richard Jones on pole alongside 11, Joseph McMullen. Row 2, 42, Trafford King, who fought through well earlier, could be one to watch here, I think. And 19, Ollie Musgrave alongside. Row 3, 66, Ross Borman, and 28, Jake Johnson. Row 4, quickest in qualifying this morning, number 15, Don de Graaf, alongside 104, Daniel Chapman. Row 5, 86, Matt Wilkins, who was just beaten this morning by 28, Joe Jessup, the champion from last year, and the race 1 winner. Row 6, 55 Wayne Flint and 74 Richard Lindsay. Row 7 is 61 James Delisle and 16 Adam Huntley. Row 8, 92 Adam Parker and 77 Luke Emmons. And on row 9, 18 Matthew Duffel and 26 Lee Rickard. Row 10 is 13 Tom McFarlane and 7 Andrew Iodine. Row 11 is 88 Joey Haraway and 374 Kai Lindsay. Row 12 is 31 James Ferguson and 41 Andrew Cooper. Row 13, 94 Ursula Jordan and 14 Martin Bugg. We'll see if he's there. 14th row, I did see him on the grid repaired, is 93 Joe Delgado. So Joe, that was one of the drivers involved in that earlier incident, is certainly there. I don't think Bugg is though, so Martin Bugg's missing.
There's a few missing, I think, Josh, but so you can see Delgado's car then, well bandaged up with the Cyclops headlights set up. But he should come through well if everything's pointing in the right direction.
That's right, and these are by far the worst conditions we've had today. The rain is pouring down here in Kent, and conditions are very challenging indeed. So we have a 15-minute race in prospect with this mixed up grid. We're not sure who might be good in these the wettest conditions either.
Peaky high revving engines probably don't help. They make all their grunt towards the top, don't they? And well, we'll see who the masters are and who's going to flounder.
Yeah, we'll spin central, I guess, in these.
Exactly.
And I guess working out where the wheel spin is driving the car forward, so it's better going up a gear and using the lower power band, but where you're using all the power rather than the wheels turning around and that's not being propelled into forward momentum. So as you say, look out for Delgado at the back. It looked like we were missing Ursula Jordan.
Yes, I didn't see. She pulled off, didn't she? Or yeah, I think she put in the pits at the end of the last race.
Yeah, so perhaps this new build car isn't quite running as they would hope, but Martin Bugg also missing, which is a real shame because he had a great qualifying session this morning. But we do have Joe Delgado, the 2022 MG champion. What can he do during the course of this 15-minute race? Because again, he looked quick this morning. I think he was quickest in qualifying when it was a bit wetter, but it wasn't as wet as this, that's for sure.
So Delgado for top 6 if he gets a clean getaway?
That would be impressive if he
Certainly
got
would.
there. That would be for sure. A few contenders already this weekend for the Alpha Live Race of the Week that they put together amongst all the different live events that they cover. There's been a few good ones. That finish in race 1, that dead heat and change on the run to the line was pretty epic when Joe Jessup took the victory. But we've had some other good races as well. That is for sure. Very enjoyable day of racing despite the conditions that have been dealt. And a few stoppages. Not too many safety cars though, so that's good. Been able to, once racing has got underway, we've been able to continue for the most part. But Richard Jones then on pole, only in his second full season of racing. The driver in his 30s from Middlesbrough on pole, alongside Joe McMullen in his 20s. He's from Worcestershire in his self-built car. Then on the second row we have Trafford King, the 29-year-old machine operator from York in only his second season. He finished 6th in the championship last year and was the best novice. Also won the 750 Motor Club Sim Racing Championship over the winter, did Trafford King. I think he won some prizes for that as well. Ollie Musgrave starts alongside. He's in his 20s as well. He's from Cheshire in his second season of racing. On the third row is Ross Borman, former Cleo racer, alongside Jake Johnson, who had a really strong race earlier, the driver from Cheshire in his fourth season, the ex-CNC Heads competitor. So that's the top 6, but perhaps it's the next 2 rows to Graf Chapman, Wilkins, Jessup, where the winner may come from. We know their pace. We know Joe Jessup's very good off the line usually, so watch out for him for making a potentially good start.
You have to be steady from where he is because...
Lights out then, the race gets underway. Everybody scrabbling for grip here. McMullen, though, trying to grab the lead as they turn up towards Paddock, and he's done it. Trafford King is following him. Jake Johnson's made a pretty good effort here. There's Jessup. He's already, I think, about 6, so he's ahead of those who he was battling with in race 1, I suggest.
Jessup 6, going for 5th now, coming up towards Druids. McMullen leads the way. Trafford King is 2nd. Poleman is 3rd.
And Jessup 4th, up the inside of 2 cars at the hairpin.
I did see from the back, Delgado made about 4 slots directly off the line.
Trafford King still that huge dent in the driver's door, but isn't slowing him down at all. Up in the 2nd spot, and one has had a moment, one of the novices at the hairpin, I think that was.
There's Delgado in the background, kicking up the water through the puddle as he comes up to Surtees.
That's right, he's got at least half a dozen cars, if not more. So through clearways they go. Joe McMullen trying to get away up front. He has led these reverse grid races before. Then in 2nd is King. 3rd is the poleman Jones, and then it's Jessup, the champion from last year, in 4th spot, challenging up towards Paddock Hill Bend. He hasn't got his lights on, but the others obviously can see him coming still because he's on the inside and goes past Richard Jones for 3rd. Behind Ollie Musgrave is keeping Dan Chapman at bay. Jones is fighting back on Jessup though. He's not going to let him have that podium position easily, but I think he's there anyway. Then here comes Chapman round the outside of Musgrave for P5. In there as well, you've got Don de Graaf, the former Formula Renault and Cleo front runner. Down into Graham Hill Bend. De Graaf up the inside of Musgrave. Huge puddle on the inside of Graham Hill Bend, as is tradition here at Brands Hatch. He splashes through that. And it is really Jessup, the main driver on the move in these early laps.
Delgado doesn't have a transponder working by the looks of things. Or has disappeared, one of the two.
19th.
Oh, he's up there. Yeah, it wasn't there before. He's come in. 19th.
Might have got broken when he had that incident earlier. So here comes Chapman now on Richard Jones for what is 4th position. So Dan Chapman's making good progress, but it is Joe McMullen who leads by a 2nd over Trafford King. But it is Jessup who's the fastest driver in 3rd. Then 4th Richard Jones on the wide line into Paddock. He's understeering out. But he stays ahead of Dan Chapman. Then he's got Don de Graaf and Matt Wilkins, so 3 of the quickest drivers this weekend, right in his wheel tracks. And Chapman dives up the inside at Druids, and he gets through, and de Graaf is just following Chapman. I think he realises that Chapman's finding the, he was going through, and now there's contact. He's got into Jones, and that might have been because Wilkins got into him, so de Graaf and Jones are on the grass. Oh dear, Don de Graaf's not had a great first weekend despite that pole position this morning. 2nd incident he's been involved in, and poor Richard Jones was very much a bystander in all of that as de Graaf and...
de Graaf went left across the front of the other car and
Wilkins.
They touched. Yeah, Wilkins, yeah.
So they, obviously Wilkins almost won the race. Only someone's had a huge moment through McLaren. I thought they'd saved it, but then they had a secondary moment. They still saved it. That's 55 Wayne Flint, a former BMW racer. So he's hasn't done much front-wheel drive racing, but that was a good save. There's 6 tenths between the top 3 as Joe Jessup set the fastest lap and gone down the inside of Joe McMullen. Chapman set the fastest lap. There's 4 for the lead now. So Dan Chapman's done a 107.65, and Trafford King's in front now. So Trafford King leads. I think that's the first time we've had that. We missed him getting past Joe McMullen. And now Joe Jessup has followed him through. So it's King from... Jessup, and here comes Chapman in the background up the inside of McMullen, but can't go free, so the erstwhile leader McMullen is 3rd still. Then Matt Wilkins is 5th. He's the only one that survived that incident. Ollie Musgrave is 6th, Jake Johnson is 7th, Ross Borman is 8th, Richard Lindsay is 9th, and Adam Parker's come through well into 10th spot. Leaders at clearways, Trafford King. He's keeping Joe McMullen at bay. I don't think King's won a race before. He's been on the podium, though, in the past, the 29-year-old. Joe Jessup has won plenty of these races on his way to win the championship a year ago. And Jessup set a new best lap. And Chapman slots through ahead of McMullen. It's Matt Wilkins now who sets the aimshop.com fastest lap of the race. So 1 minute 7.267. But for the lead of the race, the rain absolutely hammering down on the way up towards Druids. But Jessup had a look, Marcus, but Trafford King blocked him off. He wants this race win.
And then had to waft wide out of it, didn't he? Because There wasn't much grip there. But Trafford King holding on well with that huge, great wallop in the side of the car from early on.
It's raining much harder now. McMullen's gone off. He's absolutely aquaplaned off the road at Graham Hill Bend. And then once he was on the grass, the car just wasn't turning. He managed to avoid the tyre wall. But it is now hammering down, the heaviest rain we've had. We thought the rain was bad in the previous race. It's got a lot worse now, so much so the race controller asking people to put the lights on, and Joe Jessup hasn't got any lights on there in second place, and neither the third place car, actually, Dan Chapman. But drivers are being asked to put their rain lights on with the decrease in light that is out there with these worsening conditions. And Trafford King looking for this first victory, defending from Joe Jessup there. And Jessup's run very wide at Graham Hill Bend. He gathers it back together, but a bigger margin now develops between them. There's that sign letting the drivers know what they should be doing at this stage. Matt Wilkins has set another fastest lap. He and Dan Chapman are catching the top two.
Yeah, Chapman in third place using a wider line at the hairpin.
Someone's gone off at the top of paddock, I'm afraid. So there's double waved yellows there, right underneath our camera position. There it is, 13. So that is Tom McFarlane in his first season in the Typar Trophy. Not sure if he's actually hit anything. I think he just skated off at the top of paddock. So we may get an interruption. And we are going to get an interruption. Safety car. And we've had... no, that's traffic, isn't it? And there's yellow flags out. Trafford King really doesn't want to be overtaking a car here. Both him and Jessup have done it. That car is... there could well be some discussions here. Just what race control wanted on the last race on Saturday. There was a big question mark now, Marcus, I suspect, over the top... Well, the top three.
Top four came past.
So you could say that car that they were lapping was slowing down offline, but that's not really an excuse when there are yellow flags and safety car boards out around the circuit. Anyway, we are under caution with 7.5 minutes to go.
In fairness, as they came up onto the plateau there, they may not have seen the yellows on the outside for the spray. The safety car's coming out then at after 6 laps.
Trafford King's been doing a good job, hasn't he, to keep those behind, particularly the experience of Joe Jessup. Well, Jessup's not terribly experienced, really, although he won the championship last year. He's only in his 4th season of car racing. Trafford King, though, is only on his 2nd.
Jessup's kind of picked up the order. He was always quick, but over the years before he won it, he was moving up, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think
did he complete a sequence 3-2-1 or something like that?
I think he got 6th the first year, then 2 second in 22, then the champion last year. So where'd you go after that? No way to do it any better, but trying to retain is Joe Jessup, a very experienced karter. He's in his 40s now. He was karting since he was 14, so he's had plenty of racing, just not necessarily in cars. But yeah, Trafford King much less experienced, only his 2nd season. Driver from York, 29 years of age. And Jan Chapman there in 3rd. He was 3rd in the championship last year. Matt Wilkins was 2nd in the points last season. He's there in 4th.
Here comes the telehandler.
Yeah, so as the car's quite a long way away from where they want to take it, this might take a little bit longer than we'd really like. But quite spectacular, really, wasn't it? Everyone splashing through the puddles around the course. Now, if this rain is set in for the rest of the evening and tomorrow morning, which I think is what the forecast suggests, it's going to be very wet tomorrow, come 10 o'clock in qualifying. Those of you here at the circuit are returning tomorrow. We have 3 qualifying sessions from 10 o'clock. The Toyota MR2 Championship, the Gadshocks 116 Trophy, and the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. And then the live broadcasts with TV and the 750 Motor Club TV coverage and Alpha Live will begin just after 11 o'clock for the first of 11 races tomorrow. 10 sprints and that one 90-minute enduro. So if you're watching at home, we hope you can join us again tomorrow. So we continue under safety car conditions. It's going to be a few moments before we can get the McFarlane car out of the gravel. As I say, it's a long way away from where the telehandler was based. Now, I wonder if they might just drag it across to the middle.
I think that's what was being suggested from the body language.
So we can at least get a lap or so of racing.
But of course, the danger is there. You drag gravel with the car.
So you can see on the pictures on the aimshop.com live stream with Alpha Live, and there's that McFarlane's car, which isn't moving anywhere currently, but then neither is the telehandler. And there goes the field. Oh, I wonder if they're waiting for the field to go through.
Yeah, I think so.
And then a drag across the circuit. So everything suggests they're going to put the car on the old Rallycross course, probably.
Hoik it off, put it over there, and retreat.
Delgado got to 12th halfway through the race before the safety car came out.
Yeah, now it's reunited with some drivers higher up the field.
Car ahead of him, Luke Emmons, is having his first ever meeting today, so he's going well. The 43-year-old electrician from Portsmouth. Said he's only done a few track days before joining the championship this year. He's in a car that was built by Area Motorsport. But Luke Emmons having a good first outing, just outside the top 10. I think everybody ahead of him has raced before. You can hear on our sound effects mics the rain is lashing down. It's absolutely horrid. It's not really great conditions to be driving on the M25, let alone in a race situation that we have been under before this safety car period. This recovery isn't going anywhere, is it, at Paddock? So I'm not sure what the problem is. Which is now looking doubtful to what may happen next, other than no more racing laps. Now we got a recovery truck. Yes, I think this race is pretty much done, isn't it? I'm afraid. So an unfortunate way to conclude today, and a checkered flag is being shown. So Trafford King will win for the first time. That's not the first time we've said that today, is it? Another new winner. As Trafford King then, okay, he wouldn't want to win under safety car circumstances, but he did the hard work earlier, holding off Joe Jessup despite a damaged car from the race 1 incident. Trafford King then is a Typar Trophy winner. But Jessup in second, Dan Chapman is third, Matt Wilkins was fourth, Ollie Musgrave fifth, and Ross Borman takes sixth to complete round 2 of the Typar Trophy for this year. The championship that goes to Castle Combe next month, Anglesey in July, Snetterton in August, Croft in September, and the Silverstone National Circuit will conclude the season the day after the Burkitt Relay. So if the championship is still up for grabs, a Silverstone National Championship finale. It's like the old days, isn't it, Marcus? Silverstone Finals Day.
Absolutely. All good. That's a good contrast, that meeting. The 6-hour relay, the Burkitt Relay on the Saturday, and the championship finals on the Sunday on that Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, the finals date's on the national track this year.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, there's been a change around so we have to have single races rather than some of the dramas of having double
get more
races.
laps, don't you?
That's it.
You get a lot more laps.
And it's a great circuit for racing, the Silverstone National Track, particularly if it's dry. I think we might be able to have a look at the final results of the day then, which was won by number 42, Trafford King. That should be coming up on your screen in just a moment. Here they are. 42, Trafford King, the winner. 28, Joe Jessup second. 104, Dan Chapman third. Matt Wilkins was fourth, Ollie Musgrave fifth, and Ross Borman sixth. Jake Johnson, Richard Lindsay, Adam Parker, and Wayne Flint in the top 10. Luke Emmons, Joe Delgado from the back was 12th. James Delisle, Richard Jones, who did start from pole but was off the road, he dropped to 14th. Don de Graaf was 15th. Joe McMullen 16th. Two drivers that were leaders or in the leading pack at one stage. Matthew Duffel, Andy Iredine, Lee Rickard, Andrew Cooper, Joey Haraway, and Adam Hartley, Kai Lindsay and James Ferguson were all finishers. So the only car we lost, which I think did hit the barriers because it's got a damaged car, is Tom McFarlane, the one non-finisher. So that's day 1 complete, Marcus, and okay. We didn't end the day in a great way, but we had some good race.
It was certainly a day of contrast, wasn't it, in terms of conditions, but I think the drivers rose to the occasion magnificently and coped really well. So yeah, good effort from Trafford King there. He must have thought his day was over when he was hit amidships by, it was Martin Bug, wasn't it, I think, in that earlier race.
I think it was Delgado that hit him.
Delgado hit him.
Bug spun, made contact with King, and then Delgado got into the side.
Big incident. So, but the fabric of the car was okay, and after scrutineering, allowed back out, which is great.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus. Look forward to working with you tomorrow. For one final time today, we'll go down to Kieran, who is in the wet pit lane with the Typar Trophy winners.
Once again, an absolutely soaked race, and we can see just how bad it was. We can see obviously the missing up on the side of Trafford King's car here, and we can see Trafford getting out of the car at the moment. I'll just try and grab him. Could you just bring you over here just a second, sorry. I can't, unfortunately, the camera won't extend that far, but obviously that was a pretty wet and treacherous race. You won by literally just 1/10 of a second. How was it?
It was interesting, to say the least. I think it was one of them where it was, I knew these boys had probably struggled to come through a little bit, and I thought I'll just sit behind Joe, and then when he made the mistake I was like, I'll have to go here. And then I saw Joe come behind me, and it was a case of, we have to go. But then, as you've seen from this morning, there's every cloud. Yeah. Every cloud, it got me near front for reverse grid, and then sorted it.
Absolutely. And would you prefer the wet conditions or the dry conditions?
Dry, believe it or not. Yeah, I was dreading coming out on that last session, but it's one of them, you make do with what you got, don't you?
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win, fully deserved, and obviously we'll see you again soon. Yeah, cheers, thank you. Right, we'll try and get Joe Jess up next. Let's bring Joe forwards. Joe, so close, so very close. How was that race? It was pretty treacherous.
I mean, it was fairly difficult to see what you were doing, to be honest. So, yeah, it was just getting wetter and wetter through the race, so it was a little bit sketchy, but yeah, congratulations to Traff, make a win for him.
And how was the spray coming off the back of the car? So obviously you were second in line.
I mean, it was pretty bad for me, so I'm guessing it would have been a lot worse further down the grid. So, yeah, I was sort of just trying to peek out of Traff's toe down the straight so I could see where I was going. But, yeah, it was pretty tough conditions.
Did you find it difficult to keep in a straight line?
Yes, and, yeah, going around the corners without it sort of stepping out sideways.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the podium still.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you. And final driver is Daniel Chapman. We'll just wait for him to come round here. Daniel, fantastic race, pretty treacherous again. How was it for you?
Very slippy, like so slippy. Not a lot of grip out there at all, but car's back in one piece, so happy with that.
That's the main thing. And how was the spray in the pack?
You can't see a thing. Like if you're mid-pack or if you're bunched up tight to somebody, you can't see anything. It is just, you're just hoping that the people you're racing against have got a light there and everyone's going along with it and just doing what you can do. So.
Absolutely. And obviously for those of us who aren't racing drivers, let's say, when you can't see anything in the back of the pack, how do you pick out your braking points, your turning points? How do you know where to go?
You're just really relying on the car in front. And, you know, the problem is with these is like, if they lock up, they normally stall. So then there's that chucked a factor in, which you got to try and get them running again. And, you know, it is, you really are relying against the people you're racing against. But it seems a good grid, so.
Absolutely. Would you say the competition's pretty tough this year?
I'd say so. It's tight, definitely.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the podium. Great race, and congratulations on the day as well.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you for that.
Cheers, thank you very much. And, well, that's it from us down here at Brands Hatch today. Obviously, we'll be back here again tomorrow for day 2 and a couple of series that we haven't actually seen yet today either. But from all of us at Alpha Live and from all of us at 750, thank you very much for watching. And, of course, we'll see you tomorrow.